Chapter 5081. With Su Mo leading the way, things were completely different. According to him, this guy found the Tenjin Temple by chance and entered it by chance. Such a coincidence was really the result of luck and qi. If it wasn't for luck, he wouldn't have been able to enter it. Lin Fei was very clear about this. This fellow brought Lin Fei along as he shuttled back and forth in this area. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a flying boat, which was much faster than him. They didn't stop too much along the way. It took them 7 to 8 days to arrive at a particularly remote place. In this remote place, there was an inconspicuous small world. This uninhabited small world was completely barren. The entire small world had turned into a wasteland. Wind and dust billowed, and lightning flashed. This was a small world of death. It wouldn't take long for this small world to vanish. This was because the lifespan of a small world was limited. Once the time was up, the small world would die completely. This was what Lin Fei found out after reading through a lot of information. Unless one could upgrade these small worlds and turn them into large-scale life worlds, they would be annihilated in a puff of smoke when the time was up. Lin Fei had found many such worlds along the way. However, he didn't expect the Tenjin Temple to be in such an inconspicuous small world. The last time I came here, I found the Tenjin Temple here. It was also a coincidence. It seems that something led me here. Su Mo said as soon as he entered. Lin Fei didn't feel any attractive aura, but he checked it out immediately. He didn't find anything the first time, the second time, and the third time. Lin Fei's face sank. Could it be that the Tenjin Temple wasn't here? He decisively used the Great Karma Technique. As soon as he used the Great Karma Technique, he felt something. A trace of traction seemed to be moving forward. Lin Fei finally smiled. It wasn't that his Great Karma Technique was useless, but the distance was too far. Sure enough, only within a certain distance could one approach the Tenjin Temple. You didn't lie to me. The Tenjin Temple really exists here. Lin Fei also laughed. All he had to do was find the right place. Su Mo finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that after this expert brought him here, he would destroy him. This was called guarding the news. I can't let you go now. I will only let you go when we find the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei continued to lead him forward. There was no danger in this place until they reached the most central position. Su Mo pointed ahead and said, "It's here. It's faintly discernible. I entered it by coincidence. I think I won't have that feeling if I go in again. I can only go in once." Su Mo said from the side. Lin Fei's Great Karma art was also focused in front of him. His perception did not detect the existence of the Tenjin Temple at all. If he wanted to enter this place, he would have to rely on luck. He casually let Su Mo leave. "You're lucky. What you said is true. You can leave now. Go as far as you can. Don't be targeted by others again." Su Mo trembled as he left this small world. He only stopped when he was far away. He also heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would really be able to survive. Lin Fei checked the surroundings up and down. There was no Tenjin Temple. Then he thought of a possibility. The Tenjin Temple was most likely in the depths of space-time. This was a profound mystery. No wonder that person could enter. This should be fate. Now, Lin Fei wanted to go in, but he couldn't. No wonder everyone wants to come to this Tenjin Temple. It really depends on luck to hide in such a small world. I wonder how long I can hide in this small world. Let's see what I can sign in for tomorrow. I hope there's a way to enter. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Not being able to enter was the biggest problem. What did it mean by not being able to enter the door of a treasure? This was the worst thing. Now, Lin Fei's situation was even worse. If he couldn't enter, it would be really troublesome. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On the second day, Lin Fei immediately started signing in. He hoped that signing in would give him a chance to enter the Tenjin Temple. Sign in successful. Received a luck talisman. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised by this item. He was actually rewarded with a luck talisman. This thing was really mysterious. Luck was something that even Lin Fei himself couldn't figure out. This was something that no one could study. It was said that some people had heaven-defying luck and could obtain good things wherever they went. Now that he had obtained a luck talisman, could it be related to the Tenjin Temple? Lin Fei pondered for a while and took out the talisman. He used it immediately. It turned out that this luck talisman could only last for 24 hours. During these 24 hours, his luck would change to a certain extent. After using it, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain. This luck talisman naturally had to be used more often to increase his luck. He was just standing here like a fool. Could it be that he had gained anything? Lin Fei slapped his forehead and decided to take a stroll around this small world first. So far, this small world was the only place he could go. He couldn't go anywhere else at all. If he stood still, how would he know that there was such a thing as luck? This thing was very mysterious to begin with. Lin Fei felt that he was quite smart to be able to think of such a way. This small world wasn't very big, and many of it had become ruins. Of course, he also saw some palaces. There was nothing in these palaces at all. If he wasn't mistaken, they had already been ransacked several times. Even if a mouse came in, it would go out hungry. After walking for more than half a day, Lin Fei didn't find anything at all. This thing was useless? No matter what, this thing had been used. Lin Fei could only wander around aimlessly. Wait, it seems like someone came in. While wandering, Lin Fei felt an aura appear in this small world. This aura was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it went in a direction. Lin Fei remembered that place the most clearly. It was the location of the Tenjin Temple. Although Lin Fei couldn't find it, he was sure that it was in that location. And now, someone actually went there. Could it be that someone was led here? When this possibility came out, he felt that it should be true. He didn't expect that someone would really be led here. Then his chance came. Chapter 5082. Lin Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief because he finally sensed that someone was coming. If he wasn't mistaken, that person should be heading for the Tenjin Temple. His luck talisman was quite useful. Finally, the person that Lin Fei was waiting for arrived. He hadn't seen this person yet, but Lin Fei already knew in his heart that the other party was definitely heading for the Tenjin Temple. And now, as long as he went over, there was a high chance that he would have a chance to follow the other party's trail and find the Tenjin Temple. When the time comes, he would be able to reach this place. Originally, Lin Fei felt that his talent was quite good. But now, it seemed that he wasn't the luckiest person in this starry sky, let alone the son of destiny. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not find the Tenjin Temple. He even used the Great Karma technique to search for it. He could barely determine the location, but he couldn't see the Tenjin Temple. Speaking of which, it was such a sad thing. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei realized that as long as he signed in, he would naturally obtain unimaginable benefits. Swish. Lin Fei chased all the way here at an extremely fast speed. Just as he chased over here, the person on the other side also appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed first. "Your Excellency, you were also led here by the Tenjin Temple, right? This Tenjin Temple is right here. It seems that we are quite fated." Lin Fei pretended to know everything. The middle-aged man in a black robe was indeed surprised at first, but he quickly regained his senses. The Tenjin Temple was indeed here. Not everyone could enter this place. One must have the guidance of the Tenjin Temple to find this place. Not to mention entering it. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it at all, even if they used treasures. Those who could enter the Tenjin Temple were all people with great potential. He would be recognized by the Tenjin Temple. "Your Excellency is also a fated person. What a coincidence. I am Immortal Kumu." Immortal Kumu cupped his hands towards the other party. This young man looked very ordinary and unfamiliar, but Immortal Kumu felt a dangerous aura from him. "I am Lin Fei." Lin Fei had no reason to hide his name. Names like this were all over the streets. Even if one wanted to look for one, it would be impossible to find one in a short time. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about at all, and there was no need to worry about being targeted. Immortal Kumu was indeed quite unfamiliar, because he had never heard of this name at all. However, it did not prevent him from recognizing this young man, because the other party was also a fated person. He was also qualified to enter the Tenjin Temple. Just based on this point alone, that was enough. As for fighting to the death, it was very rare. At this level, everyone knew that they would rather offend one less enemy. Who knew when this enemy would make a big move? He might even bring a lot of trouble to the family. Others might not believe such a thing. People who had reached this level would never easily offend others. However, he was even more unwilling to offend this stranger in front of him. Since you came first, you should go in first. Otherwise, when we go in together, the opportunities we encounter will be different. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled with a humble look on his face. This surprised Immortal Kumu. He felt that this young man was a little different from what he had imagined. He had never seen such a young man before. Immortal Kumu laughed out loud. Your Excellency is quite interesting. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Immortal Kumu didn't think too much about it. Those who could find this place were all attracted by the Tenjin Temple and were recognized. Not to mention that the other party could tell at a glance that there was a Tenjin Temple here. This would not arouse any suspicion. Whoosh! True Monarch Kumu directly flew in, and the layers of space directly retreated. In the depths of the void, there was a vague existence of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei finally saw it. At the same time, he used the Great Karma technique. He instantly locked onto the Tenjin Temple. He knew that he was really lucky this time. The other party was indeed a person with great luck, unlike himself. After he had the blessing of the luck talisman, things were different. Instead, he met this person. If it wasn't for the luck talisman, it was hard to say when he would meet this person. Immortal Kumu finally entered the palace with some precautions. As for the other party, he stood outside and didn't follow him in. He was finally relieved. In the blink of an eye, all his thoughts were on the Tenjin Temple. Just as he disappeared, Lin Fei moved instantly. His spirit projection was launched directly. This time, it wasn't projected on the other party's body, but in front of the Tenjin Temple. At this moment, the layers of void began to return to normal. And Lin Fei seized this opportunity and instantly entered the Tenjin Temple. There was a slight obstruction in the Tenjin Temple, but after Lin Fei had the luck talisman, it was completely different. It was as if the other party had recognized him. With a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the so-called Tenjin Temple. As soon as he entered, he felt like he had come to a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was completely different from what Lin Fei imagined. His entire body relaxed. Looking at the surrounding scene of birds chirping and flowers fragrant, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the legendary Tenjin Temple? It feels quite different. It was like a sect's mystic realm, with pavilions and palaces everywhere. He looked around. Lin Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He finally arrived at the Tenjin Temple. This was a place that no one could find in a short time, but he managed to enter just like that. This was enough. As long as he signed in here, he would be able to obtain some treasures related to the Tenjin Temple. As for what it was, it would depend on his luck. Unfortunately, he had already signed in today, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei felt that he had to find a safe place first. He didn't know how many people were inside. It would be terrible if he encountered some powerful people and got kicked out. Not everyone was as easy to negotiate as true Monarch Kumu. Lin Fei still had self-awareness. He had sensed it just now, but there was a mysterious method to conceal it, so Lin Fei couldn't sense it at all. This also made him even more certain that there was definitely a powerhouse inside. It was better for him to find a palace and hide first. This could be considered a better solution. At the very least, it was safe. For Lin Fei, as long as it was safe, everything else could be put aside. When the time came, he would be able to slowly sign in. Thinking about it, he was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 5083. Lin Fei was very careful along the way, so he didn't encounter any danger. He even saw a palace. This palace was quite inconspicuous, and its location was quite remote. Without saying a word, he went in. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei encountered some of the palace's restrictions. These methods were quite powerful, catching Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body was powerful. In addition, he had this black hole, so he was able to withstand it. As he wished, he entered the palace. This palace looked like the residence of an elder. The decorations were very neat, but from time to time, there would be some tricks. These tricks were impossible to guard against. After suffering a lot, Lin Fei stopped exploring. Instead, he directly found a small house that looked relatively safe. He directly sat cross-legged inside. He felt that this was the only place where he would encounter the least danger. And what he needed to do now was to sign in this Tenjin temple. It was just that simple. Signing in for 1 day was 1 day, 2 days was 2 days, and 3 days was 3 days. Lin Fei's life was just that simple. It was just that he couldn't sign in. When the time came, he could change places, but for now, it was better to stay in this place. In the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Ding! Sign in successful in Tenjin Temple. Obtained a heavenly puppet. This unexpected reward surprised Lin Fei. It was actually a heavenly god puppet. Could it be a specialty of this Tenjin Temple? Whoosh! Following that, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A black-armored man appeared next to Lin Fei. Lin Fei had seen many puppets like this. But the puppet in front of him instantly made Lin Fei feel different. This heavenly god puppet actually exuded a dangerous aura, as if he was facing a peerless powerhouse. This feeling really surprised Lin Fei. He could actually encounter such a thing. This time's sign-in should be quite good. He actually signed in a puppet. And this puppet was called a heavenly god puppet. It was obvious that he was different, and he was very strong. Therefore, Lin Fei took a look at it, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, this is really a good thing. I've underestimated the power of the celestial god puppet. This is actually a supreme puppet that can only be refined by the Tenjin Temple. Mine isn't the strongest, but it can still burst out with the combat power of a 6-star. After reading it, Lin Fei sighed with emotion. So far, the most powerful person he had encountered was a 5-star expert. Of course, there was still a huge difference between a 5-star expert and a 6-star expert. Even though this Empyrean god golem specialized in close combat, its attacks were truly ferocious. There were very few at the same level as it who could subdue it. From now on, you can follow me. I'll call you Lin. Lin Fei gave this guy a name. The Empyrean god golem, which had been silent this entire time, actually spoke out as well. Yes, from now on, I'll be called Lin. Lin Fei quite liked this name. He got an Empyrean god golem on the first day of signing in. This made Lin Fei look forward to signing in here even more. He would sign in here for 3 days first. Lin Fei didn't know if the other places were dangerous or not. He tried to communicate with Lin Yi but found that he didn't gain anything. The other party didn't have any information about this place at all. He didn't have any understanding of this place. His mind was completely blank. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. It would be abnormal if this guy knew something. Ding! Sign in successful at the Tenjin Temple. Obtained Empyrean god puppet. When he signed in the next day, he received the same puppet again. Lin Fei simply named it Lin Air. Having 2 6-star Empyrean god puppets was indeed a huge gain. Although Lin Fei didn't get anything from his side, this Empyrean god puppet was completely different. This thing was indeed powerful. If 2 of them worked together, even a 7-star divine lord would probably have a headache. They might not be able to take it down in a short time. Coupled with Lin Fei's words, it was more than enough to deal with a 7-star powerhouse. The sign-in on the 3rd day was quite ordinary. Lin Fei obtained a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. A heaven and earth medicinal herb of this age was indeed quite rare. In Lin Fei's opinion, this thing was just average. It wasn't as good as the things he signed in 2 days ago. The 4th day was average. The 5th day was different. The 6th day was average. For 6 days in a row, Lin Fei didn't get anything good, which made him want to leave this palace. He went to other palaces to take a look. Of course, it was best to go to the most powerful palace. That was different. He decisively brought the 2 Empyrean god puppets out of the palace. This time, there was no need for Lin Fei to directly break these methods. With the 2 of them, it was completely different. Lin Fei witnessed their almost purely violent methods. After these two six-star Empyrean god puppets joined forces, even Lin Fei didn't have much of an advantage. This was because their methods were indeed quite powerful. This was the reason why Lin Fei dared to come out. When the three of them joined forces, even a 7-star divine lord would have to step aside. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt a fluctuation coming over. It seemed that someone was making a move. In this situation, Lin Fei knew that the person who came in should be making a move. As for who it was, he didn't know. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a palace before signing in. This palace should be too bad. But just as he was about to leave, he felt a familiar aura in this commotion. After pondering for a while, he concluded that it should be true monarch Kumu. It seemed that he had encountered trouble. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei felt that he still had to help this true monarch Kumu. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Tenjin Temple. Not to mention, this true monarch Kumu had some understanding of the Tenjin Temple. No one dared to guarantee such a thing, so he directly came over. As soon as he came over, Lin Fei saw that true monarch Kumu was besieged by two experts. This true monarch Kumu was also very powerful. He relied on two treasures to withstand the attacks of the two, but the situation didn't look too good. The two people attacked repeatedly, and suddenly discovered Lin Fei and the two Empyrean god puppets. The two Empyrean god puppets were dressed in black robes, and they looked quite mysterious. If you don't want to die, scram as far away as you can. The voice came over coldly. It didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all. True monarch Kumu also saw Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist, please help. Chapter 5084. These people were indeed besieging true monarch Kumu. As soon as true monarch Kumu saw Lin Fei coming over, he immediately looked happy. He didn't expect to meet Lin Fei here. In this way, he would have a chance to escape. He immediately shouted. At first, the people over there thought that he was just a passerby, so naturally, they didn't plan to deal with him. It turned out that the people on this floor all had a certain amount of luck. Unless such a person was dealt with in one move, they definitely wouldn't easily make a move. It was just that they didn't expect that true monarch Kumu, who was besieged by them, actually knew this young man, and this young man was actually called Lin Fei. If it weren't for true monarch Kumu, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to enter this Tenjin Temple. Not to mention signing in. He even obtained two Empyrean god puppets. Fellow Taoist Kumu, hold on a little longer, I will come to help you immediately. Lin Fei directly flew over. Faster than him, the two Empyrean god puppets directly launched an attack. Those people instantly felt a dangerous aura. The speed of these two black-robed men was extremely fast, and they instantly arrived in front of them. The means that were spread out in front of them actually seemed extremely weak at this moment. They were immediately targeted by the two people. As soon as these two Empyrean god puppets attacked, the pressure on true monarch Kumu immediately decreased. He hurriedly got out of it. When he looked at Lin Fei, he was especially grateful. He was also very shocked in his heart. How long has it been? In less than 7 or 8 days, this Lin Fei seems to have obtained a lot of good things. He remembered that when he came here, these two black-robed men weren't there at all, and he didn't feel any life aura from these two people, which meant that these two should be puppets. It's just that powerful puppets like these were really too rare. He instantly understood. These should be the famous Empyrean god puppets of the Tenjin Temple. In addition to envy, he also sighed. He didn't expect that when he came in with this person, he would have such an opportunity to meet him, and he even helped him greatly. It seemed that he really thought too much back then. He was also a fated person, and he was also a fated person. Compared to Lin Fei, he was too far behind. When the two Empyrean god golems attacked, these people instantly felt boundless pressure. Lin Fei's side also made a move. The saber light attacked. Once again, the pressure on them doubled. Perfected Lord Kumu didn't stand on ceremony and also activated his treasure, which was equivalent to 4 people. For a moment, they were forced to retreat. Those people glared fiercely at Lin Fei and immediately retreated, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. These people didn't dare to continue fighting here. After they left, Immortal Kumu heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. After a while, the paleness on his face disappeared, and some color returned to his face. He thanked Lin Fei. It's all thanks to Taoist Lin's help. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble this time. I didn't expect to be targeted by them. These guys also infiltrated the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This situation seemed to be a little different from his. There are still people who can sneak in here. Although Lin Fei was one of them, he would never say this out loud. Perfected Lord Kumu smiled bitterly. Yes, they sneaked in because some powerful people can find the Tenjin Temple and bring them with them. Naturally, those who are recognized will come in. The biggest reason they came in is to deal with people with good luck like us and snatch our treasures. If it weren't for Taoist Lin, I would have been in big trouble this time. Maybe I would have died here. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. There was actually such a thing. Fortunately, he hid in the small house and signed in. Otherwise, he would have really encountered these people. Just now, he saw that these people weren't weak. They were all at the 5-star level. If they joined forces, even a 6-star might not be able to deal with them, because their self-defense was quite good. Then I really haven't encountered them before. I was trapped in a palace for some days, and I just came out recently and obtained these 2 things. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed out loud. Taoist Lin's luck is still better. Compared to you, I'm much worse. I was also trapped in a palace. There are a total of 108 palaces in this Tenjin Temple, and each palace is different. Sure enough, this perfected Lord Kumu knew more than him. In Lin Fei's opinion, there were indeed many palaces here, but he really hadn't seen how many there were. He didn't expect there to be 108 palaces. It seemed that he could sign in here for a long time. How about Taoist Lin come with me? The 2 of us can explore these palaces together. This way, you and I can help each other, and I also have some information about the Tenjin Temple. In the past, perfected Lord Kumu would never have such an idea. But now, it was different. He wanted to be with Lin Fei more than anyone else. If they were together, they would at least be able to help each other, not to mention these 2 puppets. These were heavenly god puppets, even he couldn't get them. He didn't expect Lin Fei's luck to be so much better than his. Such a person was definitely suitable to travel with. What's more, this place was far from being as safe as he imagined. Wasn't this what Lin Fei had always hoped for? This perfected Lord Kumu obviously knew more than him. Therefore, it was obvious that there would only be benefits for Lin Fei if he were to explore these palaces with this group. There were 108 palaces here. If he signed in for 1 day in each palace, it would take 108 days. The benefits should be much more abundant than he imagined. If Taoist Lin doesn't find it troublesome, then it's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei didn't refuse, allowing perfected Lord Kumu to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not troublesome at all. To be able to explore this Tenjin Temple with Taoist Lin is naturally fate between you and me. Having such an expert was naturally an extremely good thing for perfected Lord Kumu. I don't know much about this place because I'm a rogue cultivator, so I'm afraid I'll need Taoist Kumu to lead the way. Lin Fei also went straight to the point. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed. Brother, don't worry, I know a lot about this place, but it's really not easy for me to explore the palaces alone. Now that I have you, it's even more suitable. Even if they have ideas, they won't dare to deal with the 2 of us together. Lin Fei and perfected Lord Kumu both laughed. Chapter 5085. With perfected Lord Kumu in the team, the situation was completely different. This guy had a deeper understanding of the Tenjin Temple than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was purely someone who took advantage of his luck to enter. If it weren't for perfected Lord Kumu, he wouldn't have been able to enter. The number of palaces they explored also began to increase. These palaces all had some tricks up their sleeves. These tricks were quite difficult for a single person to crack, but with the 2 of them, it was different. Especially with the 2 Empyrean god puppets as the vanguard, perfected Lord Kumu realized that he had found the right helper. The 2 of them destroyed many palaces, so of course, they obtained things. They weren't very good, but they weren't bad either. If they were placed outside, people would definitely fight for them. After exiting another palace, the 2 of them had quite a good harvest. Perfected Lord Kumu took about 40% of the benefits. As for Lin Fei, he took 60% because he had 2 Empyrean god puppets. He wasn't reluctant to part with perfected Lord Kumu. After joining forces, their chances of clearing the skill hall were much higher. It seems that these palaces aren't suitable for us to explore. Many of the things inside have been taken away. We have to keep an eye on those big palaces. Perfected Lord Kumu flipped through a map. This map wasn't complete, but the names of some palaces were recorded on it. Along the way, they followed these palaces. Fortunately, their luck was good. They obtained some treasures after entering, but they didn't find anything good. In the end, Perfected Lord Kumu placed his hand on one of the big palaces. Let's go to this palace. This palace is relatively large, and this palace is called the Library Pavilion. There should be many powerful cultivation techniques inside. Lin Fei had also taken a few glances at this map. He naturally knew that there were a few big palaces inside. Of course, there were some that weren't recorded. It was already quite good to have such a map. Lin Fei originally hoped to sign in here and obtain a map. But he wasn't so lucky. Then let's go to this library pavilion. I also want to go to the library pavilion to see what good cultivation techniques there are. The two of them walked over and encountered many tricks along the way. Fortunately, the two of them could crack them, not to mention that they had 2 Empyrean god puppets as the vanguard. They felt much more at ease. In the blink of an eye, they had groped their way to the vicinity of the library. There was only one big palace here. The great palace was quiet. The words library pavilion were filled with a mysterious aura. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel what was called righteousness from it. It was quite extraordinary. If I can sign in here, I should be able to get some good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew better than anyone else that he would be able to get something good in this place. The previous palace was nothing much, but this palace was different. Now, it all depended on whether or not they could enter it. A palace like this should not be simple and should not be underestimated. There were no tricks in front of the library, which surprised Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu a little. Since he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, that was for the best. With a whoosh, an illusory figure appeared. The appearance of the phantom shocked the two of them. He did not feel anything at all. It became incomparably mysterious. Welcome to the Book Collection Pavilion. This Book Collection Pavilion is different from the Book Collection Pavilion in your imagination. Only by leaving behind your own methods can you enter one of the floors. This is your opportunity. If you can't even move this stone tablet, then you don't have the qualifications to enter, let alone obtain the cultivation methods inside. As soon as the phantom appeared, it instantly spoke to the two of them. After Immortal Kumu and Lin Fei looked at each other, their hearts were filled with joy. At the very least, they could still enter this place. At the same time, their gazes landed on a stone tablet not far away. Previously, they had already noticed this stone tablet. Because this stone tablet was very smooth, there was nothing left on it, but it seemed a little out of place. They didn't expect it to be used as a test. You go first, I'll wait by the side. Immortal Kumu wasn't in a hurry to enter this time. Instead, he gave the opportunity to Lin Fei first. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Okay, then I'll go in first. Anyway, this library should be extraordinary. Let's go in and try our luck. The stone tablet did look quite extraordinary, very different, and shone with a strange luster. Lin Fei also knew that without a certain level of strength, he probably wouldn't be qualified to enter. Activating the immemorial eternal body, he instantly punched the stone tablet. It was purely the power of the entire body. This punch was ferocious. Naturally, it became different. After this punch, the stone tablet instantly changed, like a mass of water ripples. There were ripples. There were more and more ripples. Immortal Kumu, who was next to him, had long known that Lin Fei should be on the path of body tempering, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. After the punch landed, the stone tablet instantly changed. These ripples also increased, and with a crash, the stone tablet collapsed and turned into a black fog. Then, the black fog turned into a stone tablet again. There are a total of 10 floors in the library, and you are qualified to enter the 8th floor to choose a cultivation technique. Lin Fei was shocked. Without hesitation, he directly flew over. The two heavenly god puppets were also kept, and he instantly entered the library. Immortal Kumu knew that Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that he could actually enter the 8th floor. The cultivation technique on the 8th floor was also exceptionally strong. He had to work hard too. When he attacked and went all out, he could only enter the 7th floor. As expected, he was much weaker. He felt even more fortunate. At this moment, Lin Fei finally entered the 8th floor of the library. This 8th floor didn't have rows of wooden shelves like he had imagined, but instead appeared in a forest. This forest was quite quiet. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This situation was different from what he had imagined. It was strange. The 8th floor of the library was like this. Could it be for him to comprehend a cultivation technique here? That was a little mysterious. Lin Fei didn't move and took the initiative to observe the surroundings. He was afraid that if he moved, he would disrupt the layout here. At that time, it would affect his comprehension. That wouldn't be a good thing. After observing for a while, he didn't see anything, but it was quiet here. When he looked again, he discovered that these trees, flowers, and the like all contained some strange techniques. As for whether there were cultivation techniques or not, he couldn't tell for the time being. Sure enough, this 8th floor wasn't that easy to comprehend. It seems that my comprehension is still a little lacking. It seems that I should just wait here to sign in. After an hour, Lin Fei still didn't comprehend anything. Chapter 5086. This place was indeed much more mysterious than Lin Fei imagined. Even if Lin Fei wanted to study it, he wouldn't be able to. He didn't have any other thoughts. It seems that this library is indeed more powerful than I imagined. This time, I didn't gain anything at all. If I want to comprehend some powerful cultivation techniques here, it's no different from ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until the next day to sign in. This place was filled with trees, but these trees looked a little different. They seemed to contain a mysterious aura. This also made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This place was indeed very powerful. The big shot who left behind the inheritance was definitely a top-notch existence. It was very likely that he was a 10-star existence. The strongest ones were 9 stars, but there were also some top-notch ones that were at the 10-star level. The 10-star level was a powerful existence. Naturally, not everyone could master the means he left behind. Lin Fei also knew that his talent wasn't the best. Fortunately, he had the sign-in system. Tomorrow, he would see what he could sign in for. While waiting with difficulty, ding! Sign in successful in Tenjin Temple's library. Received Epiphany Bead. Can last for an hour. As soon as the reward came out, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be an Epiphany Bead. Moreover, it could last for an hour. This was definitely enough. Having this thing in the library was equivalent to having a super divine artifact. Lin Fei really wanted to clap his hands and cheer. The bead in his hand looked very ordinary, but Lin Fei could feel a mysterious aura coming from it. However, he didn't use it immediately. Instead, he walked inside. After feeling that he was in the center, he directly activated the Epiphany Bead. He wanted to see what he could learn from this Epiphany Bead. The bead was instantly used. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged. Then, the surrounding scenery began to change. Clatter, clatter. Only a few figures were left, and these figures were constantly displaying some of their divine abilities. It was completely different from before. Lin Fei finally understood. This was the means of a big shot. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. They had even turned into the most common types of plants and flowers. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. Lin Fei was also very impressed. At the very least, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense it. Only now did he know that this was the real deal. The figures here were constantly moving, but Lin Fei could feel that these methods were very powerful. With so many methods, how should he choose? This became another difficult problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He had to choose the strongest technique within an hour. He had no need for fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and saber techniques. He had no need for saber techniques either. Lin Fei's gaze followed it. The figure that landed at the furthest end. This figure was quite simple. It was an imposing figure that kept attacking, and every time it attacked, the void would collapse. His physical body was really strong. His methods surpassed space and time, and any planet with life could be destroyed with one strike. This was a technique of the physical body. Lin Fei was instantly engrossed in it. This was the technique that he was pursuing. He was even more certain of one thing, which was that this big shot was also a body cultivator. This was the only reason why his combat strength was so strong. Even a world with life couldn't take it. Lin Fei's current physical body techniques were much weaker. Thus, he focused on it. He felt that he could put aside all his other techniques. As long as he comprehended this, he would gain a lot from this trip. At the very least, it would make his combat strength infinitely stronger. Lin Fei had good eyes. There were so many figures, so many techniques, and all of them were really strong. This was the only thing that could interest Lin Fei. It was just such a simple thing. The figure kept punching, but each punch became extremely slow under this epiphany. This allowed Lin Fei to see it extremely clearly. He finally understood his opponent's techniques, and they were indeed quite strong. It was a pure close combat technique, but the attacks contained the combination of time and space. If he wanted to block this punch, he would need to be stronger, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take it at all. Lin Fei already had a certain level of control over time and space. Although he was still a little far away, it wasn't hard for him to grasp his opponent's techniques. A full half an hour passed. Lin Fei's gaze didn't leave, and his entire mind was in it. Until the epiphany bead passed. His surroundings returned to normal. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see any changes. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He finally had a huge gain. Although I didn't manage to comprehend any powerful techniques from this big shot, my control over my physical body has improved to a whole new level. This time, only Lin Fei knew how much he had benefited from this. This big shot's body tempering techniques were really very powerful, and the power of each punch and kick had an incomparably mysterious aura. After Lin Fei absorbed these techniques and used them on his fleshly body, the results were completely different. Originally, my combat power should be about 5-star, but if I use this big shot's techniques, I can now reach the peak of 6-star. It had improved a lot. This was quite thought-provoking. If he were to improve further, Lin Fei's strength would be even stronger. Even a peak 6-star was enough to make people feel terrified. Even if he encountered a 7-star, he would be able to fight. This was the benefit of having a strong body. With that, Lin Fei left the library. There was a time limit to the library. Lin Fei landed outside as soon as he came out. He didn't see Perfected Lord Kumu outside. He didn't know what technique Perfected Lord Kumu had comprehended. He might as well wait here. Clatter, clatter. After waiting for a long time, a few figures came in the direction of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's body had already improved, and he had a better understanding of the surrounding movements. These 5 figures actually exuded a familiar aura. He immediately understood that they should be the few people who had dealt with Perfected Lord Kumu previously. He didn't expect them to come to the library. He really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching and finding them by chance. They actually took the initiative to come to him. The error-free chapter of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5087. Facing these people, Lin Fei was quite happy. He could finally give it a try. Because these people were all extremely strong. Otherwise, Immortal Kumu wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. The 5 of them quickly headed towards the library. They were prepared to wait here. They wanted to see when the people inside would come out. When the time came, they would be able to catch them all and obtain a few powerful cultivation techniques. Originally, they were wandering around to hunt the children of Providence who came in. Previously, when dealing with Immortal Kumu, they didn't expect to suffer such a big loss because of Lin Fei, causing them to immediately flee. Now, they could only come to the library and wait. Their treasure told them that there was someone in the library. It was that simple. This treasure was the key to their continued search for the man. Whoosh! As soon as they got close to the library, they were instantly shocked. They actually saw the young man called Lin Fei. Apart from him, there was no one else. They were even more certain. Immortal Kumu should have entered the library. Last time, they suffered a loss at the hands of this young man. This guy actually had 2 puppets. Previously, they didn't know how these 2 puppets were used. Later on, they found out what these puppets were used for. These were the famous Empyrean god puppets. This made them even more jealous. They really didn't know how this guy could get these Empyrean god puppets. Such good things had to be used in their hands. Why did this guy have them? Unfortunately, they didn't dare to go over for a while. After the few of them joined forces, the 5 of them really weren't a match for them. They could tell from the suffering they had suffered. Haha, it's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search. Kid, you're actually here. If I'm not mistaken, Immortal Kumu should have entered the library. The leader of the black-armored men was a peak 5-star. Finally, he burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. A large bell flew out and landed on top of Lin Fei's head. There was a loud rumbling sound. Every strike formed a powerful force that bombarded Lin Fei's body. I know you're very powerful, especially your physical body. But I've already prepared a treasure to deal with you. Enjoy. The 5 of them instantly got into formation. After forming the formation, their strengths merged into one and they actually possessed the combat power of a peak 6-star. The saber came slashing down. He did not give Lin Fei any chance to resist at all. They were more worried that this fellow, Lin Fei, would release the Empyrean God Golem. So long as the Empyrean God Golem was released, the pressure would be tremendous. As long as they didn't let him out, the 5 of them could work together, and with the help of this treasure, they would naturally be able to suppress him. As long as they could acquire those 2 Empyrean God Golems, they would make a fortune. There was a loud rumbling sound. On the other hand, Lin Fei's body was riddled with cracks. The number of cracks was increasing. He couldn't help but sigh. The treasures of these people were indeed powerful. This bell was definitely specially designed for body tempering. If one's body tempering wasn't strong enough, they would be directly shattered and their body would be heavily injured, not to mention this saber. He raised his hand and opened his fingers, grabbing the saber light. The saber light instantly shattered. Whoosh whoosh. It didn't land on his body. So this is all you have. Then, take a punch from me. This is a punch that I just learned in the library. I hope you can take it. Lin Fei grabbed the saber light with his bare hands and even crushed it. This caused that person's expression to change. He realized that he was under pressure again, not to mention what he said at the end. His expression sank. They didn't dare to underestimate the methods of the library. If this fellow had mastered a powerful fist technique, then things would be different. Instantly, a large shield appeared in front of them. Anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, try it. Another few saber lights slashed over, but this time, within each saber light, there were dozens of attacks. After a few attacks, there were hundreds of attacks. They were going all out. They didn't believe that this fellow, Lin Fei, could withstand them. As long as the celestial god puppet didn't come out, they could naturally withstand it. It was that simple. Lin Fei's body began to move. As soon as he moved, they felt that something was different. Lin Fei's entire body emanated an incomparably terrifying aura. A punch pierced through the air. After this punch, the place they were in instantly felt as if it had been attacked by a violent storm. All of their techniques were instantly blasted away by the violent power of this punch. Even their shields were sent flying. Not to mention the radiance on their bodies, this punch had directly caused the void around them to explode. Even if they had other treasures, they didn't have time to use them now. The power was distorted. The space around them kept on distorting, and each distortion brought with it a huge amount of power. 4-star divine masters were instantly twisted into pieces. Even the strongest of them couldn't withstand this twisting power for more than 2 or 3 breaths before being twisted into pieces. This was the power that Lin Fei had mastered. Indeed, this kind of fighting method uses up a lot of energy. This punch actually uses up about 1/10 of my strength. I can only use this kind of punches 10 times. It seems like my body is still a little too weak. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the items fell down, and Lin Fei casually picked them up. These guys had collected a lot of good stuff, and they were all stored together. If you hadn't come over, I might not have been able to find you. But now that you've come, things are different. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Lin Fei laughed. He began to check their gains. When he did, he discovered that they had actually earned 2 million cubes of cosmic god stones. He was slightly shocked. Such a huge amount of wealth actually came from the 5 of them. No, this was definitely not their wealth. There was still someone standing behind them. Lin Fei hadn't forgotten what Perfected Lord Kumu had said earlier. He had said that if he killed these 5 people, then the person behind them who had brought them here would probably be thinking about him. There were 2 million cubes of Cosmos God Stones here. In addition to the rest, it was probably worth 3 to 4 million cubes of Cosmos God Stones. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Lin Fei's mentality quickly returned to normal. So what if they had someone behind them? Now that he had the combat power of a peak 6-star, the only way to deal with him was to be careful. Chapter 5088. The strength of the punch was indeed as Lin Fei had imagined. It was indeed very strong. It contained void techniques and it was really hard to defend against. One punch triggered some void techniques. Even if the opponent could see it, they wouldn't be able to defend against it. Hence, he was easily killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with such a fist technique. His physical body was still too weak and he probably couldn't even reach 1% of his opponent's power. It seemed like he had to continue working hard. Fortunately, he had gained millions of Eternity God Stones. This was when Lin Fei didn't use the reincarnation formation. If the reincarnation formation was activated, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He didn't even have the ability to defend against this punch. This was what Lin Fei used to try and it seemed like the effect was quite satisfactory. After waiting for a few days, Perfected Lord Kumu finally came out. When he came out, he saw Lin Fei. He thought that Lin Fei had left, but he didn't expect him to be waiting for him outside. He looked at him gratefully. He also knew that it wouldn't be so easy for him to find treasures here alone. His impression of Lin Fei improved. Taoist Lin, you came out quite early. Thank you for waiting for me outside. I was delayed inside. He himself had entered the 7th level, and the comprehension of the 7th level was much more difficult. He thought that he was fast enough, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to be faster than him. He was already waiting outside. He was even more impressed. This was what a true expert should be like. Actually, I didn't wait for long. It seems like you have gained a lot from this trip. Look at the smile on your face. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed out loud. I was lucky to obtain some good techniques. What's left is to comprehend them. Once I succeed, my strength should increase by a lot. Even though he said that, Perfected Lord Kumu was still quite proud. After all, he had gained a lot from coming here. Where are you going next? Lin Fei asked. Perfected Lord Kumu took out the map. He searched on it and finally placed it in another position. We've already been to the library pavilion, so the remaining place should be here. This should be the so-called weapon refining room, which is also the weapon room. There should be a lot of weapons here. Let's try our luck. Lin Fei had noticed this place early in the morning. It would be great if he could find a treasure here. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to use it to exchange for Cosmos God Stones. This was the greatest use of these treasures. Of course, he already had a primordial spirit, and it was a reincarnated primordial spirit. Naturally, he hoped to have some powerful treasures on hand. It was a bottomless pit. No matter how much Cosmos God Stone Forest he earned, he would have to use it to buy some powerful treasures. We can indeed go to that place. There will probably be more people there, so we should be mentally prepared. The two of them laughed heartily and headed towards the place. Lin Fei released his 2 Empyrean God Golems as well. With these 2 puppets in hand, even a 7-star would have a headache if they encountered one. Not to mention the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was also a trump card. Therefore, the current Lin Fei was already very terrifying. Whoever underestimated him would suffer a huge loss. The two of them explored along the way and met with some trouble, but it wasn't as difficult as they imagined. The two of them worked together, and with the Empyrean god golems, they managed to barge their way through. Ahead should be the weapon refining room. Damn, this place is really different. The two of them felt that this place was much more majestic and domineering than they had imagined. There was a huge statue at the entrance with a divine blade in the air. Even though it was just a statue, Lin Fei felt pressured. The statue contained a hint of terrifying power. If it were to explode, one blade would be able to split the world. No one would be able to withstand that blade. Compared to the book collection pavilion, this place was completely different. Even Immortal Kumu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, why is there such a statue? Could this be the first-generation blacksmith of Tenjin Temple? Apart from this explanation, there was really no other explanation. Because the statue was really scary, Lin Fei retracted his gaze. Let's not touch this thing. At the very least, if we want to enter this weapon refining room, we have to behave. Immortal Kumu nodded. That was indeed the case. The two of them entered the weapon refining room. There was no one stopping them. They had a small accident. They thought that this place would be quite difficult, but now it seemed that they had thought too much. Along the way, they saw that some of the palaces were empty and there was nothing inside. The two of them were already prepared. If there are no accidents, the good things should be in the innermost part. I'm afraid there should be people inside. Immortal Kumu came out from another palace, and Lin Fei came out from another palace. Both of them shook their heads. They didn't find anything and looked ahead. There was a passage that led all the way to the front. Hence, the two of them continued forward. A huge palace appeared in front of them. The two of them rushed in from the outside. As soon as they rushed in, a huge Dharma treasure came crashing down. This Dharma treasure was like a mountain, covering their heads. Mere 5- or 6-star cultivators dare to come in. Scram! A cold snort, filled with boundless dominance, rang out. The two Empyrean god puppets instantly attacked. This treasure came crashing down. At the same time, Lin Fei punched out as well. This punch covered over 100 punches, and the treasure was instantly blasted out. Then, they saw the situation in front of them. On the left and right of the two round platforms, there were people standing. They were either sitting cross-legged or staring. The two of them instantly knew that they had to occupy one of the round platforms. Lin Fei's gaze instantly stared at the outermost round platform. In the blink of an eye, he attacked. There was indeed a person sitting there. This person was actually a peak 6-star existence. There were a few people behind him. They didn't seem weak, but the two Empyrean god puppets made them feel pressured. As for Lin Fei, he directly punched out. This punch moved the void, and Immortal Kumu also attacked. As soon as he attacked, there was a loud boom and the few people on the round platform were instantly chased down. Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu instantly landed on this round platform. If you don't want to die, scram. Yet another punch blocked his way. Chapter 5089. When Lin Fei punched out, the two Empyrean god golems blocked in front of them, instantly causing them to feel pressure. This was because the two Empyrean god golems weren't afraid of being injured at all. They attacked ferociously, instantly suppressing them. Suddenly, there was a whirlpool in front of them, releasing a flood. The flood instantly swept over. A layer of ripples instantly appeared on the round platform. It was blocked. The faces of those who weren't on the round platform instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, they were turned to dust. Fortunately, Lin Fei had immediately retrieved the Empyrean god golems. Otherwise, they really would have lost two Empyrean god golems. The nearby true monarch Kumu sighed to himself. The round platform actually had such a great use. Fortunately, Lin Fei had acted quickly and snatched the round platform. Otherwise, he really would have suffered greatly in this palace. After suffering such a loss, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Treasures are coming out. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw these balls of light fly out. Before he could act, the people in front of him all used their treasures to collect these treasures. They didn't come out as though they knew how powerful this flood was. By the time it was their turn, there were no more divine weapons. They were all taken by the 7 people in front of them. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Since he had come here, he would definitely be able to snatch these treasures. After the divine weapons were taken, the flood instantly disappeared. It was as though nothing had happened in the entire palace. But Lin Fei knew that the power just now was extremely powerful. It contained a destructive power, and no one would dare to take it head-on. Just by looking at the people in front of him, he could tell that all of them were extremely powerful. All of them had the power of 7 stars. The 2 at the very front were actually 8 stars. No wonder they dared to come here. Fellow Taoist Lin, these people are extremely powerful. If they aren't 7 stars, then they are 8 stars. I'm afraid we're in trouble. True Monarch Kumu secretly sent to Lin Fei. He naturally felt the pressure. After all, his power was only SO. If he hadn't been with Lin Fei, he really wouldn't have been able to come here. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Lin Fei replied, "It's fine. Since we're on the same side, they won't make a move easily. We're not that easy to deal with." Lin Fei was confident. This place was filled with either 7-star or 8-star cultivators. It looked quite intimidating, but if a fight were to break out, it was hard to say who would be the victor. "Brat, did you kill my men?" A cold light flashed over. The 2 Empyrean god golems instantly blocked in front of him, nullifying this attack. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't push everything onto me." A middle-aged man on the other side snorted coldly and instantly attacked. The Empyrean god golem wasn't weak either. It immediately blocked the attack. Lin Fei immediately realized that this person might be one of the people from before. He had robbed him of millions of universe god stones. "I know who you are. You've killed my men because you've left their scent on your body. I can't be wrong. You've got guts. Don't you know that in the Dachio kingdom, people can't be killed by anyone?" The middle-aged man was very certain. His men were killed by this guy in front of him. After his attack, it was instantly blocked by the Empyrean god golem. The others were silent. They could already tell that the young man was more powerful. His fist technique was very domineering. He could easily shake one's body. Although 7-star and 8-star cultivators didn't think much of it, people like this were definitely not to be trifled with. Hence, it was better to just watch the show. Now that the people from the Dachio kingdom had made a move, it was best. As a newcomer, Lin Fei naturally didn't know how powerful the Dachio kingdom was. However, true Monarch Kumu, who was next to him, knew about it. "Taoist Lin, the Dachio kingdom is considered quite powerful in the star field. They have several 9 stars experts. They can be considered a first-rate force." It was no wonder that a first-rate force was so arrogant. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet this person from the Dachio kingdom here. "You said that I killed your men. I also think that you stole something from me. Come at me if you can. Don't talk nonsense." Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't admit it. After all, it was not a small matter that he had 3 to 4 million universe god stones on him. If he admitted it, he was afraid that the people around him would have designs on him. Now, these people were watching. They probably wanted to test his ability. Previously, his methods had indeed made them feel pressured. However, they were more afraid of him. No one could guarantee that there wasn't a great expert behind him. The middle-aged man from the Dachio kingdom snorted coldly. "There's no point in quibbling. I will remember you. You won't have a good life after killing my men." Of course, this person wouldn't say that 3 to 4 million universe god stones were taken by this guy. He stared at Lin Fan coldly and didn't dare to make another move. This was because he could see that these 2 puppets were very powerful. However, he couldn't recall what kind of puppets they were. If they are powerful, just bring them over. If they aren't powerful, then stop talking. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The 2 Empyrean god puppets attacked again. This time, it was the Empyrean god puppets' turn to show their prowess. The 2 Empyrean god puppets were very powerful. They were about 6 stars. In addition, they were invulnerable. Their combat power was limitless. The middle-aged man from the Dachio kingdom had an ugly expression on his face. The people who were watching recognized them immediately. These were the extremely rare Empyrean god puppets. Their expressions changed slightly. At this moment, no one made a move. However, they all remembered the Empyrean god puppets. Empyrean god puppets were good stuff. It would be great if they could get their hands on them. When their gazes fell on this young man, they were even more puzzled. None of them had Empyrean god puppets. How did this guy get Empyrean god puppets? Could it be that an even more powerful person had helped him create this Empyrean god golem? These 2 Empyrean god puppets were enough to suppress a 6-star expert. Even a 7-star expert would be in trouble for a while. This 7-star expert from the Dachio kingdom was indeed hard to deal with. He couldn't beat these 2 Empyrean god puppets at all. It would be very difficult to collect them. It seems that your methods are the same. If you want to deal with me, you alone won't be enough. Call more people over. Lin Fei called back. The 2 Empyrean god puppets stood to the left and right. Just by standing there, it really made people feel different. If you don't dare to make a move, then shut your mouth. I, Lin Fei, am not that easy to deal with. Chapter 5090. Lin Fei's methods were indeed making things difficult for Zhao Fengtian. For a moment, he was unable to gain any advantage. Instead, his expression turned ugly. As for the others, they were all wondering who Lin Fei was. However, no matter how they thought about it, they found him unfamiliar. It was as if this person had appeared out of nowhere. However, he was quite daring to provoke the Daikyu kingdom. Everyone knew that the Daikyu kingdom was a first-rate force and was very powerful. Zhao Fengtian from the Daikyu kingdom was also very powerful and had a very bad temper. He was not very strong, only around 7 stars. However, everyone had to give him face. No one dared to do anything to Zhao Fengtian. Everyone knew that the people of the Daikyu kingdom were very narrow-minded. Anyone who offended them would basically be uprooted. Therefore, everyone in the circle would try not to offend them if they could. Of course, the Daikyu kingdom would not be so stupid as to offend people everywhere. Of course, this was nothing to a young man like Zhao Fengtian. Zhao Fengtian's gaze had been fixed on Lin Fan the entire time, and had never left him. In his opinion, Lin Fan was doing it on purpose. Those 2 Empyrean god puppets were too tempting. The others also recognized that they were Empyrean god puppets. The more they did this, the more uncomfortable they felt. Where did this kid come from? He actually had Empyrean god puppets. This thought was quickly put to the back of their minds because divine weapons and treasures would appear from time to time. They had to take these divine weapons and treasures fiercely. If they missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to get these divine weapons and treasures. Therefore, all of their thoughts were on this. The 2 8-star cultivators at the front naturally took the most, while the people at the back naturally took the least. Lin Fei's position could be said to be the one with the least number of treasures. Not a single one. This was because they directly divided the treasures and did not give Lin Fei any chance at all. Although they would not attack Lin Fei, they would not let Lin Fei have the chance to get these treasures either. Taoist Lin, the situation is not right if this goes on. These people are not giving us any chance at all to take the treasures. Immortal Kumu transmitted his voice over. He was quite helpless. This was because any one of these people was more capable than him, and their backgrounds were much more powerful. His only hope was fellow Taoist Lin. After all, Lin Fei was quite domineering and unfathomable, able to capture even an Empyrean god golem. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It could also be seen that some of these divine weapons and treasures were indeed quite good. If his reincarnation primordial spirit could obtain such a divine weapon, its combat power would increase greatly. We really have to think of a way. They won't attack us because they haven't seen through us. However, they definitely won't let us snatch these treasures. Lin Fei, of course, knew what was going on. These people were really narrow-minded. After all, they were all in the same circle. This was understandable. Since they were in the same circle, they would never give outsiders a chance to snatch the treasures. However, to snatch those treasures from their hands is truly too difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Immortal Kumu really couldn't think of any other way. Lin Fei was also pondering. Whoosh! Another torrent of water came. This time, the power of the flood seemed to have increased quite a bit compared to before. It was quite astonishing. This time, there were many treasures as well. There were actually more than 10 of them. This time, everyone was exceptionally spirited. They all used their own methods. And right at this moment, the 2 Empyrean god golems in front of Lin Fei flew in. Just now, Lin Fei had been pondering how he could seize the treasures. After pondering for some time, he felt that he would only have a chance when the flood came out. This was when the power was at its greatest. These people didn't dare to enter the flood because they couldn't withstand it at all. But the Empyrean god golems were different. Lin Fei hadn't been able to imagine this before. But afterwards, he was certain that the Empyrean god golems could withstand this power. After all, these were golems produced by the Tenjin Temple. Most likely this was the effect. Lin Fei was prepared to give it a try. Whoosh! The Empyrean god golems entered. As soon as they entered, they didn't feel any of the power wash over them. Lin Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart. The heavens really are on my side. My method really is effective. The 2 Empyrean god golems charged straight in. As soon as they charged in, the power passed through their bodies, allowing them to seize the treasures. They stared at one of the mirrors. This seemed to be an 8 trigrams mirror, but it seemed to be quite high grade. The 2 Empyrean god golems charged in. Zhao Fenshen had his eyes on this item as well. When Zhao Fenshen saw the 2 Empyrean god golems charge out, his face instantly changed. Bastard, you dare take what belongs to me? He attacked once more. However, as soon as his techniques entered the flood, a large portion of them were lost, while the rest were intercepted by the Empyrean god golems. Thus, the first 8 trigrams mirror flew over. It successfully landed in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei casually collected it, then followed the 2 Empyrean god golems to the next treasure. Such a fast speed also caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. They truly had no idea that Empyrean god golems could be used in this manner. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. They had to seize the Empyrean god golems. If they didn't, they would be in deep trouble. Perhaps the majority of the treasures here would end up in this fellow's hands. Right now, all they could do was feel envy. They had spent countless trials and tribulations in order to find a spot here, but acquiring these treasures would be rather difficult. They didn't expect that this young man named Lin Fei would be able to do it so easily. It truly left them speechless. How could there be a fellow like this? Lin Fei, you dare? Those are ours. Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. The other 2 figures on the platforms all glared angrily at him. By now, the Empyrean god golems had already returned with 2 treasures. These 2 treasures landed in Lin Fei's hands. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared completely. The nearby True Lord Kumu watched as well, blinking. He had acquired 3 treasures just like that. This was a bit too fast. Only, when faced with the 3 figures on the platforms, True Lord Kumu couldn't help but secretly sigh. It seemed as though he had offended someone again. Fellow Taoist Lin is so mighty and domineering. He truly was in awe of this sort of ability. In fact, this was the first time he had ever heard of an Empyrean god golem having such an ability. Chapter 5091. In this round, 3 of the treasures had been taken by Lin Fei. Naturally, they didn't wish for Lin Fei to take away any of their treasures. Thus, they were all extremely vigilant. Never would they have imagined that they would actually have to use an Empyrean god golem. This Empyrean god golem was fairly powerful. As soon as it appeared, it made them feel helpless. Their Empyrean god golem wasn't affected at all. In fact, it was even easier for them to use it. All of their techniques were suppressed, causing them to instantly lose 3 treasures. In the blink of an eye, this round was over. Everyone's gazes fell upon Lin Fei. This sort of fellow definitely couldn't be allowed to remain here. Otherwise, quite a few of the treasures would have been taken away by this fellow. But this person was a stranger to them, and they had no idea where he had come from. Zhao Fenshen's gaze was murderous. They had lost a treasure. Lin Fei, hurry up and hand over our treasures. You don't deserve them. The same goes for this Empyrean god golem. Don't blame us for attacking. You aren't qualified to be here. The people on the 3 platforms all stared at Lin Fei, as though as long as Lin Fei said the word no, they would immediately attack. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He had been prepared for this long ago. If you want my Empyrean God Golem and my treasures, then go ahead and attack. If worst comes to worst, I'll take you down with me. Are you afraid or not? Lin Fei began to laugh. I heard that the self-detonation of this Empyrean God Golem is extremely powerful. I just don't know if you people will be able to withstand it. In any case, it doesn't matter if one of me dies. If I can drag everyone down with me, I'll naturally be very happy. At least we'll have companions on the road. Lin Fei's words instantly caused the faces of everyone present to change. The Empyrean God Golem wasn't any other golem. They could tell just now that it was definitely different. If it really did self-detonate, not just anyone would be able to withstand it. This young man was going too far. Could it be that he really wanted to take them down with him? The looks on the faces of these 7-star experts had changed. They really didn't dare to take this risk. They wanted both the Empyrean God Golem and the treasure. Of course, the Empyrean God Golem was still the most important thing, but they naturally didn't want to see it end up in mutual destruction. If there was another way, they would naturally be more than happy to do it. In this way, the gazes of several people on the round tables immediately fell on the first 2 round tables. This was because there were 2 8-star experts there, and those 2 were naturally the most powerful ones. If they were to act, they would naturally be able to take down the Empyrean God Golem. The 2 8-star powerhouses also looked over. Their gazes fell on Lin Fei. After exchanging glances, one of them smiled. I'm not interested in this. Naturally, they all knew about this person who had no interest. In the circle, he was only interested in finding all kinds of mystic realms to increase his strength. As for the other things, it really wasn't worth paying attention to. The other 8-star was different. There was a tinge of greed on his clean-nosed face. Earlier, he had recognized the Empyrean God Golem, but he guessed that it would only be of average use. But now, things were different. This thing would give him an enormous advantage when fighting over divine weapons and treasures. Do you know who I am? I am Patriarch Firecloud. I am interested in your Empyrean God Golem. Hand it over, and I will let you leave this place safely. This is my promise to you. Now that Patriarch Firecloud had spoken, the others fell silent. After all, Patriarch Firecloud was an 8-star expert, extremely powerful. If he attacked, this fellow, Lin Fei, wouldn't be able to take him at all. True Lord Kumu had been so frightened that he was shaking. Finally, the 8-star expert had arrived. A single glance caused him to panic, and he didn't dare to meet his gaze at all. But Lin Fei was all smiles. So it is Senior Patriarch Firecloud. You are planning to rely on your power to bully a junior like me. If you want to take my Empyrean God Golem, come at me. I'll immediately blow it up. Lin Fei didn't know how powerful the explosion of the Empyrean God Golem would be, but these people definitely wouldn't be able to easily take it. Even this 8-star expert, Patriarch Firecloud, was the same. Most likely, he knew better than anyone else that this Empyrean God Golem would most likely have an advantage when fighting over divine weapons and treasures. As for whether or not it would be able to withstand the explosion, this fellow probably didn't dare guarantee it. Patriarch Firecloud's face instantly turned ugly to behold. You really are quite bold, fellow. Then let's see if you have the confidence to blow up the Empyrean God Golem. A hand stretched out. As soon as this hand appeared, Lin Fei instantly felt as though he had fallen into a different void. This was an extremely marvelous technique. Lin Fei knew that this should be a spatial technique. It was fairly powerful. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. Right now, I can give you one more chance. Hand over the Empyrean God Golem. Otherwise, you will immediately regret it. Within this chaotic space, Lin Fei seemed to have lost all connection with his surroundings. In fact, he even felt as though he had lost control of the Empyrean God Golem. However, he knew that this was most likely a misconception. This was the power of an 8-star expert. If you have the ability, then destroy me first. Otherwise, you won't be able to take this Empyrean God Golem. Don't think that I won't know just because you used a spatial technique. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. One punch after another exploded forth, and then a hint of disturbance appeared in the void. An enormous finger stabbed out, causing the entire void to tremble. An enormous black hole instantly appeared, and then one samsara primal soul after another walked out as well, instantly forming a grand reincarnation formation. Isn't this just the technique of an 8-star expert? Today, I'll test out this technique and see what it is like. Is it as powerful as I imagined it to be? I hope you won't disappoint me. Patriarch Firecloud did indeed attack. He used his own methods right from the start. He was determined to win. However, what happened next caused his pupils to instantly shrink. He saw 10 primal souls walk out from behind him. These 10 primal souls gave off a terrifying aura, and he immediately recognized them. This was the legendary Samsara primal soul. This was the strongest technique of the Samsara Emperor in the past. The moment this formation appeared, it could suppress one's technique and strength. Not to mention that the black hole behind him could actually absorb attacks. There was even a dangerous aura within the black hole. Where did this fellow come from? Chapter 5092. Many people were elated by Patriarch Firecloud's move. At the very least, this young man couldn't take it at all. Even Zhao Fenshen was the same. He almost clapped his hands and cheered. Who asked you to be cocky and put on airs? Great, now everything will be snatched away by others. They didn't say a word and just watched this guy get killed by Patriarch Firecloud. But after Patriarch Firecloud made his move, they felt a little different. They vaguely felt that this guy named Lin Fei didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, he withstood the attack. The one who saw it the clearest was the other 8-star powerhouse, the Divine Lord Observing Moon. He was a little surprised. His eyes could see through the outer layer. He could see directly inside. Naturally, he saw the 10 essence souls. As soon as he saw the 10 essence souls, he knew what kind of essence souls they were. That was the famous reincarnation primordial spirit. Most importantly, 10 reincarnation primordial spirits could cast the reincarnation grand array. They could suppress one's strength in an instant. Not to mention that there was a black hole behind this young man. This black hole also contained a dangerous aura. He knew he had made a mistake. He didn't expect this kid to be so powerful and cultivate the reincarnation essence soul. Moreover, there were 10 reincarnation essence souls. Since when did such a powerful prodigy appear? The Divine Lord Observing Moon naturally knew how powerful the reincarnation emperor was. Back then, he was considered to be at the top level. It was a pity that he didn't make a breakthrough. However, no one dared to look down on his reincarnation array. However, it was very difficult to cultivate the reincarnation array. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cross the threshold. Even the more powerful ones had only managed to cultivate 7 or 8 primordial souls with great difficulty. Now that there was someone who cultivated 10 essence souls and cast the reincarnation array, things were different. This time, Patriarch Firecloud was probably going to suffer a little. Fortunately, his technique wasn't on the surface but in the depths. Therefore, everyone couldn't see it clearly. If it wasn't for that, they would have been scared out of their wits. How about it, Patriarch Firecloud? My means are pretty good, right? If you have the ability, then continue. I can hold on. Besides, I still have some big moves that I haven't used yet. If you want to have a taste, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. Once the reincarnation array was activated, the power of the array was reduced. Not to mention the black hole behind him. That way, when the attack landed on Lin Fei's body, he would naturally be able to withstand it. Compared to before, the current Lin Fei's strength was indeed very different. At the very least, if the 8-star Fire Cloud ancestor wanted to make a move, it wouldn't be easy to suppress him unless he went all out. In that case, Lin Fei indeed wouldn't be able to endure it. However, as long as he brought out his means, he didn't believe that Ancestor Fire Cloud wouldn't think twice. In fact, Ancestor Fire Cloud did sense an extraordinary aura from Lin Fei. There was the reincarnation primordial spirit and the black hole. Most importantly, he had cultivated 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. If his strength continued to increase, the reincarnation matrix would be activated. In the same realm, there was almost no one who could match him. Such a person instantly made his scalp tingle. He knew that there was already someone standing behind this guy, who was at least an 8-star expert. If he was unlucky, it was highly possible that he was a 9 stars expert. This wasn't a good thing. With this comparison, Ancestor Fire Cloud regretted making a move. Why did he make a move so rashly? Youngsters nowadays are really too hot-tempered. Wasn't this a trap for experts like them? It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this realm. If they offended an 8 stars and then a 9 stars, it would be a little terrible. One look and he knew that this guy was definitely someone's personal disciple. All of them had such means, but he had never heard of such means. Actually, I just wanted to see how strong you are. This is called no discord, no concord. You youngsters are getting stronger and stronger. We are all old. Ancestor Fire Cloud laughed dryly and retracted his hand. In his opinion, there was no need for him to make another move. Who knew what trump cards this guy had? It was better to get someone else to deal with this big rock. He didn't have the capability. Lin Fei knew that this would happen. However, he didn't intend to fight tit for tat. After all, this guy was an 8 stars. He had already tested him. His reincarnation array, the black hole, and his physical body could indeed withstand the power. Of course, as time went on, it would naturally be strenuous for him to attack more. This was the best outcome. I also think that we did it by accident. After all, it's normal to snatch something. It's just that some people sowing discord isn't a good thing. Don't you think so? Ancestor Fire Cloud knew what was going on the moment he heard this. This guy, Lin Fei, probably had designs on Zhao Fenshin. Zhao Fenshin was from Daikyu country, which was also a first-rate force. Although Ancestor Fire Cloud wasn't afraid of him, he was naturally unhappy to get into such trouble. I won't get involved in such matters. You can deal with it however you want. The conversation between the two ended in an instant. Everyone outside was watching. In the blink of an eye, they saw the scene return to normal. Then they saw the young man on the round platform, Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. He was all smiles. Sorry, I made everyone happy for nothing. These words weren't pleasant to hear. They couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be destroyed by Ancestor Fire Cloud. Then he would snatch away his Empyrean god puppet. However, the scene in front of them left them in disbelief. How could this be? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Zhao Fenshin's eyes were about to pop out. That was Ancestor Fire Cloud. An 8-star expert. They were the two most powerful 8 stars on the round platform. One of them, Divine Master Moonwatch, didn't make a move. Only Ancestor Fire Cloud would. Now, even Ancestor Fire Cloud couldn't capture him? Or did this guy have some trump card? Other than this explanation, it was really hard to believe. Immortal Kumu, who had been standing at the side, also heaved a long sigh of relief. Taoist Lin was amazing. He was actually safe and sound after fighting with Ancestor Fire Cloud. He was sure that they had fought just now, and his methods were very fierce. However, Lin Fei's methods were even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was even happier in his heart. It seemed that he had gotten to know a super promising person. Chapter 5093. The current situation was indeed quite surprising to everyone. They thought that this guy was dead for sure, but something unexpected happened. No one knew why Patriarch Hui Yun didn't make a move. Did this guy have a trump card? Hence, everyone had a strange look on their faces. They weren't as arrogant as they were at the beginning and were pondering. You've suffered a loss. An 8-star powerhouse actually suffered a loss in the hands of a young guy. This guy is quite strange. The Divine Lord Observing Moon transmitted his voice with a smile. Patriarch Hui Yun smiled bitterly. Who knows? This guy is indeed strange. He actually cultivated the reincarnation array. I wonder what's the relationship between him and the reincarnation emperor. Also, this black hole can absorb attacks. This guy's physical body is exceptionally tough. Damn it. When did such a powerful elite appear? If it was any other time, it would be fine. However, it happened at this time. It was really unbelievable. Anyway, this guy is very strange. Let's just snatch our own things. Anyway, we won't lose anything. If Patriarch Hui Yun was given another chance, he wouldn't do anything to this guy named Lin Fei. There was no need for that. This guy was a nemesis. It was better not to offend such a person. Otherwise, he would suffer. He could tell. If this guy was a little stronger, he would be invincible in the same realm. Because he couldn't exert the full power of the primordial spirit array for the time being. However, it could reduce the power of his means to a certain extent. I've had a feeling since a long time ago that some powerful fellows have emerged in this generation of our cosmos. Each and every one of them is very powerful. Wasn't there an 8-star expert killed by a 7-star junior not long ago? It's really scary. The Divine Lord Observing Moon spoke again. He indeed felt it, especially after seeing it with his own eyes today. He felt that this young man was indeed very different and very powerful. It was really not good to offend such a person. Patriarch Hui Yun also nodded. Yes, such a person does have a certain amount of luck. We still have to be careful. Both of them were 8 stars and were naturally very powerful. However, they were exceptionally well informed. Naturally, he knew some of the things that had happened in this circle, including some powerful children of Providence. These fellows were all very powerful. They were able to crush experts of the same generation even though they were only in the first realm. No one would believe it even if it was said, but from time to time, news would come out. Everyone had no choice but to take it seriously. The 2 8-star cultivators did not make any further moves. This was because in the process of snatching the Dharma treasures, neither of them made a sound. It was useless to say anything. They couldn't compete with this young guy at all. This young fellow relied on those 2 Empyrean god golems to attack from time to time. He truly made them feel helpless. If they wanted to take action, even Patriarch Fire Cloud could not do so, much less them. If a fight really broke out and he was killed here, he would really become a laughing stock. Everyone remained silent. Lin Fei thought that they would make a move, but it turned out that they were happy for nothing. Instead, they were snatching more and more items. Immortal Kumu was overjoyed to see so many treasures. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ding! Sign-in successful. Received 3 heavenly god puppets. On this day, finally, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. He obtained another Empyrean god puppet. Previously, he obtained 2 Empyrean god puppets. Now, in the blink of an eye, he obtained 3 more. There were already 5 innate god puppets. Previously, the 2 Empyrean god puppets still made Lin Fei feel a little unhappy. When snatching these treasures, there was still some pressure. Now that there were 5 of them, it was completely different. This reward was really worth it. If these people knew about it, they would probably cry until they fainted in the toilet. No matter what, Lin Fei had already decided to take out the other 3. Another round of treasures came out, but this time, there weren't many treasures, only 4 in total. It was a very normal thing to do here. But just as they made their move, they saw a figure flying in. It locked onto a treasure. The Empyrean god puppet's hand moved, causing their expressions to change. Especially Divine Lord Moonwatch and Ancestor Fire Cloud. They looked at each other in disbelief. They thought that Lin Fei had already used up all his trump cards, but now, it seemed that he hadn't. He took out 5 Empyrean god puppets at once. It turned out that he had hidden 3 before. This guy was too scary. He was definitely a son of Providence. Zhao Fenshin and the others were so angry that their eyeballs almost fell out. This was a rare treasure, but now, it was actually joined together by 5 Empyrean god puppets. It was snatched away. Zhao Fenshin didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. Even 2 8-stars were indifferent. If it were him, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Hence, he could only watch helplessly. At first, I thought that this kid only has this much, but it seems that I've underestimated him. Fortunately, you and I are both 8 stars. Otherwise, we would really have gained less from this trip. Ancestor Fire Cloud didn't want to offend Lin Fei. It was completely meaningless. Who knew how many more Empyrean god puppets this fellow had? Empyrean god puppets were invulnerable and extremely powerful. These 5 alone were enough to make a 7-star expert feel uncomfortable. Even an 8-star expert wouldn't be able to break through their blockade in a short period of time. This was the power of Empyrean god puppets. Divine Lord Moonwatch sent a mental message as well. This fellow really is too strange. The two of us really aren't easy to deal with. The two of them weren't greedy. They had gained some treasures. Now that this fellow had come, they would naturally be able to gain some treasures as well. But the others would be completely stupefied. This was because the chances of them getting the treasures were getting lower and lower. In reality, this really was the case. After the 5 Empyrean god puppets appeared, one treasure after another was collected by Lin Fei. The others could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei knew how to do things. He gave 2 treasures to the 2 8-star experts. As for the others, they would have a miserable time fighting over the treasures. They wouldn't be able to get anything good at all. Of course, if there was no comparison, there would be no harm. 8 stars would be able to get them. 7 stars wouldn't stand a chance. And Zhao Fenshin and the others behind them would have to suffer unspeakably. Their eyes were filled with hatred as well. But of course, they quickly retracted it. No one knew better than them that at a time like this, it was best not to get angry. Chapter 5094. The 5 Empyrean god puppets helped Lin Fei immensely. The number of treasures he obtained increased. At the very least, every treasure had some power. He used them on his primordial spirits. This way, Lin Fei's reincarnated primordial spirits had treasures. This made things very different. If it was just one treasure, it would have been fine. But the 10 reincarnated primordial spirits all had 10 treasures, and their strength increased immediately. The others might not have understood, but Patriarch Firecloud and Lord Moonwatch could see it clearly. Just like that, he stayed here for about half a month. Everyone was teleported out by a force. The place was closed. Everyone was unwilling because they didn't get much. Most of the treasures were taken by Lin Fei. Patriarch Firecloud and Lord Moonwatch glanced at Lin Fei, then left without saying anything. They didn't plan to attack. After they left, the remaining people looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and then left without saying a word. After all, Lin Fei was still quite mysterious to them. At this moment, none of them dared to be cannon fodder. Zhao Fenshin gritted his teeth and left. He didn't have the guts to attack, but as soon as he left, someone attacked. A reincarnation great array instantly enveloped them. Zhao Fenshin's strength was instantly reduced by 30%. Then, 10 reincarnated primordial spirits came crashing down. Zhao Fenshin and the others were in a sorry state. All of their faces turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they finally understood what was going on. He had cultivated a primordial spirit. He was a primordial spirit expert. And he had cultivated 10 primordial spirits. It was one thing to cultivate 10 primordial spirits, but the primordial spirits could form a formation. The formation instantly reduced his strength by 30%. Lin Fei, don't you dare. I'm from the Daikyu Kingdom. If you dare touch a hair on my head, you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 more Empyrean god puppets appeared. The 5 Empyrean god golems immediately followed me. Zhao Fenshin's forces had been reduced by 30% to begin with, and now that they had encountered the Empyrean god golem, the forces which Zhao Fenshin had brought with him were instantly slaughtered. He was the only one left. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Aren't you from the Daikyu Kingdom? Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I'm sorry about your subordinates. Now, I'll let you be alone. I don't know if you're satisfied with that. Satisfied my ass. How could Zhao Fenshin be happy? But in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. It was only because he was a citizen of the Daikyu Kingdom that he managed to survive. If it wasn't for the Daikyu Kingdom, he couldn't imagine what would have happened to him. This guy was really too much. The 5 Empyrean god golems attacked as well, each blow causing his hair to stand on end. In less than a dozen breaths, Zhao Fenshin could no longer hold on. Wait, don't attack again. If you attack again, I'll definitely die. I admit that you're stronger than me. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Zhao Fenshin had quite a temper. But of course, at a time like this, he had no choice but to restrain it. If he didn't restrain it, who knew what would happen to him? He lowered his noble head. This guy was simply too bizarre. He had a nascent divinity like this, and was able to set up a formation that was able to reduce Zhao Fenshin's power by 30%. This was the stuff of nightmares. He actually had no idea what sort of technique this was. He had never seen a nascent divinity like this before. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It's not impossible for me to let you go, but only if you hand over everything you have on you. It's that simple. If you don't want to hand it over, then I'll take it myself. You'll suffer a lot, but right now, you'll suffer a bit less. In a place like this, I'll leave a treasure for you. That way, at least you won't be destroyed by others. What do you say? Zhao Fenshen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this guy be so shameless? He was actually going to take away all of his treasures? You dare! The 5 Empyrean god golems rumbled towards him. Their attacks were even more ferocious than before. His body was slashed repeatedly, and he was riddled with wounds. His vitality was greatly damaged. Wait. I'll give it to you, all right? Hurry up and make your Empyrean god golem stop. Hurry up and make it stop. The attacks were even more powerful than before. Naturally, he couldn't take it. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he had to lower his head and beg for mercy. Zhao Fenshen was quite tactful. After all, there was no one else here. All of the people he had brought with him had been completely wiped out. If he didn't lower his head now, what else could he do? In the faraway void, the 2 8 stars were watching this scene. I knew that kid was a bold one. I didn't think that he would actually dare to make a move against Zhao Fenshen. Not only did he kill off the people around him, he even took away all of his belongings. Without his treasures, that kid is going to suffer here. That's right. The 2 of them hadn't moved too far away. Naturally, they knew that the cause of this was most likely Zhao Fenshen. He wasn't a good person here either. However, they didn't expect that Lin Fei would really dare to act. Moreover, he was so ruthless. First, he beat this guy up. Moreover, his methods were quite fierce. After beating him up, he took away all of his treasures. Luckily, the 2 of them didn't have any other thoughts. With the reincarnation formation, the Empyrean god golem, the black hole, and his powerful physical body, even an 8-star would have a headache. That's right. If you hand over the treasures, you won't suffer. If you don't hand over the treasures, you'll suffer. It's just that simple. In the end, Zhao Fenshen still handed over the treasures. These treasures came one after another. In the end, there was only one treasure left. When he saw this treasure, he cried. This was a defensive treasure. This meant that he didn't have any offensive treasures. He didn't even have any divine weapons. Just like that, he ran away dejectedly. He didn't dare to show any anger. He only heaved a sigh of relief after running very far away. His gaze was filled with hatred. If he were to be resentful now, he wouldn't be Zhao Fenshen. Zhao Fenshen, to think that you would have such a day. Have a taste of our skills first. Swoosh. 2 silhouettes charged out. Zhao Fenshen's resentful expression turned into fear. He turned around and ran. He didn't dare to stop at all. He didn't expect that another guy would appear. He was really lucky. Previously, he wasn't afraid. Now that 2 people had appeared, things were different. He didn't have any treasures and he was injured. What else could he do other than run? Chapter 5095. After obtaining such a batch of treasures from them, Lin Fei really gained a lot. Especially Zhao Fenshen. He had a lot of things on hand, but he had no choice but to hand them over and leave dejectedly. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel that someone was targeting that guy. As for what the result would be, it was easy to imagine. He would definitely suffer greatly. This suffering was not something that anyone could endure. If he was unlucky, he might even be killed. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei at all. Fellow Taoist Lin, you /re still the best. You easily took care of this guy. This guy has a stomach full of anger. Whether he can leave this place alive or not depends on his luck. True Lord Kumu naturally didn't /T like this Zhao Fenshen. This guy wasn't /T a good person. This time he was really dealt with. So what if you /re from a first-rate faction? You still suffered a lot. Even if you /re from a first-rate faction, you still suffered a lot. At the very least, they didn't /T have the intention to make a move. Zhao Fenshen actually dare to make a move? I really don't /T know who gave you the guts to do so. It /s a pity that he /s from a first-rate faction. Otherwise, I would have killed him long ago. But now he has to suffer a little too. Lin Fei laughed and no longer paid attention to it. We he gone to a library. Where else should we go next? Let /s hurry up and visit them while we still have time. He had already signed in 5 Empyrean god puppets here. Lin Fei naturally hoped to sign in elsewhere. Even if he went to every place once, he would be able to sign in a lot of things. True Lord Kumu also became especially serious. I don't /t think the other places are too suitable for fellow Taoist Lin. There /s still one place we can go. Let /s give it a try. I didn't /t dare to think about it before, but now, I feel that I should have a certain degree of confidence. That /s the place of inheritance of the Empyrean god. Lin Fei had never heard of this place before. But after hearing the words /inheritance he knew that this place was completely different. This place was most likely quite important. Before Lin Fei could ask, Immortal Kumu had already said it. This Empyrean inheritance ground is a very special place. I heard that this place contains special methods. As long as one has a certain amount of strength, they can go there to inherit some methods. The divine abilities are even more direct than here. Of course, Lin Fei liked such a place. To him, it didn't matter if he didn't go to this place. As long as he could sign in nearby, that was enough. Hence, he headed in the direction of the heavenly god's inheritance ground. However, this place was more difficult than Lin Fei had imagined. The road ahead was not easy to walk on. Lin Fei could even sense powerful auras coming towards this place. Needless to say, this should be the most bustling place and there would probably be a lot of experts. During this period they also met some people, but when these people saw Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu, they didn't pay much attention and directly passed by. However, his eyes were filled with coldness. Of course, it was more of a mockery. Alright, can /ti go to the inheritance ground just because my realm is low? Lin Fei seemed to understand why Immortal Kumu said that from the beginning. If one /s strength wasn't /t high enough, they really couldn't /t go. It was such a simple thing. Now that he had strength, things were naturally different. At the very least, even if Lin Fei encountered an 8-star powerhouse now, he could still hold his ground. And if an 8-star powerhouse really wanted to fight, then Lin Fei wouldn't /t mind having a good fight with him. He would see who would suffer in the end. The one who would suffer in the end would definitely not be him. Lin Fei was quite certain in his heart. In front of us is the Empyrean inheritance ground, the most special place in the entire Tenjin Temple. If it weren't /t for your strength, I wouldn't /t dare to come here. I heard that people don't /t even dare to approach this place. Once they get close, they will be chased away. Chased away? Lin Fei frowned slightly. With a loud bang, a palm print appeared in front of him. Don /t approach, kill without mercy. Just a few large words appeared. It was unknown who had left this behind, but it was indeed filled with a certain degree of deterrence. However, in Lin Fei /s opinion, such a method was only used to scare people. Since he was here, he definitely had to go in and take a look. It was the same outside, at least he could still sign in and get some things. This big palm did indeed stay in the void. In other words, this layer contained the power of the void and space. It was very powerful. Those who were afraid naturally left, and those who weren't /t afraid naturally continued forward. Lin Fei was the kind of person who wasn't /t afraid, and Immortal Kumu had obtained a few treasures, so he was naturally very happy. He wanted to follow behind Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Empyrean inheritance ground. There was no palace here, only a huge whirlpool. This whirlpool was the largest whirlpool Lin Fei had ever seen. It spanned millions of miles. It was really terrifying. Once one got close to the whirlpool, a trace of power would be drawn over, wanting to pull people over. Lin Fei struggled and passed it. He knew that this pulling force wouldn't /t let him go to the whirlpool to reap benefits. Instead, it would drag him inside and directly kill him. He didn't See the figures standing in those whirlpools. This is the land of inheritance. It spans millions of miles. I heard that one can obtain some inheritances here, but I don't know the specifics of the inheritance because no one can enter the innermost area. Immortal Kumu knew quite a lot of things. Lin Fei looked over and indeed felt it. There were indeed figures standing in the middle of the whirlpool. These whirlpools became stronger from the outside to the inside. At the innermost area, there was a faint aura of a 7-star powerhouse. Most of them should be around 8 stars. Of course, it was unknown if there were any peak ones among them. When Lin Fei and the others arrived at the outer area, many pairs of eyes glanced at the two of them, and then they looked away. They finally understood why Immortal Kumu didn't dare to come here. This was really not a place that anyone could come to. It's okay to be in the outermost circle, but not in the innermost circle. A hoarse voice floated over. It was filled with incomparable determination and, of course, deterrence. This was at least the voice of an 8-star powerhouse. This was a very good proof. If you wanted to die, you could go and give it a try. He would definitely kill you easily. Chapter 5096. That should be their warning. This is the world of 8-star experts. Although the library is not bad, there aren't many good things. Therefore they won't go there. Perfected Lord Kumu obviously knew a lot more. The voice just now naturally shocked him. When he saw Lin Fei next to him, it was a little different. He thought more highly of Lin Fei than anyone else. In the future, Lin Fei would definitely become an expert. He would definitely become a top-notch existence among the young people, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. He was glad that he knew such a powerful guy. Therefore, he told him everything he knew. There were indeed many 8 stars in this place. Lin Fei could feel it too. There were strong and weak 8 stars among them. In fact, he could even sense 2 familiar auras among them. One belonged to Patriarch Fire Cloud, and the other belonged to the Divine Master Observing Moon. Both of them were 8 stars. Of course, they were not considered very strong here. They could only be considered average. Suddenly, one of the figures came toward Lin Fei. He was getting closer and closer. Then, Patriarch Fire Cloud appeared. I didn't expect you to be here too. It seems that you want to try your luck. If you have the guts, come with me. Patriarch Fire Cloud turned around and left after saying that. Perfected Lord Kumu was very surprised by his words. The situation was a little different from what he had imagined. He didn't expect Patriarch Fire Cloud to come in person. Lin Fei followed him. He was naturally bold, so he could naturally see it as well. Although the Fire Cloud ancestor's words were cold, one could more or less tell that it was the case. This time, Patriarch Fire Cloud was prepared to resolve the conflict left by the previous fight. He was quite clear about this. Since he had taken the initiative to come over, Lin Fei definitely had to give him face. He was not afraid that Patriarch Fire Cloud would call other people over. If he called other people over, he could leave calmly. His reincarnation spirit was not a joke. Once the reincarnation spirit exploded, it would be extremely powerful. Therefore, as long as one was smart, he would know what to do. Just like that, they followed Lin Fei all the way here, although some of their gazes swept over Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, he came to the innermost part of the whirlpool. Of course, there were also figures around. Some of these figures were old and some were young. Without guessing, this was indeed the land of inheritance. Only the younger generation could come here to inherit. As for Patriarch Fire Cloud and Divine Lord Observant, they were not standing at the front. It could be said that they were standing at the back. Of course, this was because they were 8 stars. If not for being 8 stars, they wouldn't be qualified to stand here. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the Legacy Land in my lifetime. The Legacy Land is right in front of us. Do you see that circular platform in the innermost part? I heard that as long as you can stay there for a certain amount of time, you will be able to obtain a certain amount of inheritance. Some of these inheritances are powerful, while others are ordinary. Perfected Lord Kumu's expression changed. He knew a lot and didn't expect to come here to see this. It was really beyond his imagination. Actually, even if Perfected Lord Kumu didn't say it, Lin Fei could see it. The round platform in front of them was indeed very mysterious. Although it was protruding from the ground, not everyone could stand on it. At this moment, a figure passed by. It was a young figure. As soon as the young man's figure landed on the ground, he instantly unleashed all kinds of supernatural powers. He landed steadily on the ground, and there were some sighs coming from the surroundings. "Kid, aren't you very powerful? This is the inheritance platform. As long as you have the strength, you can go up there and compete. However, those who are able to come here are the most powerful kind of geniuses. They are at least second-rate forces, and most of them are first-rate forces. Some are even peak forces." This was the voice of perfected Lord Kumu. His voice was much better than Ancestor Firecloud's. Ancestor Firecloud and perfected Lord Kumu were actually quite smart. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. Initially, they thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come here. If he didn't come here, it naturally had nothing to do with them. However, it was completely different here. At the very least, it was an opportunity for them to get in touch with him. Such a son of destiny was destined to perform on this big stage in the future. Therefore, if they could get in touch with him now, it would definitely be beneficial. That was why Ancestor Fire Cloud brought him here. Only 8-star powerhouses were qualified to bring people here. An ordinary 8-star could only bring 2 people here, but some powerful people could bring more people here. This was a tacit rule among 8-star powerhouses. After all, to 8-star powerhouses, the inheritance here might be of some help to them. It wasn't as big as the inheritance of young people. This was the conclusion of generations. The people competing on the circular platform were all young people. As soon as perfected Lord Kumu's voice sounded, some figures rushed towards the source of the voice and began a vigorous battle. Even Lin Fei's eyes were shining. These were indeed some powerful people. All of them could erupt with 5-star or 6-star strength. Although he had encountered many opportunities and even obtained lots, he didn't seem to have much of an advantage compared to them. This was just what Lin Fei thought. But in fact, if they were to fight, Lin Fei had a much greater advantage than them. After observing for a while, he could often discover some things. The few of them kept fighting until the last person had a certain level of strength to withstand the attacks. These people had to fight to stabilize their position, and this position could only be fully recognized if they could hold on for 30 minutes. Therefore, not everyone could stand on their own. It was no wonder that perfected Lord Kumu said so. After all, this place was considered a real test of strength. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to sign in here, perhaps the reward he would receive would be extraordinary. At the very least, once he activated the reincarnation primordial spirit, he would be able to suppress the other party's strength. Even if he didn't use the reincarnation primordial spirit, he could still use the heavenly god puppet to block the other party. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly sense. However, he decided to take a look first. After all, the situation wasn't very clear. The surrounding forces were either first-rate or top-tier forces. Therefore, he had to think about it first. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5097. After this idea popped up, it became extremely firm. At the very least, for Lin Fei, as long as he could sign in this place, he should be able to get something good. Just look at the 8 stars around him. If it weren't for Ancestor Fire Cloud bringing him in, it would be quite difficult for him to come in. He would probably have to display his full strength. If that happened, he might be targeted by others. It might be difficult for him to reach the top of this round platform. But now, it was very easy for Lin Fei. As long as he went over now, he could easily land on this round platform. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He planned to observe the situation first. As long as there was no problem, he would naturally step onto this round platform. At that time, the other 8-star powerhouses wouldn't even make a move, even if they were at the peak. This way, Lin Fei would have a chance to sign in on it. Hence, he wasn't in a hurry. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Lin Fei could understand this saying very well. Just like that, the first round of battles was still very intense. From time to time, someone would go up. The person who just stood still would be chased down. Then, another person would go up. Wave after wave, it was a dazzling sight. That was until a young man with a huge shadow hovering behind him finally took on everyone's attacks. He had been standing steadily for half an hour. For many people, half an hour felt like a day passed like a year. But compared to the harvest, it was definitely very high. This is a young genius of the giant race. The giant phantom behind him is very powerful and can erupt with all kinds of magical abilities. At its strongest, it can erupt with 3 heads and 6 arms. The observing moon divine lord told Lin Fei from time to time. In a short period of time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of these geniuses. They were indeed quite powerful. They were either first-rate forces or top forces. Of course, there were also some second-rate forces. Their overall strength was still very strong. The one on the far left is the strongest here, and the 2 on the right are ranked second and third. You'll have to be careful if you encounter them. Each of them has their own mystical techniques and protective treasures of their clans. They even have the legendary protectors. Even 8-star martial artists like us won't be a match for them. That was all. Lin Fei heard a lot of news. This information was quite useful to him. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to have a good understanding of the forces here. In particular, these people were all very strong. Not a single one of them was weak. Every single one of these people was quite powerful. However, these people had brought their juniors here to gain experience. A gigantic golden crow appeared in the air. It appeared on the young man's body, which shocked many people in the surroundings. That's a golden crow of flames. That's a powerful technique. I heard that once you completely master it, you'll be able to display a powerful flame ability and instantly burn the void to the 99th level. Many people cried out in surprise. They also recognized it. Lin Fei could also feel the power of the golden crow of flames. It was indeed very fierce. It could even burn the depths of the void. It was not something that could be compared to. It was no wonder that everyone liked to be on this level. You decide when to go in. You should know that the round platform here won't last for long. If you miss the opportunity, there won't be another one. God Lord Observant Moon began to speak to Lin Fei. After all, he had high hopes for Lin Fei. Especially when Lin Fei came here, no one noticed him at all. But they knew how powerful he was. They couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei smiled. There's no hurry. Let's watch for a few more rounds before taking action. Anyway, this place will last for at least 10 days to half a month. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Land of Inheritance. Lin Fei's words made the Divine Lord Observing Moon have a good impression of him. At the very least, this person was quite smart. He also knew that there was no hurry at this time and decided to watch everyone's moves first. Of course, the Divine Lord Observing Moon did not think that Lin Fei was preparing to sign in. It was naturally different when he signed in the next day. As for the other people's moves, he really did not take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. During this period, 2 geniuses went up. They successfully obtained the inheritance. One was a golden crow of flames. The other was an earth ultimate god. After the earth ultimate god was summoned, his entire person would enter a temporary state of invincible defense. Unless one was stronger than the earth ultimate god, one could not break the defense at all. It was considered a very powerful move. It would naturally be different if it was any other time. However, being able to summon the Hercules ultimate god at a critical moment was naturally particularly shocking. Chapter 5098. Finally, a new day had arrived. Lin Fei finally decided to make a move. After all, it was finally the new sign-in time. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It was better to make a move early. Just as he said, if he was unlucky and the round platform disappeared, it would be bad. The further he went, the more intense the competition would be. So now, as long as Lin Fei could sit on this spot, it would be for the best. Lin Fei directly rushed to the round platform. His speed was quite fast. Because the others had just moved, he had already gone up. Moreover, this round platform wasn't that easy to snatch. From time to time, some people would go up. Of course, some people wouldn't let you stay on it for half an hour. It was also possible that they wouldn't make a move in the first half. Only when it was almost half an hour would they attack fiercely. There were many such situations, so whether one could stand on this round platform or not naturally depended on a certain level of strength. Of course, there was also a certain strategy. As soon as Lin Fei landed on it, he instantly felt that the round platform was different. This round platform wasn't big, just a little wide, so if one wasn't careful, they could easily be knocked down. When he landed on it, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei could feel it more clearly than anyone else. This was the so-called observation. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of their observation. After all, Lin Fei had mastered a lot of skills. He was also a stranger, so it was quite difficult for them to know of Lin Fei's existence. So for Lin Fei, as long as he stood on it, he would naturally be able to receive the reward of signing in. For example, Lin Fei could actually sign in now, but he felt that it was still a little too early to do so. After half an hour, he would naturally be able to obtain a certain amount of inheritance by possessing this round platform. And if he signed in during the inheritance, perhaps the probability of him signing in here would suddenly increase. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire himself. He was smart to actually think of such a method. Such a method really wasn't something that anyone could think of. Now, it all depended on who would make a move. Fire Cloud Ancestor and Divine Lord Observant Moon were astonished. He really hadn't thought about it. Lin Fei moved so quickly and went up in an instant. Looks like they're preparing to compete. I wonder if this kid can hold on. Patriarch Fire Cloud sent a voice transmission over. I think there shouldn't be a problem. After all, his ability is not inferior to ours. Apart from his lower cultivation level, he also cultivated the primordial spirit array. You should know that the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely powerful back then. With the Reincarnation Array, he suppressed countless experts of the same generation. If they hadn't encountered this reincarnated primordial spirit, they wouldn't have recognized it immediately. With such methods, he was definitely a child of destiny. There must be a big shot behind him. After all, not everyone could cultivate this reincarnated primordial spirit. One step at a time. Others didn't know about this, but it wasn't a secret in the circle. They were all looking at Lin Fei. After Lin Fei ascended the round platform, many gazes immediately turned to him. However, they didn't recognize what Lin Fei was, and they seemed very unfamiliar with him. His cultivation level didn't seem very obvious. Thus, no one was in a rush. They would let him be smug for a while and relax. When the time came, they could chase him off. It had to be known that these geniuses could rest non-stop. Even if they lost, they could go back and rest for a while before continuing. When their luck was good, they would be able to stand on this round platform. This was a form of attrition warfare. Only with incomparable strength could one sit firmly in this position. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush at all. He knew that these people would definitely look down on him, but he didn't really care. Once they made their move, he would naturally use the reincarnated primordial spirit. With the reincarnated primordial spirit, things would be different. It was as if he could deal with all of them by himself. Not to mention, Lin Fei also had the rarer Empyrean God Golem. Once he appeared, he would make them feel the true meaning of pressure. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, in such a situation. A figure appeared. It was a young man, and he attacked with a spear in his hands. Streaks of light shot over like dragons. Lin Fei grabbed the saber in his hands, and it instantly transformed into rays of saber light, blocking all of the attacks. This spear user was quite amazing. With a whoosh, he changed locations and actually appeared behind Lin Fei. However, as soon as he appeared, a figure instantly chopped towards him. It was an Empyrean God Golem. An Empyrean God Golem instantly caught him off guard. This is the legendary Empyrean God Golem. Chapter 5099. The Empyrean God Golem appeared. Instantly, someone cried out in alarm. These 8-star powerhouses recognized it right away. This was the famous Empyrean God Golem. Only, they hadn't imagined that it would appear in the hands of a young man. Some of these people had acquired Empyrean god golems as well. These Empyrean god golems were quite effective. It was quite useful to keep it by his side for self-defense. Only, they hadn't expected that this young man would be so capable. He had an Empyrean god golem right off the bat. This wasn't something that just anyone could have. But of course, that saber blow of Lin Fei's had truly made everyone feel that something was different. At the very least, they knew that this young man's power was that of a close combat expert. Because the power of this saber blow was extremely great, it had instantly blocked the opponent. This was because the opponent's power was at the 7-star level. Although he wasn't that powerful, he was still quite formidable. This was because one step above him would be the 8-star expert, who could be considered one of the most supreme existences in this universe. No, it should be said that he was a second-rate expert. The supreme 9 stars, the ordinary 9 stars, and finally the 8 stars. They were all quite qualified. After the Empyrean god golem, a single person blocked the young man. No matter how he attacked, he wasn't able to break through. This Empyrean god golem. Swish. Another person came. This time, it was a long-range one. He actually had a great bow in his hands. One ray of light after another shot out. Each ray of light seemed to be locked onto Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's saber technique was quite formidable as well. Each saber blow was able to block the golem. The Empyrean god golem charged out, charging towards the opponent. This caused the opponent to be rather stupefied. There were even more Empyrean god golems. What the hell was going on? A single heavenly god golem was already extremely lucky. But now, 2 Empyrean god golems had appeared. This naturally gave them a sense of pressure. Who knows where this young man came from? He actually has 2 Empyrean god golems. No wonder he has the confidence to stand on this round platform. He can indeed tie down quite a few people at once. But there are so many geniuses here. He can tie them down. The looks in the eyes of quite a few people began to change. This was because only they knew how important these 2 Empyrean god golems were. Especially when he didn't know this young man in front of him. More or less, there was still some suspicion. Whoosh. Another young man came up. I refuse to believe you have more Empyrean god golems. The first attack was a bright moon. This bright moon emitted an endless amount of moonlight attacks. Every beam of moonlight was like a long rope, directly entangling them. Before it reached Lin Fei, yet another Empyrean god golem flew out. As soon as the Empyrean god golem flew out, it immediately began to attack. The 2 Empyrean god golems were enough to stun everyone. In the blink of an eye, a third Empyrean god golem had arrived. It really made their jaws drop. If I didn't have some strength, I wouldn't have dared to come up here. Don't you think so? I'm definitely standing on this round table. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, show them to me. The gazes of many experts changed a lot. This was because 3 Empyrean god golems were different. In other words, he could only restrain 3 geniuses. But this kid's words sounded a little arrogant. Voila voila. 2 more figures arrived. However, these 2 figures were once more blocked by 2 other figures. 2 more figures came down, and then another Empyrean god golem. 5 Empyrean god golems blocked in front of them. This time, no one dared to underestimate this young man. This young man definitely had an incredible background. If it was just one of them, then he was lucky. But if it was 5, then he definitely had a big shot behind him. But they all recognized everyone present, and it seemed as though there wasn't a big shot behind him. Could it be that this big shot was hiding somewhere in the void? And deep in the void? Everyone frowned slightly. They secretly sized up the surrounding area, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find him. It was as though this person had never appeared. The more this was the case, the more they knew that this person might be a peak 8-star existence. Only with a spatial treasure would they be unable to detect him. Thus, their thoughts had changed quite a bit. But of course, quite a few geniuses felt a hint of pressure as well. This fellow himself was quite formidable, and he had 5 Empyrean god golems as well. The 5 Empyrean god golems were enough to make it so that everyone was temporarily unable to attack. This was because these Empyrean god golems were invulnerable. they were roughly on par with them in terms of power. This meant that they had even less of an advantage. The only thing they could do was rely on attrition warfare. Only by attrition warfare would they be able to defeat this young man. Without attrition warfare, their chances were extremely low. Voila! Several more figures came. These few figures immediately attacked. However, they thought that their attacks would be blocked by Lin Fei. You people alone aren't enough. Chapter 5100. Lin Fei's words had indeed provoked these people quite a bit. Because so many people went up. There were more than 10 people on the scene. But none of them could make this young man feel pressured. It was as if they were playing house. Such a situation was very, very rare. And the more it was like this, the more displeased many of the geniuses. How could he have 5 Empyrean god puppets by himself? And so, one by one, they attacked. The pressure on Lin Fei gradually increased. But they still couldn't break through Lin Fei's technique. Many of the 8-star powerhouses were secretly shocked. They seemed to understand what was going on. This young man was indeed very powerful, and his body was especially tough. They could clearly see that some of the attacks passed through the saber lights and landed on his body. But his opponent didn't seem to have changed much. Only a faint white mark was left on his body. This was enough to prove that his body was very powerful. This was a body refiner. And a successful body refiner. Together with the 5 Empyrean god puppets, he suddenly became mysterious and unfathomable. Because they couldn't find many people like him, there was no way to verify it. This was the most inconceivable thing. He was clearly a very strange person, but his strength was monstrous, not inferior to the geniuses in the slightest. More importantly, he alone was able to resist the attacks of so many people. On the other side, Patriarch Fire Cloud and Divine Lord Observant were delighted. At the very least, their judgment wasn't wrong. This Lin Fei's strength was truly formidable. This kind of power could truly be felt. They were much more surprised when they saw the expressions of the surrounding 8-star experts. The 2 of them were hiding in the back, so no one paid attention to them. If they knew that this Lin Fei was brought in by them, many of the 8-star experts would probably have some thoughts. This way, there would be one less chance for a genius to step onto this round platform. This kid's potential is absolutely limitless. Exactly. Fortunately, we didn't attack again. Instead, we sold him a small favor. He'll probably remember this. Of course, the 2 of them were happy in their hearts. What did it mean to send charcoal in snowy weather? This was what it meant. Although this guy called Lin Fei might be able to barge in, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that there was a super expert behind him. However, that super powerhouse was equivalent to a protector. He would never come out unless his life was in danger. Because of this, they felt even more fortunate. If he had come out rashly, he would have suffered a great loss. This loss really made one's scalp go numb. How great was it now? They had indirectly formed a relationship with Lin Fei. As for how long this relationship would last, they had no idea. However, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei had limitless potential. Time passed faster and faster. It had been almost an hour since Lin Fei had stood on the round platform. The person who made the move was getting more and more helpless. This guy was really hard to deal with. His fleshly body was like a huge iron plate. He couldn't move it at all. Not to mention 5 Empyrean god golems. The 5 Empyrean god golems were constantly moving about, giving them a sense of what it meant to be a golem. This was the most powerful golem they had ever seen. A golem like this really wasn't something that just anyone could deal with. Unless you were more powerful than this thing, all you could do was stare at it. I told you. If you guys can't handle it, then you can't. Don't waste your energy. This round platform is mine. Lin Fei truly looked down on these people. They couldn't even block the attacks of the Empyrean god golems, to say nothing of himself. From start to finish, Lin Fei himself hadn't used much of his power. But of course, Lin Fei's gaze had been focused on those people. They were the most powerful people here, each of them at the peak of the 7-star level of combat power. However, they hadn't made a move yet. As for why they hadn't made a move, most likely they were studying him. Lin Fei knew very well what was going on. A figure walked out. As soon as this figure walked out, the other 10 or so heavens chosen all retreated. They knew that these powerful peak 7 stars were about to make a move. Only if they made a move would they be able to drive this person off the platform. I thought that none of you today would be powerful, but after seeing you, I feel that you are worthy of me making a move. I am White Shan of the Titan race. Yet another heavens chosen of the Titan race had come out. This wasn't the previous one. This White Shan was extremely large, like a mountain. Suddenly, he transformed to a height of 30,000 meters, and with a single hand, he smashed down. This smashing down clearly wasn't simple at all. At the very least, his combat power had become incomparably deep. Without comparison, one wouldn't know. But the comparison was very clear. Chapter 5101. Bai Shan's actions were truly ferocious and terrifying. Many of the 7-star heaven prides felt a sense of helplessness. They probably weren't a match for this giant. They had always heard that the giant god race was extremely talented, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and the 5 Empyrean god puppets charged forward. This was also his first time fighting with the giant race. This giant race's Bai Shan was indeed quite terrifying. With this palm, it was as though the entire world was in his hands, and it slowly descended. Rumble. The 5 Empyrean god puppets were knocked to the side by the force. Bai Shan's voice floated over, I know that you are quite strong, but I am even stronger than you, because I am a giant. The giant's body slowly pressed down. Even though his movements weren't fast, Lin Fei could clearly sense Bai Shan's strength. He was indeed quite terrifying. He looked like a peak 7-star, but his combat strength was probably around 8-star. No wonder the giant race was viewed with such importance. This was because Patriarch Fire Cloud and Godly Lord Observant had told him about the giant race. Before exchanging blows, he might not have been sure, but after exchanging blows, he could sense that the giant race was indeed incredibly strong. This sort of strength was filled with power. Anyone who stood in front of him would be suppressed by this power. It was very obvious. It's been a long time since I've clashed with a giant race. This is a good opportunity to see who is stronger. Lin Fei could clearly tell that Bai Shan's methods should be some sort of innate ability. It could maximize one's strength. It was just that his usual appearance was hidden, and this was the true appearance of the giant race. Lin Fei naturally didn't know any of these abilities, but it didn't matter to him. He raised his hand and sent out a palm. A huge hand. A small hand. With a loud boom, they clashed together. A wave of power swept out, but this wave of power was easily blocked by a ripple. There was a formation around that instantly blocked the attack. The ripples continued to spread, and of course, many of the 7-star heaven geniuses were shocked. This kid was actually so strong. He had actually withstood the power of this palm. Since when could he cultivate his physical body to such a strong level? No wonder so many of us couldn't do anything to him. Previously, they felt that this young man should be extremely powerful. Now that he looked at him again, he found that his strength was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With just one palm, he had managed to block Bai Shan. There was a loud rumbling sound. Bai Shan continued to press down, but he found that his palm seemed to be blocked by a force. His tiny body was bursting with boundless power. I don't believe that you are stronger than our giant tribe. Bai Shan roared, and a fire dragon instantly spiraled around him. In that instant, he had actually increased his strength. After the increase in strength, his palm moved again and sank downwards. At this moment, a black hole opened behind Lin Fei. As soon as this black hole opened, the pressure on Lin Fei instantly decreased. He didn't expect this guy to be strong enough to have such a secret technique. After one black hole appeared, another black hole appeared. It instantly absorbed the power and transferred it over. Many people were shocked again. They didn't expect this guy to use a trump card. Bai Shan from the giant tribe used the increase in strength, but he still can't suppress this guy. The black hole can actually absorb attacks to a certain extent. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen it before. It seems that there is a terrifying and dangerous aura in the black hole. Although these 8-star powerhouses didn't make a move, they could see the situation through the black hole. This young man was indeed very powerful. He was far more terrifying than they had imagined. He could be said to be an existence that could crush those of the same generation. The few most powerful peak 7 stars also had their gazes fixed on him. They thought that Bai Shan would naturally be able to suppress the other party. Now, it seemed that they had thought too much. This young man was really quite powerful. If this situation continued, it was very likely that he would successfully obtain a chance to inherit. This was naturally not what they wanted to see. Bai Shan, a big guy like you is useless. Let me do it. Another figure flew out. After this figure flew out, he was holding a palm leaf fan in his hand. He charged at Lin Fei. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Fei's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire was actually purple, and it was filled with terrifying power. Have a taste of my purple heavenly fire. The blazing fire exuded invincible power. For a moment, Lin Fei was in the middle of the fire attack. It almost surrounded his entire body, and he couldn't see clearly. Chapter 5102. The purple heavenly fire was indeed domineering and full of penetration. This time, it seeped into Lin Fei's body. Even the black hole seemed to lose its effect. It was also because Bai Shan was still attacking that his power kept on surging out. Especially when he saw the other person coming out, he became even more anxious. Xianxia, you're not much stronger than me. Watch carefully, I must be the one who crushed him. Your fire doesn't have much strength. Xianxia was considered a rather powerful person. At the very least, the organization behind him had reached the level of a first-rate organization. He was also a peak 7 star. His attack was very terrifying. It seeped into Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei really did feel like he was being burned. However, the strength of the fire was still a little lacking. If the opponent was a little stronger, then it would not be so easy to deal with. But now, Lin Fei felt that it was still bearable. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Whoosh whoosh. The purple heavenly fire turned into many ropes. They wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Every time a rope wrapped around Lin Fei, it would reduce Lin Fei's strength. He actually had such a technique. Following that, the flames transformed into ropes that kept swinging over. Every blow was like a blow from a peak 7-star powerhouse. It was really strange. It was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a technique. You are indeed a peak 7-star favored son of heaven. Your techniques are exceptionally powerful. However, you still can't do anything to me. Whoosh! Beams of light shot out from the black hole. A Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of Xianxia and blocked the attack. Even so, he was forced to retreat a large distance. He retreated through thin air. Because the powerful force collided with the Tai Chi diagram, he naturally couldn't take it. He had expected that there would be an attack hidden in the black hole. I didn't expect you to hide such an attack in the black hole. You are indeed quite powerful. I really underestimated you. After witnessing that move, Xianxia was even more fearful of this young man before him. Not only did he have 5 Empyrean god puppets, he even had a black hole killer move, not to mention a physical body like this. He had never heard of such a person before. Although he knew that there were all sorts of geniuses emerging in the universe, people like him were the strongest. With the support of the sect, he had reached the pinnacle of 7-star a long time ago. In the end, someone appeared who seemed to be even stronger than him. Bai Shan continued to attack. He couldn't even make a move. This naturally made him feel a little embarrassed. Neither of you can do it. Let me do it. A black shadow instantly appeared above Lin Fei. As soon as he arrived in the sky, a huge sword wheel appeared behind him and instantly launched an attack. Myriad swords returned to origin. Huala huala. One by one, the swords flew over. Every single sword was the real deal. Every single sword unleashed the might of a pinnacle 7-star. Furthermore, it was a massive attack from the get-go. There was no stopping at all. Lin Fei finally knew that this person was stronger than the rest of them. This was what Patriarch Firecloud had told him. The most powerful one, Zhao Quan, a true son of karmic luck. As soon as the myriad swords returned to origin appeared, the entire world became the domain of these 10,000 swords. Even the purple flames and Bai Shan's huge palm were retracted at this moment. This was because they naturally knew how powerful this Zhao Quan was. No one would be able to withstand such a move. The 5 Empyrean god puppets were actually quite a bit weaker in front of the myriad swords returned to origin. After blocking it for a moment, they were sent flying. Lin Fei instantly retracted them, and then one black hole after another appeared behind him. It seemed as though Lin Fei had quite a few black holes. No matter how powerful this person was, his black holes were still able to withstand quite a few attacks. The vast majority of the attacks landed on Lin Fei's body. Even now, Lin Fei still hadn't used his samsara primordial spirit. This was because it was still within his limits. Cracks began to appear on Lin Fei's body. The cracks weren't very large, but it was enough to prove that the opponent's myriad swords return to origin was indeed quite terrifying. This was the first time someone had injured his body. Streaks of blood were left behind. These streaks of blood were increasing in number. This kid really is quite terrifying. He's actually able to withstand young Master Zhao's myriad swords return to origin. I'm afraid that young Master Zhao will use even more powerful techniques of the Tao of the Sword. He's self-taught and has mastered the sword mantra. The techniques of the sword mantra are extraordinary. Quite a few people knew how powerful Zhao Quan was. Amongst the 7 stars, he was one of the most powerful. It was said that in the future, he would become one of the most powerful 8-star experts. Chapter 5103. Lin Fei also heard the voices around him. He had to look up to this so-called Zhao Quan. He was indeed much more powerful than he had imagined, especially his sword principle, especially the sect origin swords. It was a large-scale attack. It was really one layer after another, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have been killed by the sect origin swords in a single move. In this area, there was no chance to escape. Facing the sect origin swords, the entire space seemed to be sealed. There was no way out. The number of wounds on Lin Fei's body also increased. Of course, these wounds did not hurt Lin Fei's foundation. His black hole, on the other hand, contained streams of energy. The amount of energy kept increasing. One could imagine how overbearing this guy's sect origin swords was. It was so overbearing that it didn't seem right. If this is all you have, I advise you to change to another one. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything to me. Lin Fei laughed. He could be considered to have withstood this move. His myriad tribulations return to origin was indeed powerful, but that was all. To him, it was still a little lacking. As long as he had a strong physical body and the black hole, things would be different. He wanted to see what other tricks Zhao Quan had up his sleeve. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Swoosh. The sect origin swords was put away. You are indeed strong. You have withstood so many people, and now you can even withstand my sect origin swords. You are indeed worthy of me taking action. 2 streaks of sword light appeared above Lin Fei, one on the left and one on the right. Following that, a huge sword wheel appeared. This sword wheel was like a Tai Chi array, making Lin Fei feel like he had fallen into another space. Following that, the sword wheel moved left and right. It was like a huge millstone. Every time it moved, the void would collapse. With a swoosh, this force directly hit Lin Fei's body. The big millstone moved again. It was another attack. This attack was more overbearing than the previous sect origin swords. It seemed to be locked. The surroundings seemed to have been restricted. This fellow's methods were indeed quite fierce. It was still far from being able to injure Lin Fei. The saber in his hand slashed out. Following that, the void started to shake. After all, Lin Fei had also seen this special scene before and knew about the methods used to refine one's body. Therefore, this eruption was naturally different. What's more, the saber in his hand had really shaken this technique. This caused the surrounding people to be incomparably shocked. The more he looked at this young man, the more mysterious he felt. To be able to withstand the 10,000 returning swords, and to be able to withstand such a move, what exactly was this fellow's bottom line? Logically speaking, such a powerful person would not be able to do anything. They should have received some news, but they didn't receive any news at all. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was really unimaginable. If you don't have any powerful means, then you won't stand a chance. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-hour mark. It could be said that it wouldn't be long before Lin Fei completely obtained the inheritance on this round platform. Right now, only this person called Zhao Quan could give Lin Fei a certain amount of pressure. This guy who was a peak 7-star was indeed quite powerful. The techniques that he unleashed had reached the level of an 8-star. You're really not bad. You're worthy of me using my most powerful move. All of a sudden, Zhao Quan shouted. After this shout, everyone was stunned. In the void, a beam of sword gleam flew over. No one knew where this beam of sword gleam came from. But when this beam of sword gleam appeared, all the 7-star experts were shocked. Even the ordinary 8-star experts felt their scalps go numb. This sword had definitely reached a terrifying level. Moreover, this sword was only an afterimage. I didn't expect Zhao Quan to have mastered their most powerful move. This sword was not simple. When this sword came over, the void and time froze. Lin Fei had really underestimated this guy's ability. Fortunately, Lin Fei was prepared. After all, he knew that this guy was not simple. In an instant, 10 primordial spirits walked out. Once the 10 primordial spirits walked out, they immediately set up a huge array. In an instant, all kinds of offensive techniques were suppressed. The moment the sword entered this place, it was blocked by the reincarnation array of the 10 primordial spirits. Its strength also became weaker and weaker. Lin Fei unleashed all his strength and punched the shadow. A loud rumbling sound erupted in an instant. At this moment, Lin Fei had nothing to hide. He unleashed his full strength. This was the only way he could withstand the power of this sword. Chapter 5104. Isn't this the legendary reincarnation original god? At this moment, many 8-star experts' eyes lit up. They recognized him at one glance. They were puzzled at first, but the more they looked, the more certain they were. This was the legendary reincarnation primordial spirit. There was a huge change in their expressions. After the sword slashed over, it was suppressed by the reincarnation primordial spirit array. Coupled with Lin Fei's technique, he managed to withstand it. Even Zhao Quan himself was astonished. He narrowed his eyes and recognized it. This was the so-called reincarnation primordial spirit. You are the successor of the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation primordial spirit was the easiest to recognize. They all had the aura of reincarnation, but not everyone could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. Without a certain level of ability, it was impossible to get started. Not to mention cultivating 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. This was because one could only cast the reincarnation array after cultivating 10 primordial spirits. Once the reincarnation array was activated, it could block any attack. It weakened the attack, and in addition to the explosive power of this guy's physical body, this sword was actually unable to seriously injure the other party. It only injured him a little. That's right. This is the reincarnation primordial spirit. Are you surprised? This is the most powerful technique. You gave me a sword at the beginning. Now I'll give you one too. With a swoosh, all the light in the black hole converged and turned into a terrifying attack. It slashed at Zhao Quan instantly. Zhao Quan's silhouette instantly disappeared and reappeared behind Lin Fan. In an instant, he had left behind a shadow while his real body had left. The shadow had actually been killed. But it didn't hurt the other party. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Quan was definitely a capable person. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. Ancestor Fire Cloud and the Divine Lord Observing Moon finally heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were in their throats just now. Zhao Quan was indeed very strong. His final move was extremely powerful. He had actually summoned a sword. That sword was definitely incomparably powerful. The stronger one was, the more powerful the summoning would be. They had heard of it before, but they had never seen it before. The sword that was summoned could kill an enemy of the same level with a single strike. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Lin Fei had won here, they were naturally incomparably happy. If he were to be killed, they could only say that it would be a pity. Looks like you don't have a chance. In that case, it's my turn to inherit this platform. Si Jia Si. Lin Fei wiped his mouth and became humble. This time, he had experienced the prowess of the heavens chosen in this universe. He had to continue signing in. At the same time, he made up his mind. This time, he had to find a place to properly sign in for a while. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage if he encountered some powerful 8-star experts. Zhao Quan knew that he couldn't control this guy this time, so he could only let him inherit. You are indeed quite powerful. However, you are only slightly more powerful than me. When I break through to the 8-star realm, I will be able to kill you with a single slash. Zhao Quan naturally knew that there was a small gap between them, but he wasn't too worried. As long as his strength broke through one more step, he would naturally be able to find this guy. But for the other geniuses, the strength that Zhao Quan displayed, it was indeed incomparably terrifying. This made them feel that they couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Quan was also a very powerful person among them. The inheritance begins. A voice appeared in Lin Fei's ears. This voice was very mysterious and also very distressed. It was as if it came from a faraway place. In an instant, Lin Fei knew that he could sign in. This was the best opportunity and the probability was also the highest. Ding! Sign in successful in the land of heavenly inheritance. Obtained 1 Tenjin Temple. The reward came in an instant. As soon as the reward appeared, Lin Fei was shocked. He actually signed in at the Tenjin Temple first. In other words, he obtained these Tenjin Temples. This was simply beyond Lin Fei's imagination and expectations. He didn't dare to imagine that he would be able to sign in to such a palace. Wasn't this supposed to be a legendary existence? He could also sign in successfully. Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. It was really hard to believe that he had actually signed in successfully. Previously, Lin Fei felt that the probability of signing in here would be higher, but he never expected that he would actually sign into such a Tenjin Temple. This was the Tenjin Temple. No one would believe it even if he said it out loud, but he actually signed in just like that. There was really no harm if there was no comparison. He had really picked up a big bargain. Land of inheritance. A faintly discernible figure pointed a finger at him. Endless light shone on Lin Fei's body. As soon as it landed on Lin Fei's body, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. Heavenly God, eternal body. Like Invincible Leveling King, please collect. Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5105. Empyrean Eternal Body. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. He actually managed to sign in for such a thing. Right now, Lin Fei was cultivating the ancient eternal body. Now, another Empyrean eternal body appeared. It should be a powerful divine body. However, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this because it wasn't as powerful as his ancient eternal body. However, after this body fell into his body, Lin Fei instantly felt a slight change. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the ancient eternal body to the 5th level. This sudden change really made Lin Fei feel different. He finally realized that it was his powerful ancient eternal body that swallowed the Empyrean eternal body in an instant. His physical body had been upgraded. This kind of change was really hard to believe. My physical body has actually advanced by 1 level. This is too unbelievable. As soon as he reached the 5th level, Lin Fei instantly felt different. His strength seemed to have skyrocketed by about 10 times in an instant. This kind of skyrocketing increase was really unimaginable and terrifying. The Empyrean eternal body also allowed him to obtain some methods of body refinement powerhouses. It was even more mysterious than what he had comprehended before. The harvest of this trip was really far more abundant than he imagined. Lin Fei also knew that the master of this Tenjin Temple should be a powerful body refinement powerhouse. He was extremely powerful and was probably the strongest existence in the entire universe. The next second, Lin Fei completely controlled the Tenjin Temple. Following that, his figure disappeared. No one knew where Lin Fei went in an instant. Even those 8-star powerhouses could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. They didn't even have the time to notice it. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. What kind of treasure did this kid use? He actually left so quickly. There was no movement at all. There was no void fluctuation at all. C X asterisk WX star. C asterisk OS. This should be a very powerful treasure. I didn't feel any movement either. Originally, they wanted to know more about the origins of this successor of the Reincarnation Emperor. After all, the Reincarnation Emperor was also a very domineering person in the past. It was just that it had been a very long time since a powerful successor had appeared. Although there were a few successors of the Reincarnation Emperor, none of them managed to cultivate a real primordial spirit array. In other words, there were 10 reincarnation arrays. Every single one of these reincarnation arrays was extremely difficult to cultivate. It also depended on one's talent. Without talent, it was basically impossible. Therefore, the appearance of any successor of the Reincarnation Emperor would cause a lot of commotion. However, this time, they realized that they knew very little about him. This person had repeatedly appeared out of thin air, and now he had disappeared. Successor of the Reincarnation Emperor, I will let you know what despair is next. Just now, Lin Fei had indeed controlled the entire Tenjin Temple and followed him to a special place. This was a place similar to a small study room, but from such a place, one could see the entire situation inside the Tenjin Temple. The entire distribution map also appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this time, he finally understood what the Tenjin Temple looked like. This was the library, this was the Empyrean's inheritance, this was here, this was here. He looked around one by one. Lin Fei instantly understood the Tenjin Temple very clearly. This is the famous Tenjin Temple. I didn't expect it to fall into my hands. The rewards for signing in are too terrifying. Before mastering the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei might have only understood half of it. But now, he had completely mastered the Tenjin Temple. He could wipe out the entire Tenjin Temple in an instant. He chased all the people out of this place. He could even turn the Tenjin Temple into a speck of dust that kept drifting in the universe. This was also the reason why no one had been able to find the Tenjin Temple before. Here, Lin Fei saw some large and small ancient books. These ancient books all exuded an ancient aura. Needless to say, they should have been left behind by previous generations. He had picked up a huge bargain. Fortunately, he took the risk. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have such a chance. He could also get something by signing in here, but it was far from being as good as signing in now. It seems that I can slowly sign in this Tenjin Temple for a period of time, at least for half a year. Lin Fei's heart was incomparably firm. He decided to sign in at the Tenjin Temple now. Then, he would directly use the authority of the Tenjin Temple. The authority of the Tenjin Temple was quite simple. Huala huala mihi. Chi, a series of energy enveloped these people. No matter what kind of strength they had, they were all teleported out in an instant. This was the tyranny of the Tenjin Temple. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those who liked the Invincible Leveling King, please collect it. The Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5106. From time to time, one could see figures coming out of the starry sky. After these figures came out, they were a little dazed. They looked at each other in astonishment. In fact, they couldn't believe that they had managed to escape just like that. Who can tell me what happened? Why did they come out just like that? That's right. Who can tell me what's going on? Why did he run outside? According to previous information, the Tenjin Temple doesn't seem to have its time yet. Why did they come out? Moreover, why did they come out? At this moment, no matter what realm they were in, no one was in a daze. Because they had no idea what was going on. They only knew that they came out of the Tenjin Temple and lost their opportunity. Many people were angry but helpless. No one knew what had happened. Such a situation had never happened before. They could only say that their luck was bad. No matter how they tried to sense it, they couldn't sense the existence of the Tenjin Temple. Just like that, the Tenjin Temple disappeared. It also caused quite a commotion in this universe. Especially those first-rate forces. The top forces all felt a little strange. The Tenjin Temple had always been a place of opportunity. Now, he had actually disappeared without a trace. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't think too much. He had already urged the Tenjin Temple to move far away and turned into a speck of dust. The speck of dust was very inconspicuous. In the depths of the void, even if one used their power to scan it, they wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the Tenjin Temple. This was the power of the Tenjin Temple. Only powerful people could detect a trace of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. Just like that, the Tenjin Temple had been floating in the starry sky. Then, it floated into a mystic realm. This was also deliberately decided by Lin Fei. This was the only way to not attract attention. He had to sign in here for a period of time first. He would come out after everything calmed down. Fortunately, everyone didn't have a deep impression of him. Even if they did, they wouldn't think too much about it. Just like that, Lin Fei hid in the Heavenly God Palace. The disappearance of the Tenjin Temple caused a great commotion. At the beginning of this universe, everyone was guessing what kind of accident had happened. Some people said that someone inherited the Tenjin Temple. Of course, there were also people who said that the Tenjin Temple had been rebuilt. There were all kinds of rumors. In the beginning, it spread like wildfire. After that, the news disappeared without a trace. This part of the universe had regained its peace. No one went to look for the Tenjin Temple again. Even some of the stronger ones gave up on the idea. After all, the Tenjin Temple had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Perhaps this time, it could only be said that everyone was unlucky. If they were lucky, things would not have turned out this way. So this time, everyone could only say that they were unlucky. If he was lucky, he wouldn't have ended up like this. 1 year, 2 years. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Over the past 50 years, many major events had occurred in this universe. See Jiaxis, no one mentioned the Heavenly God Palace anymore. This was because the Tenjin Temple did not leave a deep impression on people. It was only when he came out of the Tenjin Temple that it left such a deep impression. And this time, 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Lin Fei, signing in for 50 years really helped him a lot. His progress was extremely fast. Even Lin Fei himself felt like he was dreaming. It was truly inconceivable that he would have such a day where his strength would increase so quickly. In 50 years, my strength has increased by another level. This is great. Lin Fei still looked the same, but his immemorial eternal body had reached the 7th level. Compared to before, it had risen by 2 levels. This was the benefit of signing in for 50 years. Now, Lin Fei's strength had soared to the level of 9 stars. Compared to 50 years ago, there was no comparison at all. 50 years ago, they could still give Lin Fei a lot of pressure if they joined forces, but 50 years later, Lin Fei could suppress them with a single hand. Not to mention, the reincarnated primordial spirits had also greatly improved in this aspect. As Lin Fei's strength increased, the strength of these reincarnated primordial spirits also increased. In other words, Lin Fei was not fighting alone. He had 10 reincarnated primordial spirits. This was completely different. Me Hemi, after signing in for 50 years, it's time to fulfill the promise left by the previous palace master of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. His entire body appeared inside the secret realm. Then, he casually put away the Tenjin Temple. Everyone who likes the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5107. After Lin Fei took over the Tenjin Temple, he naturally saw all kinds of information left behind. One of the messages was related to a small long-cherished wish left behind by the previous Divine God Palace Master. For Lin Fei, he still had to complete it. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Moreover, Lin Fei was already prepared to leave the Tenjin Temple. Naturally, it became instant Dao. How could he miss such an opportunity? After exiting the secret land, Lin Fei headed in one of the directions. This task was quite simple. It was to take care of the descendant of this expert. It would be best if he could send some of the treasures he had to help the external path solve the problem. It was quite a simple task. To put it more simply, he was going to deliver something. He had also given a few treasures that could be considered decent treasures. With these treasures and some cultivation techniques, he would naturally be able to cultivate to the level of 7 or 8 stars. If he was lucky, he could even reach the level of 9 stars. This depended on whether the other party had the talent and potential. Lin Fei had become a delivery man on this trip. To him, as long as he could deliver the things, it would be fine. The place where the other party was located was called the World of Massacre. This master god was called the Master God of Massacre. He was considered a very powerful one. Back then, he had also reached the level of 9 stars. He had even reached the peak of 9 stars. He was a very powerful existence. He had even obtained the Tenjin Temple. However, this news did not spread outside. This was because after the Master God of Massacre obtained the Tenjin Temple, he had broken through to become a 10-star existence. That was completely different. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. In the end, he died in the Tenjin Temple. Before he died, he left behind this last wish. He wanted to give some treasures and cultivation techniques to his descendants. This trip was to this world of massacre. This world was a high-level world. With a powerful existence like the Master God of Massacre, this world would naturally be different. Lin Fei soon arrived outside the world of massacre. CG. BXWX. He could feel some auras from outside. This world was still quite strong, and the strongest was actually an 8-star divine master. Furthermore, it was at the peak. There were 2 8-star ones like this, except for Zhuge. Apart from them, there were dozens of 7-star cultivators who were average cultivators. There was a group of 6 stars below. This world was considered quite strong, especially the 2 pinnacle existences. With a little more effort, they would be able to break through to the 9 stars. After all, 9 stars was a completely different story. As soon as Lin Fei entered this world of slaughter, he prepared to search. However, after searching through a few people, he found out some information and couldn't help but frown. It's only been 1 or 2,000 years, but the forces of the Slaughter God Master have been destroyed. This is a little troublesome. It will be difficult to find him again. I'm afraid that he is not even in the slaughter world. Lin Fei's information was indeed not good. This was because the descendants of the Massacre God Lord's family had already been annihilated by the combined forces of others. Only a few managed to escape. This was not a good thing. At the very least, Lin Fei did not want to return empty-handed. Therefore, he had to search carefully. This world was not small. It was not so easy to find him. It was quite a headache. Anyway, since he was here, what Lin Fei could do was to search slowly. And he had some treasures left by the Slaughter God ancestor. It was definitely related to his bloodline. As he activated them, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that my method is quite useful. I should be able to find him by following this trace of connection. In the past, Lin Fei couldn't use such a method. But now, it was different. He could use it easily. Along the way, following the aura, he found that the person might still be in this world. After all, it would be difficult to leave this place without reaching a certain level of strength. For Lin Fei, there was still a chance that he could find him. He should be in a big city in front. The aura here was quite obvious. Lin Fei landed in the distance. Then he entered the city. The most powerful person in this city was a peak 6-star, and there was only one. It was impossible to find Lin Fei. After a glance, Lin Fei quickly locked on to a place. I hope you won't let me down. I came here in vain. Lin Fei's figure flashed. When he came out again, he was in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard was not big, and it looked rather shabby. But in such a place, there was a person that Lin Fei wanted to find. Who are you? Are you from the Black Tiger Gang? Then you have come to the wrong place. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he felt a cold light. However, this cold light dissipated in front of Lin Fei. Young man, don't be so angry. No, it's not you. Where is the person with you? Invincible King of Leveling Up, please collect. Invincible King of Leveling Up updates the fastest. Chapter 5108. The man was about to say something, but he couldn't say anything in an instant. Because this person's eyes were very scary, so scary that he almost couldn't breathe. He knew that the person in front of him was an expert. He was definitely a real expert. Human. Who is it? After being asked by Lin Fei, the other party instantly panicked. Then he raised his hand and threw a treasure over. Then he dashed inside. His movements were quite fast. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that he was caught and couldn't move at all. The young man appeared next to him just like that. Now, you better tell me honestly where the person who was with you went. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the next second, he heard a voice that made him feel very scared. He was a god of war after all. He could be considered a powerful god of war, but in front of the other party, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. At first, he thought that this person was that person, but he didn't sense anything. Instead, there was a faintly discernible aura left behind. Are you looking for Bai Ruyu? If you are looking for Bai Ruyu, then I can tell you that she isn't here at all. She has been captured by the Black Tiger Gang. The young man was also anxious. He blurted it out. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He thought that this person went out for something, but he didn't expect that there would be some unforeseen events. Found it. That guy is hiding here. Hurry up and surround him. Don't leave a single one alive. This time, we have done a meritorious deed. Don't let the person inside escape. Not even a mosquito can escape. A hurried voice came from outside. It was very loud. Then, a faintly discernible formation directly enveloped the sky above their courtyard. When the young man heard this, he panicked again. It's over. The people from the Black Tiger Gang are here. As soon as the voice fell, someone rushed in from outside. It was really a guy in black armor. There was a tiger head on his chest, but it wasn't an ordinary tiger head. Instead, it was a black tiger head that looked extremely sharp. Moreover, this black tiger head was actually a treasure that could provide a certain level of defense. The person who rushed in was a tall and burly man. His eyes fell on Lin Fei and the young man, and then he laughed out loud. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You're actually hiding here. Are you coming with me? Let's do it. A huge net was cast down. The net was black, but it was a powerful treasure. It directly enveloped the two of them. The person who had attacked was quite powerful. He was actually a one-star divine master. This kind of strength was already considered very strong. Even in some small worlds, they could contend for hegemony. You are a member of the Black Tiger Gang. It seems that you are a small leader. Then let me ask you. Before the net could fall, it was torn apart. Then, a ray of light passed by the tall figure. He noticed that everyone around him had fallen to the ground. Instantly, his scalp went numb, and his spine broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that he had encountered an expert. Even if I'm a small leader, what can you do to me? A treasure was thrown out. It was a fire dragon, and its power was quite strong. It had actually reached the level of a 2-star. However, the fire dragon was destroyed with a flick of a finger when it reached Lin Fei. Then, another flick of a finger landed on the man in black armor. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground. He only had half a breath left. Don't kill me. I'm just an errand boy. I'm here on orders to capture someone. Everything has nothing to do with me. The strength of a 1-star divine master was indeed quite strong. However, he felt hopeless just now. The person in front of him was too terrifying. He was at least a 3-star or a 4-star. He couldn't beat him. Perhaps only a few of the hall masters in the Black Tiger Gang could beat this person in front of him. He might as well tell the truth. The young man, who had thought that he was done for, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had misunderstood the other party. This person might not be with the Black Tiger Gang. Senior, Bai Ruyu was captured by the Black Tiger Gang. Lin Fei walked over. With a flick of a finger, he poked the middle of the tall leader's eyebrows. He plundered all the memories and saw everything clearly. He finally knew what the person he was looking for looked like. It was actually a woman. The Lord God of Massacre had left behind the bloodline of a girl. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Black Tiger Gang. Whoosh. The leader stopped breathing in an instant. You can leave now. Don't bother about this anymore. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Leveling will continue to be updated on handheld bar. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend handheld bar. Those who like Invincible King of Leveling Please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling handheld bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5109. By the time the young man came to his senses, he could no longer see this person. She had disappeared completely. The corpses and the formation were gone as well. It was as if nothing had ever disappeared. The young man blinked his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief and left quickly, because he knew that the Black Tiger Gang would be removed from the list soon. The Black Tiger Gang was a second-rate force, still a little short of becoming a first-rate force. The gang leader was a 5-star divine master. He had more than 10 4-stars under his command, which was considered a relatively strong lineup. He controlled a small city. And this time, he had made a great contribution. He had caught a descendant of the divine master of massacre. This was not a small matter. It was a big deal. The entire Bloodshed universe used to belong to the divine master of massacre. However, an accident had happened to the divine master of massacre, and his force was wiped out. All the clansmen of the divine master of massacre were hunted down. Now, this was the last one, and he had caught her. Therefore, he was so happy that he had gathered all the higher-ups. First, he would hold a celebratory feast to rejoice. After all, that girl was only an immortal of war. With such strength, there was nothing to worry about. And now, as long as he captured that accomplice, the rest of the matter would be resolved. Leader, the higher-ups will definitely reward you handsomely this time. I heard that you can even get some powerful magic treasures. If you can get a 6-star magic treasure, your strength will go up another level. Maybe the Black Tiger Gang will become a first-rate force. The people below all cheered. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang was a small giant. He was very tall and very fierce. He gulped down a big bowl of wine in one gulp and laughed heartily. You good-for-nothings, what's a 6-star magic treasure? This time, not only can I get a 6-star magic treasure, but I can also join their sect and become a force outside. In this way, we will have a backer. Let's see if they dare to talk to me then. Meng Nan was really happy. One must know that this time, he accidentally caught a powerful person. This guy was quite strong. If it wasn't for the fact that he was stronger and the other party couldn't unleash the power of that treasure, he would have returned empty-handed. The others burst into laughter again. No one knew better than them that this time, their Black Tiger Gang would really become famous after this battle. No, it should be said that they were completely famous. No one would dare to say anything bad about their Black Tiger Gang anymore, because they didn't dare to offend him. Meng Nan was also particularly happy. He drank a bowl of wine one after another. For him, the wine didn't affect him at all. On the contrary, his mood was getting better and better. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the palace out of nowhere. It seems that everyone is in a good mood. I wonder who the leader of the Black Tiger Gang is. Please tell me, I have something to talk to you about. The sudden scene instantly caused the expressions of everyone present to change. The few divine masters closest to him instantly took action. 2 of them immediately flew over, but as soon as they arrived, they instantly turned into a pool of blood. I will only say it once. I don't want to say it twice. I hope you can understand. An autumn wind swept over. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the figures fell down. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people fell down. The remaining people's scalps went numb and their faces turned pale. The first thing he did was point at their gang leader. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. He is the leader. We are just some people doing things. It has nothing to do with us. Meng Nan was a little drunk. He raised his hand and attacked. He had actually grasped some spatial techniques. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Fei. However, when his hand was just in front of Lin Fei, it was grabbed by Lin Fei. He used force. Half of his body collapsed in an instant, and his whole body kept retreating. You are the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are so weak. Where did you lock the girl that you recently caught? Please take me there. Meng Nan received the news that no one would come to help this girl. But now, the situation was completely different from him. Someone actually came to help. This person's strength seemed unfathomable. He was a 5-star, but this 5-star could not even touch the other party's clothes. He was directly suppressed. Or you, That girl is a member of the Massacre God clan. If you help her, you will be the enemy of the whole world. Chapter 51:10. This person's strength was too strong. Mengnan couldn't bear it at all. No matter what move he used, the other party was as still as a mountain. Even with a gentle wave of his hand, he could disintegrate all his attacks. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. After a helpless struggle, he chose to surrender. He knew that if he didn't surrender, he would die. This young man could destroy him with a wave of his hand. This was definitely an existence that was stronger than him. At least, he was a 7-star existence. It was very likely that he was an 8-star existence or even a 9-star existence. For such a person, there was no need to offend such a fierce existence. Mengnan still knew his limits. Isn't it better this way? If you had brought me there at the beginning, everything would have been fine. Don't you think so? But it's too late now. Lin Fei pushed out with one hand. With a bang, this guy turned into pieces. As for the rest of the people, they were the same. He didn't intend to spare these people at all. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to find Bai Ruyu. He could already feel a trace of connection. It was deep under this city. Sure enough, there was an underground palace deep under the ground. This palace could also be called an underground prison. There were many people locked here. Their strength was ordinary. And among them, Lin Fei finally found Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu was locked in a cage alone. This was a stubborn girl. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. However, after Lin Fei took a look, he felt that this girl was not simple at all. There was a special bloodline in her body, which was the bloodline of the Massacre God clan. If she was given a suitable cultivation method and treasure, she could naturally break out the power of this bloodline. At that time, her strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Such a person appeared here without any warning. It really surprised Bai Ruyu. Of course, it also shocked the people in the other cells. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. Lin Fei walked towards Bai Ruyu and the iron door opened automatically. Bai Ruyu also stood up. If you have the ability, then kill me now. If you don't kill me now, I will kill all of you sooner or later. Bai Ruyu's gaze was extremely cold. It was so cold that the surroundings seemed to be covered in frost, and the temperature dropped as well. This feeling was quite obvious. Lin Fei also knew that if Bai Ruyu was given a period of time, she would definitely become a ferocious existence. Just like now. He didn't see anything in Bai Ruyu's eyes. Other than hatred and revenge, there was nothing else. After all, those people had gone too far. Let's talk somewhere else. Bai Ruyu didn't even feel anything. With a whoosh, she arrived at the peak of a mountain. It was so fast that Bai Ruyu felt like she was dreaming. She actually came out. There was a very powerful formation in the dungeon. But now she actually came out. Could it be that this person came for her? I'm friends with your grandfather. This time I came to take a look. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Lin Fei casually came up with a reason. This reason was quite suitable. Bai Ruyu's heart instantly skipped a beat. You are my grandfather's friend. When their grandfather died outside, his friends immediately came and divided up all the benefits of their family. They even killed all their clansmen. Because their bloodline had the most powerful existence, and that was the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline broke out, it would become extremely terrifying. These people naturally didn't want the descendants of the Lord Massacre God to stay in this world. If the bloodline was activated, it would be a strong enemy. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to kill it in advance. This also led to the disaster of their descendants. Now, only Bai Ruyu was left. In Bai Ruyu's eyes, there was only hatred and revenge. I know what you want to do, that is, revenge. I can do this kind of thing, but it's meaningless for me. It's different for you. Revenge is best when you do it with your own hands. Therefore, I will take you to cultivate for 50 years. Originally, Lin Fei did give Bai Ruyu skills and treasures to her after meeting her. But unexpectedly, the system actually issued a random task, which was to accept Bai Ruyu as a disciple. If that was the case, it would be fine. But if he accepted Bai Ruyu, he would get a reward. This made Lin Fei happy. This system was really quite humane. No, it should be this task. Bai Ruyu was delighted. Senior, you said you would teach me. You can also say that I accept you as a disciple, but I will only teach you for 50 years. Chapter 51:11. Such a temporary mission was indeed nothing to Lin Fei. He only needed to train with Bai Ruyu for 50 years. Moreover, 50 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. For Bai Ruyu, not even in her dreams would she dare to believe that she had actually come to such a mystical place. She had actually heard of this place before. That was the so-called Tenjin Temple. It was said that it caused a lot of commotion. In the end, the Tenjin Temple disappeared without a trace. No one knew where this fellow had run off to. But now, Bai Ruyu found out that the Tenjin Temple that she had always wanted to go to was actually kept away by Senior Lin Fei. No, it should be her master now. Although she was only an in-name disciple now. Lin Fei did accept Bai Ruyu, but he didn't make her a real disciple. She was only an in-name disciple. Even if she was an in-name disciple, that was still quite good. That was it. Lin Fei brought Bai Ruyu and began to train. Bai Ruyu's foundation was still very good, but it wasn't easy to quickly improve her strength. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of resources. He obtained a lot of treasures from signing in, not to mention that the Lord of Massacre also left behind some of his family's treasures that could stimulate his bloodline. Basically, there was no need for Lin Fei to teach Bai Ruyu. It was just to give Bai Ruyu a better cultivation environment. There was one good thing in the Heavenly God Palace, and that was time acceleration. The time acceleration here could be maintained at a ratio of 150. In other words, the first day here was equivalent to 50 days. 1 year was equivalent to 50 years of time. 1 year was equivalent to 50 years of time. If it was 10 years, it would be equivalent to 500 years of cultivation. Even a pig could fly very far in such a short time. In fact, Bai Ruyu's potential was indeed very powerful. Basically, she didn't need Lin Fei's guidance, and this Bai Ruyu quickly broke through. After breaking through from the War God realm to the Divine Master realm, he had broken through from 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars all the way up to 5 stars before slowly coming back down. Lin Fei knew that this was because his bloodline power had been completely burned away. However, he had only cultivated for less than 15 years. In addition to the time acceleration, it would take a total of 750 years to reach the level of 5 stars. It was neither fast nor slow. After all, this was the power of the bloodline. At this point, there wasn't much for Lin Fei to do. I think it will be difficult for you to break through after reaching this realm. After all, your bloodlines are different, and your cultivation methods are the same. You can go out now. Lin Fei had been observing from the beginning to the end. He found that after Bai Ruyu reached this realm, she was also the so-called 5 stars. Bai Ruyu's progress became slower and slower. Bai Ruyu knew that this should be the limit. At this time, what she needed to do was very simple, and that was to go out and gain experience. For example, to take revenge. Master, I also know that I seem to be stuck at a bottleneck now. With my family's cultivation method, it seems like I really need to go out and cultivate through battles. Only then can my realm continue to break through. Thank you, Master, for letting me cultivate here in peace for such a long time. Bai Ruyu said. After 15 years, Bai Ruyu was still as cold as ever. After cultivating her family's cultivation method, the coldness on her body became heavier and heavier. She really was like a Rakshasa. Go and take back the glory of your family. Master will support you from behind. Just like that, Bai Ruyu left the Tenjin Temple. As soon as she left, she found that she was actually not far from the world of slaughter. She could even vaguely feel that she had dived into the world of slaughter. Her eyes also became even colder. In 15 years, Bai Ruyu had lived through 750 years. The hatred in her heart also grew stronger and stronger. After Bai Ruyu came in, a figure also came in. That was Lin Fei. Naturally, he would not leave now. This world of slaughter was also considered a medium world. It was also relatively strong. Not to mention that there were 2 peak 8 stars. There was also a large group of 7 stars below them. If Lin Fei was not here to watch over Bai Ruyu, once they surrounded her, it would be a little troublesome. Now, what Lin Fei had to do was to watch quietly. The Tenjin Temple was also placed in the world of slaughter by Lin Fei. This thing had an extremely high level of concealment. Even a peak 9 stars couldn't see through it. This was something that Lin Fei had learned from his own practice. He was also exceptionally relieved. He sipped his tea while watching Bai Ruyu, waiting to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeve. It was really worth looking forward to where she would start. She was the first in-name disciple that Lin Fei had accepted. To complete this mission, not only did he have to accept Bai Ruyu as an in-name disciple, he also had to unify the entire world of slaughter. In this way, Lin Fei would be able to get a reward. As for what the reward would be, it was unknown. Chapter 51:12. Bai Ruyu returned to the world of bloodshed once again. Although it had only been 15 years since she came back, she had already cultivated for 750 years in the special space where time was accelerated. It was even colder than before. That deep coldness seemed to cause the void to slowly freeze. At the same time, she knew that returning to the world of bloodshed this time was destined to set off a reign of terror. Only then would her master be satisfied, and at the same time, let the glory of the family spread once again. Although this path was difficult, Bai Ruyu knew that she could definitely do it. This was the hope of her master, and the hope of the family, and now it was all on her. Bai Ruyu already had an idea. This time, she did not plan to hide anything, and decided to start with the first force. It was a family. This family had a deep relationship with their family, because they were also part of the Bai family. In the past, because of the power of their branch family, their bloodline was completely annihilated. And he was one of the few who managed to escape. After that, this Bai family committed all sorts of crimes, helping them to capture people from the Bai family, and could be said to be the real accomplice. If one were to say that Bai Ruyu hated those people, then she naturally hated them to the extreme. But if one were to say who she truly hated, it would naturally be this traitorous Bai family. In other words, they were a branch family. If those people's hatred could only be 7 points, then this Bai family would be 10 points. This was also the reason why Bai Ruyu wanted to find this Bai family right from the start. Although this Bai family still had many experts, to her, as long as she kept fighting, she would be able to destroy this Bai family. One day, she would be able to completely destroy this Bai family. What she needed to do now was to first make the people from the Bai family feel fear. Although Bai Ruyu was only a 5-star now, with the addition of treasures and treasures, she could completely burst out with the strength of a 6-star. The strength of a 6-star wasn't very high, but it was very fierce. With this kind of strength, she could almost do a lot of things. The Bai family had a huge city, and all the benefits of this city belonged to the Bai family. This was the benefit of betraying the Bai clan all those years ago. As soon as Bai Ruyu arrived, she quietly snuck into the city. He knew his own strength well even though he had not made a move yet. Bai Ruyu was ready to find some people from the Bai family. They found their target so quickly. It seems like this city has something to do with Bai Ruyu. Lin Fei, who had been drinking tea, also felt that this city was different. He felt that there was an aura in this city that was slightly related to Bai Ruyu. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. He believed that a lively scene would soon appear, and it was even faster than he had expected. The 100 Flowers Tower was the favorite place of the young masters in this city, and it was also a place where they spent a lot of money. He really couldn't afford to play without money. In the evening, a few figures walked out. These figures appeared to be relatively young. As soon as they appeared, many people moved to the side. No one was willing to offend these people because they were the masters of this city, which meant that they were the disciples of the Bai clan. In this city, anyone could be offended except the Bai clan. Once someone offended the Bai clan, it would be difficult to leave this place. Although the Bai clan would never make a move directly, many things were done by the Bai clan. However, there was no evidence. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a newcomer or an old person, once they came here, they would basically receive a notice. That was, they could offend anyone but the Bai clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Today is too enjoyable. That guy was beaten up by me. An arrogant young man laughed loudly, and the people around him also started to flatter him. Of course, the third young master is powerful. How could those guys compare to the third young master? Their eyes are all white. These few outsiders have the nerve to fight with the third young master. I really don't know who gave them the courage. If I were them, I would come and apologize to the third young master now. The one who was called the third young master was a member of the Bai clan. He was also the son of the Bai clan's current leader. He had many sons, and among them, the third young master was one of the more elegant ones. He was more favored because he looked like the current leader. This also made the third young master arrogant. As long as he was in this city, no one dared to say anything. It could be said that he dared to show it, but did not dare to say it. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared. No one knew when this figure appeared, but with a flash of crimson light, they saw third young master Bai's head fly into the air and fall to the ground. Bai clan's remnants, death cannot wipe out your crimes. The cold voice was filled with endless coldness. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Then, their vision blurred, and they could no longer see the figure. Only the headless third young master was left on the scene. Something big happened. Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade, the mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 51:13. After third young master Bai was killed, people quickly rushed over. It was the Bai clan. They couldn't sit still after such a big thing happened and rushed over immediately. They saw third young master Bai get killed. The higher-ups of the Bai clan had ugly expressions on their faces, not knowing who did it. Of course, they brought a lot of treasures and started searching for the culprit. They had to find him no matter what. Just as they were searching, something else happened. A few disciples of the Bai clan who were training outside were also killed. In just 2 days, it caused quite a commotion. One should know that the Bai clan was quite famous in the universe of bloodshed. Though they were despicable people, they did occupy a big city and produced many strong cultivators. This time, they had lost quite a number of Bai clan disciples, and among them was the third young master Bai. Just like that, many people realized that someone was targeting the Bai clan. Though they didn't know who it was, the words they left behind were enough for everyone to understand. This was definitely a blood feud. To have a blood feud with the Bai clan, there was no need to guess. It had to be someone from the main bloodline of the Bai clan. Back then, the main bloodline of the Bai clan either escaped or died. There were only a few who could survive. But this time, it was obvious that the culprit was targeting the Bai clan. It was very likely that it was someone from the main bloodline. Many people began to drink tea and eat, becoming lovers of gossip. As a result, the Bai family became even more vigilant in their search. They searched the entire city and even activated a formation. The meaning was very clear. They had to find the culprit no matter what. As long as they didn't find him, the city wouldn't be open to the public. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Under these circumstances, someone from the Bai clan was killed. Nobody knew where the culprit was hiding, but they knew that a disciple of the Bai clan was killed right in front of their eyes. This was like a huge slap to the Bai clan's face. Everyone in the Bai clan felt very uncomfortable. A loud crash resounded. Many of the furniture in the living room were turned to pieces. This generation's Bai family head had a gloomy expression. Everyone felt a wave of helplessness. Of course, most of it was a kind of humiliation. Their Bai family had been killed one after another. Putting aside third young master Bai, ninth young master Bai was dead. They had lost 2 young masters, and this was definitely coming for them. Can't you pieces of trash find out who the culprit is? Bai Nu stared at everyone. The higher-ups present all lowered their heads, because until now, they hadn't found much information. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. The more it was like this, the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. If this guy wasn't dealt with, who knew what would happen when the time came? Perhaps their Bai family's disciples would still die. The longer it dragged on, the greater the impact on their Bai family's influence. This kind of blow was not something that anyone could take. Patriarch, if I'm not wrong, This person should be Bai Ruyu, who disappeared not long ago, which is 15 years ago. I heard that Bai Ruyu was originally captured, but she was inexplicably kidnapped. Even the higher-ups of the Black Tiger gang were wiped out. It's very likely that she's a survivor. Suddenly, one of the elders said. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If it was something else, they might not care, but Bai Ruyu's words were completely different. How is this possible? How could Bai Ruyu still be alive? Didn't they say that he had been tracked down countless times? If it's really Bai Ruyu, then it's really troublesome. Although she was young at that time, she had quite a lot of potential. Plus, she disappeared for 15 years. It's very likely that she went to Cultivate. The higher-ups of the Bai clan had changed a lot. After all, the main branch of the Bai clan was full of talents. If they hadn't cooperated with outsiders and taken them by surprise, more than half of the higher-ups would have been eliminated. Otherwise, the current Bai family would have dominated the region, so they didn't want the people from the main bloodline to threaten them. Whether this person is Bai Ruyu or not, what we need to do now is to find Bai Ruyu. He must be around us. Bai Nu was very clear about what was going on. That was, Bai Ruyu had come to take revenge, and his strength should be extremely high. Both the third young master and the ninth young master had arranged for experts, but they couldn't resist. This meant that the other party was very likely to have the strength of a divine master, and at the level of 5 or 6 stars. That was the only way to kill the third young master and the ninth young master in such a short time, and even his people couldn't help. He couldn't be left alive. He had to find him. Chapter 51:14. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the development of the situation the whole time. In fact, Lin Fei didn't even need to do anything to know what the situation was like. He could already see clearly that his registered disciple, Bai Ruyu, was quite stubborn, and she was quite fierce when she attacked. She was fighting the Bai family head-on. However, the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Although Bai Ruyu also had many treasures that could make her whereabouts unpredictable, the Bai family was still quite capable. This was because the head of the Bai family in this generation was actually an 8-star peak existence. This kind of strength was neither strong nor weak. At the very least, it could be considered a domineering existence in this area. Moreover, this world of massacre was not quite the same as other worlds. It was also a high-level world, so it was quite difficult to deal with the Bai family. If nothing went wrong, Bai Ruyu would soon face them. When that time came, the Bai family would inevitably face a great massacre. Lin Fei had to see how long Bai Ruyu could last, and how long her strength could improve. As long as there was no danger, he would definitely not make a move. Half a month later, Bai Ruyu finally faced the Bai family completely, because the Bai family had used some tricks this time. It seemed like they had waited for someone, but when Bai Ruyu made a move, they suddenly showed their true colors, and immediately put Bai Ruyu in a passive position. Then, the hidden experts also showed up one after another. So, it really is you, Bai Ruyu? You are very bold. You didn't find a place to hide, but you actually dared to come back to take revenge. You are dead today. This was Bai Mu, a high-ranking member of the Bai family. His strength was around 7-star, and he had just broken through not long ago. When he saw that Bai Ruyu was only a 5-star divine master, he naturally didn't take her seriously. Moreover, there were also 4-star and 5-star people around, so it was only natural that he would take down Bai Ruyu. However, when they exchanged blows, Bai Mu discovered that Bai Ruyu was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Streaks of bloody light flowed continuously, causing these 4- and 5-star divine masters to be unable to resist at all, and they all collapsed in a pool of blood. Even he himself was in a sorry state at the beginning. Since you've awakened your bloodline, I can't tolerate your existence anymore. If it was any other situation, the higher-ups of the Bai family wouldn't care. But now that Bai Ruyu had awakened her bloodline, her future was limitless. Now that he had returned to the Bai family, it was obvious that he was here to train the entire Bai family. Outsiders might not know, but they did. He absolutely could not allow Bai Ruyu to continue growing. Fortunately, Bai Mu was a 7-star martial artist. Bai Ruyu was a 5-star. If they really fought, he would have a certain advantage. It's not that easy to deal with me. There was a loud bang. Bai Ruyu unleashed all of his strength. His treasures, in addition to this secret attack, instantly reached the 6-star level. He was actually fighting Bai Mu, a 7-star divine master from the Bai family. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he wasn't really at a disadvantage. On the contrary, his opponent was gradually at a disadvantage. The injuries on Bai Ruyu's body were increasing, and the injuries on Bai Mu's body were also increasing. The more Bai Mu fought, the more apprehensive he became. As the number of injuries on his body increased, he finally realized how terrifying Bai Ruyu was. If this continued, the entire Bai family wouldn't be able to withstand Bai Ruyu's attacks. Boom! An array diagram quietly opened, and a huge ball of blood appeared in the void. The higher-ups of the Bai family were only 7-star martial artists. When they saw this eye, they instantly fell into a momentary stagnation, and the entire void froze. Then they were killed by Bai Ruyu. This was the strongest treasure that Bai Ruyu could currently use. Blood God's Eye. This was an 8-star treasure. Once it was used, it would be able to explode with an 8-star technique. And the simplest technique of this 8-star was to lock down the void. This was not something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, this 7-star higher-up of the Bai family couldn't withstand it at all. This is the first higher-up of the Bai family. Soon, there will be a second and a third. With one less higher-up of the Bai family, there was naturally a lot of movement. When they came over to check, Bai Ruyu came out again. This time, she directly faced 2 higher-ups of the Bai family alone. They were both 7-star martial artists. This time, Bai Ruyu was seriously injured, but she still managed to kill the 2 of them as she wished. This time, 3 of them had died in one go, and the Bai family's family head was furious on the spot. Bai Ruyu, you are courting death. Do you really think that I can't find you? Chapter 51:15. Such a massacre was naturally not a small matter. The Bai family had already lost quite a number of experts, causing many people to turn their attention to the Bai family. Back then, when the Bai family was glorious, it was indeed not a glorious thing for a side branch to jump out. Now that the main branch of the Bai family had found their way here, their first move was a thunderous blow, killing many of the Bai family's higher-ups. It was really a huge slap in the face. Many people had heard of this Bai Ruyu. She was the descendant of the massacre Protoss. After so many years, such a powerful character had appeared. The only thing that made them feel inconceivable was that this Bai Ruyu was truly courageous. He had actually come out again. They heard that she had been captured previously, but in the end, she ran away again. It seemed that she was involved with another force. Therefore, many people paid attention, wanting to see who exactly was standing behind this Bai Ruyu. The slaughtering universe today was not the slaughtering universe of the past. Bai Ruyu's appearance naturally caused a commotion. Bai Nu also saw the person arranged by the higher-ups. It was a middle-aged man who was very cold. You guys are too useless. Just one Bai Ruyu caused such a huge commotion, and so many of your Bai family's disciples died. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied with your way of doing things, so they arranged for me to come here. Wu Hua said coldly. No one cared more about this Bai Ruyu than he did. This was because the higher-ups had named her to capture this Bai Ruyu. Only by capturing her could they find out who exactly was standing behind her. Many people guessed that some forces in the slaughtering universe had colluded with Bai Ruyu to prepare a subversive operation. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. However, this Bai Ruyu's words were different. Of course, Bai Nu didn't dare to say much. The person in front of him was someone arranged by the higher-ups, and he himself was a 9-star existence. I'll listen to everything you say, sir. What will we do? Immediately gather the Bai family's experts. I'll personally find this person. With Wu Hua's order, the entire Bai family was mobilized. Bai Nu naturally obeyed the order. He mobilized a lot of experts from the Bai clan. There were as many as 40 to 50 of them. Together with Wu Hua, they chased after Bai Ruyu. This commotion was seen by many people, including Lin Fei. He was not surprised by this at all. He knew it from the moment this Wu Hua expert came over. This time, the higher-ups must have made a move, but they didn't expect that a Bai Ruyu would make them move. He even arranged for a 9 stars powerhouse to come over. The 9 stars divine master was only an early-stage divine master, but his strength could not be ignored. Let's see how far Bai Ruyu can go this time. Lin Fei was more or less looking forward to it. He believed that Bai Ruyu would not let him down this time. He controlled the Tenjin Temple to follow them. With the help of a treasure, Wu Hu chased all the way out. Finally, they arrived at a mountain range. This place wasn't very far from the Bai clan's city. It was only a few 100,000 miles away. But it was precisely this place that Bai Nu hated very much. It was no wonder that his people couldn't find any traces of Bai Ruyu hiding in such a place. This Bai Ruyu really had some tricks up her sleeve. Wu Hu waved his hand, and a large array was instantly set up. The void rippled and locked onto a small area. Then, a voice drifted over. That Bai Ruyu is right here. You can make your move now. Wu Hu didn't plan to make a move directly. Instead, he let Bai Nu do it. Bai Nu naturally knew that he had to be the vanguard. Thus, he led his people, activated his treasure, and launched one attack after another. He didn't care about the consequences at all. He had to chase Bai Ruyu out first. The rumbling caused the void to ripple. However, the commotion didn't spread outside. And Bai Ruyu, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also rushed out. The treasure had a strong penetrative ability. Even if she didn't want to come out, the layers of penetrative ability of the treasure made her realize that she had been found. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that you finally found me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Nu, you traitor. As soon as Bai Ruyu came out, she saw Bai Nu, who was the leader. He used to be the leader of the collateral branch of the Bai clan. It turns out that it's really you, Bai Ruyu. You didn't find a place to hide. How dare you kill my Bai clan's people? You don't have to leave today. I've already set up a large array here. Let's see how long you can last. Bai Nu's whole face was full of anger and resentment. It was this guy who made the Bai clan lose face again. Everyone was laughing at the Bai clan. So many people couldn't catch Bai Ruyu. The experts of the Bai clan, who had been behind her, all attacked in an instant. They were also full of anger. If they didn't catch Bai Ruyu, the Bai clan would be a joke. The higher-ups would be greatly disappointed in the Bai clan. In the future, anyone could come and trample on them. Chapter 51:16. The people from the Bai family attacked. The weakest of them was a 7-star expert. Of course, there were also some 8-star experts. Although they wouldn't kill Bai Ruyu this time, they would definitely injure her severely. As long as one of them was left alive. After they attacked, Bai Ruyu also attacked. Compared to some time ago, Bai Ruyu's strength had a great breakthrough. She actually broke through from the 5-star level to the 6-star level. Her moves became even more terrifying. Streaks of blood-colored flowing light shuttled back and forth. She actually withstood the attacks of these people alone. Although she was injured, these 7-star and 8-star experts also felt a certain sense of danger. They had underestimated the power of Bai Ruyu. How can Bai Ruyu be so strong? Bai Nu had been observing. He also wanted to see how powerful Bai Ruyu was. Her moves were actually at the 6-star level. After using the secret technique, her strength increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she reached the peak of 6-star and could use the combat power of 7-star. Most importantly, many of these secret techniques were not learned by Bai Nu. They were the so-called top-notch techniques that only Bai Nu knew when he killed the Lord God in the past. Now, there would be experts from the Bai family dying every time she used her supernatural power. 1 7-star, 2 7-star, 3 7-star, 4 7-star, one by one, the experts fell one after another. There were wounds on Bai Ruyu's body. She seemed to have walked out of a pool of blood. Even so, Bai Ruyu was still using her supernatural power, killing the experts from the Bai family in fear. Didn't the Bai family want to kill me? Do you want to capture me alive? How dare you come here with such little strength? Bai Nu, do it yourself. They can't do it. When I kill them all, you will be a commander without an army. Bai Ruyu's eyes were very cold and her face was very pale. She kept using her secret technique. Her moves became extremely ruthless, but her eyes never left Bai Nu. She even revealed a cruel smile. Swoosh. An 8-star expert was directly beaten to the ground. Bai Ruyu was also seriously injured, but she was still holding on. Bai Nu's eyes turned red. The divine masters that he had lost were the elites of the Bai clan, the pillars of the Bai clan. He would be heartbroken if even one of them died. Now that they were dying one after another, the Bai family's strength was greatly damaged. Even if they managed to take down Bai Ruyu, the Bai family would be completely affected. He would lose at least 2/3 of his strength. The strength of the entire family. Not far away, Wu Hua stared at Bai Ruyu. He was very impressed by her mystic arts. Bai Ruyu's main bloodline's pride indeed had limitless potential. Fortunately, he had come. If he had relied on the Bai family's methods alone, it would have been impossible to take down Bai Ruyu. Perhaps the entire Bai family would be wiped out by him. It's better if you do it. They can't withstand my attacks at all. Only you can fill me with motivation. Another 8-star expert was sent flying. It was full of scars. His entire person immediately collapsed. Bai family head, since he wants to fight with you so much, you should fight with him. Those people alone won't be able to take him down. At this moment, Wu Hua could naturally tell that although Bai Ruyu was full of scars, her injuries were a little serious, and she seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. This guy seemed to have mastered many top-notch techniques, and the others weren't a match for him at all. Therefore, Bai Nu was the most suitable person to take action at this moment. It's indeed regretful that I didn't kill you back then. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. At the very least, I'll cripple you completely. All the mystic arts that you mastered belong to the Bai family. It's just the right time to hand them over at once. Bai Nu exploded, and the other Bai family experts retreated. They were already terrified. Even though Bai Ruyu was injured, the combat power that she erupted with was too strong. She crushed them with all kinds of techniques, and they couldn't compare at all. Looking at the 7-star and 8-star experts being killed one by one, they naturally didn't have the courage to continue fighting. It was only when the family head took action that they finally regained a little bit of confidence. No way. Of course, Bai Nu wanted to take down Bai Ruyu as soon as possible and take away all her belongings. If they were to hand over Bai Ruyu, it would be unknown whether they could obtain these methods at that time. Swoosh. In the void, a huge eye emerged. With a swoosh, it penetrated Bai Nu's body. Bai Nu didn't expect that there would be such a powerful technique in such a short period of time. This technique was very terrifying, reaching the level of 9 stars. The power of this technique caused Bai Nu to be seriously injured. Even Wu Hua, who was far away, couldn't help in time. He could only watch Bai Lu being seriously injured. Bai Ruyu, how dare you play tricks? The error-free chapter of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated in the new C-Book Pavilion. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the new C-Book Pavilion. Those who like the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King New Book Pavilion is the fastest to update. Chapter 5117. Bai Nu was indeed caught off guard. The power of this treasure was extremely strong, and he was severely injured in an instant. Even Wu Hua, who was far away, had to admit that. Bai Ruyu's means were indeed endless. She could still exert such powerful strength when she was seriously injured. No wonder she dared to go against the Bai family alone. Fortunately, he was here this time. Bai family head, your performance disappointed me. You can't even take down such a person. Let me do it myself. Wu Hua shook his head in disappointment. Initially, he wanted to let Bai Nu test the limits of Bai Ruyu. Now, it seemed that he could only do it himself. I still have the strength to fight. Let me try one more time. One more time. I will definitely be able to take her down. Bai Nu was anxious instantly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Beams of cold light penetrated from below. There was blood at the corner of Bai Nu's mouth, and his face turned paler. At this moment, she actually used her means again. This was Bai Ruyu's means again. It seems that you don't have any chance to make a move now. Let me do it. You really disappoint me. Wu Hua waved his hand. Bai Nu rolled out directly. He rolled more than 10 rounds before he stopped. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Although Bai Ruyu's method was simple, its power was boundless. It wasn't something that anyone could withstand. You're really amazing. You have such strength at such a young age, and you can use all kinds of means to unleash 7-star means. You can even seriously injure an 8-star. I really underestimated you. Wu Hua stretched out a hand. As soon as he stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers were like pillars, shaking the void. You'd better obediently come with me now. The gap between us is too big. You're far from being my opponent. As soon as he made his move, Bai Ruyu realized that the gap between him and his opponent was indeed very, very large. Bai Ruyu could seriously injure Bai Nu because of her negligence. If she was prepared, it wouldn't be so easy for Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu wasn't someone who would give up so easily. It's not that easy for you to catch me. Bai Ruyu used her technique again. This time, her technique was even more powerful than before. She blocked the 5 fingers one after another. The huge eye also appeared. Might was also struck down by this hand. A gap is a gap. You will never be able to imagine how far the gap between us is. You will never be able to defeat me. Wu Hua had seen it clearly just now. This Bai Ruyu's means were indeed quite powerful, but it wasn't to the extent that he was afraid of. Now Bai Ruyu was seriously injured. As his palm moved lower and lower, the space became smaller and smaller. In the end, Bai Ruyu would fall into Wu Hua's palm. This was Wu Hua's mystique. Heaven and earth palm. This move wasn't something that just anyone could block. To use such a move against Bai Ruyu, it could be said that he had taken a liking to Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu's moves became more and more ferocious. Her body was covered in blood, her breathing became more and more labored, and her face became paler and paler. He continued to unleash his full strength. Even Wu Hua had to admit that this Bai Ruyu was really going all out. If such a person was allowed to mature, no one would be a match for her. There was a loud bang. A sea of blood instantly appeared around Bai Ruyu. This sea of blood was vast and mighty. Following that, a gigantic shadow appeared. It was a huge palace. A phantom sat in the middle of the palace. When it raised its head slightly, it gave Wu Hua a huge shock. You actually comprehended the Blood Sea Palace that only the Massacre God Lord has. Others might not know the capabilities of the Blood Sea Palace, but Wu Hua knew it very well. He flicked out a flying sword and slashed over. He slashed out with his sword, not letting Bai Ruyu completely grasp it. Back then, this was one of the Massacre God Lord's most powerful techniques. The moment the Blood Sea Palace opened, an endless stream of energy would pour in, allowing the opponent to maintain an invincible position. Within a certain range, everyone's blood and essence would be uncontrollably plundered by the opponent. This was the strength of the Massacre God Lord. Ever since the Massacre God Lord fell, none of his descendants had been able to comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. It was too difficult. One needed to reach the limit in order to comprehend it. At the limit, one would most likely lose their life. But now, this Bai Ruyu actually managed to comprehend it. Just as the sword was about to reach the other party, it was blocked by an invisible layer of defense. Its power grew weaker and weaker, and it instantly shattered into pieces. That Bai Ruyu's entire body was filled with demonic energy. The blood river surged unceasingly. It filled her back. Under my limit, I finally comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. Chapter 51:18. Even Lin Fei felt rather surprised at this moment. Bai Ruyu did not let him down. She actually managed to comprehend a technique that only the Slaughter God Master had under such extreme circumstances. Lin Fei had heard of this technique before. It was extremely difficult. Among the treasures that Lin Fei brought, there were some that could help one comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. As for how high the possibility was, no one knew. Bai Ruyu's transformation had truly shocked Lin Fei. The moment this Blood Sea Palace opened, the surrounding area seemed to have fallen into Bai Ruyu's control. Wu Hua knew this just by looking at him. Hua hua hua. The huge void instantly turned into a whirlpool. The injured Bai family experts could not hold on any longer. In an instant, they turned into streams of blood that flowed into the whirlpool. Following them were the other Bai family experts. In the blink of an eye, these Bai family experts were all wiped out. Even Bai Nu was unable to resist in time after holding on for a moment. He instantly turned into a pool of blood. When Bai Nu sought help, he could not do so at all. Once the whirlpool spread, he could not block it at all. Just looking at Wu Hua, who was not far away, he was also having a hard time resisting. He was still a step too late. If he had known that Bai Ruyu had such thoughts, he definitely would not have been so slow. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. In the end, he had helped Bai Ruyu instead. He had really been deceived. They are all dead. Now it's your turn. The illusory figure in the Blood Sea Palace suddenly opened its eyes and cast a glance over. Wu Hua discovered that 2 streams of blood had instantly pierced through him. He was heavily injured. He was already finding it hard to hold on. With his heavy injuries, he instantly turned into a pool of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he died immediately. After using this move, Bai Ruyu also fainted. The Blood Sea Palace behind her also disappeared. At this moment, Bai Ruyu had expended all her energy. It was already not easy for her to hold on until now. Lin Fei walked out. He reached out and grabbed Bai Ruyu. Put it in the Tenjin Temple. Leaving just like that after killing Wu Hua, aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A hand stretched out from the void and grabbed at Lin Fei. The death of a 9-star expert in the bloodshed universe, coupled with the eruption of the Blood Sea Palace, naturally caused some 9-star experts to sense it. Lin Fei raised his hand and welcomed the attack. You won't be able to make a move like this. If you have the ability, come over with your true body and see if I can destroy you or not. After the palm strike, the void crumbled bit by bit, and the hand was directly repelled. Following that, Lin Fei's figure also disappeared. The fluctuations from the Blood Sea Palace spread out. Those 5 stars and 6 stars didn't notice anything at all, but those 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars sensed this aura and were all moved. I seem to have sensed the aura of the Blood Sea Palace. The most powerful existence of the Massacre Protoss back then. This is impossible. Could it be that someone has mastered the Blood Sea Palace? Could it be that Bai Nu? No, I just sense that Bai Nu's aura has disappeared. I also sense that Wu Hua's aura has also disappeared. Could it be that the expert from the Bai family has comprehended the Blood Sea Palace and is back? All the 8 and 9 stars experts had a change of expression. They rushed over to this place. No one was more concerned about this matter than them. At the same time, in one of the sacred grounds of a sect, a figure slowly opened his eyes. He raised his palm slightly and cracks appeared on it. Then he stood up. The Blood Sea Palace has reappeared. It seems that the remaining evil of the Bai family has finally comprehended this most powerful technique. It's a pity that they weren't able to take her down. There is a powerful expert behind her. The bloodshed universe is in trouble. The figure flashed and disappeared. When Bai Ruyu woke up, she found herself in the Tenjin Temple. Her injuries had all recovered. Since you're awake, come over. Her master's voice rang in her ears. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard. He was waiting for Bai Ruyu to come over. Bai Ruyu's injuries weren't very serious. She had treasures on her that could resist a lot of energy from seeping into her body. One could only say that the Bai family had suffered a huge blow after this battle. It wouldn't be long before they completely disappeared in the river of history. Thank you, Master. Help me treat my injuries. You've done well. I didn't expect you to comprehend the most powerful technique of the Massacre Protoss. Now, you just need to fight non-stop to consolidate this technique. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding about this. However, he knew that the Massacre Protoss had relied on fighting to achieve it. He also had this world of the Massacre Protoss. Chapter 5119. The entire world of bloodshed had indeed become very different. The news regarding Bai Ruyu also spread out immediately. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had comprehended the Divine Master of Massacre's strongest Blood Sea Palace back then and could even summon that phantom image. That was the Blood Sea Palace's strongest existence. It was said that this phantom image would become extremely realistic until the day it completely walked out from the palace. That was invincible in the world. Even though it was just a rumor, no one dared to belittle it. It was because back then, the Divine Master of Massacre had relied on this phantom image to become extremely powerful. It was said that when one cultivated to the extreme, they could fuse with this phantom image, and their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, turning into a truly terrifying existence. The entire world of bloodshed also started to take action. Many people were searching for this Bai Ruyu. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find her. If this person was not found, the entire place would fall into the Bai clan's hands sooner or later. Right now, there was only one Bai Ruyu, but her strength and potential were all seen clearly. However, no matter how they searched, they still could not find any traces of Bai Ruyu. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. This was a very bad thing. Of course, the news of Bai Ruyu having a powerful expert behind her naturally spread. Many people felt very astonished, but they did not know who it was. Many people guessed that it should be a great faction that had taken a fancy to their world of bloodshed. If that was the case, then it would indeed be quite troublesome. Master, could it be that I shouldn't go out now? I feel that I've more or less comprehended it and can unleash quite a few powerful attacks. When Bai Ruyu was prepared to go out, Lin Fei stopped her. Lin Fei had been observing this world of bloodshed. The current situation in this world of bloodshed was a little tense. All the experts were searching for Bai Ruyu's traces. As long as Bai Ruyu appeared, countless experts would come over just like that. Lin Fei's intention was to let Bai Ruyu take a breather. That was for the best. Anyway, there was no hurry, not to mention that Lin Fei had a lot of time. Bai Ruyu didn't agree with it after hearing it. Master, I feel that I'm very suitable for fighting now. My combat experience will also become richer and richer. Isn't Master here? If I really encounter any danger, Master will take action and I will be uprooted. Those who commit crimes must be cleaned up. Even though most of the Bai family's experts were killed this time, and even the family lord was killed by Bai Ruyu, this was still not enough. The Bai family still existed, and the entire Bai family had to pay a heavy price. This was Bai Ruyu's most important goal. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. After all, Bai Ruyu's strength had changed a lot. He had already reached the level of a 7-star divine master, but the power that he could unleash was very strong. Ordinary 8 stars wouldn't be a match for him, and only 9 stars would be able to suppress Bai Ruyu. Once Bai Ruyu mobilized the so-called Blood Sea Palace's power, things would become even more different. The current Bai Ruyu was no different from being possessed. This was something that Lin Fei figured out later on. At that time, Bai Ruyu was indeed very different from how she was before. If she wasn't possessed, what else could she be? He didn't expect that the Divine Master Massacre's means were really impressive, to be able to grasp such means. It was just that getting started was too difficult, and not everyone could grasp it. One could only comprehend it under extreme circumstances. In addition, there must be a certain treasure guiding him from the side. Only then would he be able to grasp this means. There were so many Bai family disciples, but only a few managed to grasp the Blood Sea Palace. One could imagine how impressive this means was. Not everyone could grasp it. Then you should go out and have a good fight. I will watch you. Those people also want to see what your master is like. Otherwise, they won't be able to rest easy. Lin Fei more or less knew what Bai Ruyu was thinking. His biggest thought was to overturn the Bai family. It was that simple. Of course, it was the same for other forces. Therefore, Bai Ruyu could be said to have to deal with all the big and small forces in the world of bloodshed alone. Those top forces definitely wouldn't let Bai Ruyu continue to grow. It was inevitable that they would take action. Lin Fei also wanted to have a good fight with these 9 stars. He wanted to see how strong they were. Bai Ruyu appeared in the outside world. When she came out, she found that she was very close to the Bai family. She was even more shocked by the power of the Tenjin Temple. So many people couldn't find it. It was no wonder that so many people wanted this Tenjin Temple back then. In the end, it fell into the hands of her master. The entire city of the Bai family was basically in a state of shrinking. Their family head and the upper echelons had suffered heavy casualties. At least 2/3 of their strength had been lost. The remaining people were really jittery. No one dared to come out rashly. Boom! The blood-colored stream of light directly blasted the city, and the huge city shook in an instant. Chapter 51:20. The Bai family was indeed in a state of panic. No one expected the remnant of the past to be so powerful. Just one move and the Bai family suffered heavy losses. More than half of the upper echelons were gone. Not to mention the family head. The remaining upper echelons were terrified. Until now, they hadn't found any traces of Bai Ruyu. This was what worried them the most. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be afraid. However, it was different for Bai Ruyu. With Bai Ruyu's temper, she would definitely uproot the Bai family. If they had known that Bai Ruyu was so powerful, they wouldn't have used any underhanded methods. They would have just behaved themselves. Anyone could imagine that as long as nothing happened to Bai Ruyu, she would be a big shot in the future. She would even comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. With the Blood Sea Palace, unless the 9 stars made a move, there was no way to deal with Bai Ruyu. Not to mention the fact that Bai Ruyu had a master behind her. Who knew how strong this teacher was? At the very least, he would be at the 9 stars level. As long as he was at the pinnacle of the 9 stars, it would be even more terrifying. If he was at the full circle of the 9 stars, it would be hopeless. Probably no one in the entire world of bloodshed would be able to defeat him. The loud rumbling instantly alarmed the upper echelons. One by one they flew out. At this time, there was actually someone attacking their city. Could it be someone who wasn't afraid of death? When they came out, they were instantly dumbfounded. It looks like Bai Ruyu is here. That demoness is finally out again. Oh my god, how did she come out? We didn't receive any news at all. Send a message. Inform them to come over. If they don't, then our Bai clan will be completely finished this time. No one can stop Bai Ruyu. When these people saw Bai Ruyu, their first thought wasn't to attack, but to contact them. Only those experts would be able to capture Bai Ruyu. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rely on the few of them. After all, there were not many experts in the Bai family now. There were only 8-star experts. Did an 8-star have the guts? Those who didn't have the guts were all frightened by Bai Ruyu. How could he still have the guts to fight her? Whoosh! A blood-colored stream of light flew in. It really was Bai Ruyu. Wherever Bai Ruyu went, the upper echelons of the Bai clan fell one after another. They couldn't stop her at all. This was a great improvement in strength. Each of the blood-red lights was like a flying sword. They were extremely powerful and could absorb the blood and qi in the opponent's body. His strength had also increased significantly. You didn't expect this, did you? Back then, you betrayed the Bai clan, and now I'm here to avenge you. Don't be afraid. If you dare to do it, you dare to admit it. Another few higher-ups were killed. Our main branch has lost so many people, but you guys didn't even bat an eyelid. If the Bai family didn't exist, how could your branch exist? But you guys didn't know what's good for you and betrayed the main branch. Damn it. Bai Ruyu kept shuttling back and forth. Wherever she went, no one could stop her. One by one, corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, all of the higher-ups of the Bai family were killed, except for them. Bai Ruyu also killed all the potential members of the Bai clan. She didn't show any mercy at all. At this moment, Bai Ruyu didn't show any mercy at all. She attacked and didn't say anything. She killed everyone in the Bai clan and Lin Fei just watched quietly. Naturally, he could feel Bai Ruyu's feelings. This was what she needed to do at this moment. It could be said that this was a mental demon of Bai Ruyu. If she didn't resolve this mental demon, she would be traumatized for the rest of her life. It was the direct descendant of the Bai clan who betrayed them. If it was something else, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it was different when the branch betrayed them. This was a real stab in the back. One stab directly destroyed the entire main branch of the Bai clan. If it wasn't for them working together, the Bai clan wouldn't have been breached so quickly. At least the casualties wouldn't be that serious. They moved quite fast. There are experts here so soon. But if they come at this time, you guys can only be unlucky. Lin Fei felt a few figures flying over. There were at least dozens of them. These were all 8- and 7-star experts. So far, none of the 9 stars had made a move. After all, these 9 stars also wanted to save face. But it shouldn't be long before they made a move. Lin Fei was even less anxious. Let these people who rushed over first suffer a little first. Who asked them to be so impatient? As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Don't they understand this principle? It could only be said that they were unlucky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the figures quickly approached. They also quickly locked onto Bai Ruyu. They were all 7-star and 8-star experts. At this moment, they were especially excited. Finally, they found Bai Ruyu's whereabouts. The only thing that made them a little unhappy was when did Bai Ruyu appear here. They didn't have any news at all. Chapter 51-21. The 7-star and 8-star experts thought that they could take advantage of the situation. However, when they came over, they realized that they could not take advantage of the situation at all. This was a huge trap. Bai Ruyu's attack caught them off guard. All of them were in a sorry state and could not withstand it at all. The beams of sanguine light were extremely powerful and could even suppress their attacks easily. Most importantly, the sanguine light had a strong penetrative ability. It could penetrate their bodies and plunder their vital energy and blood. Their combat abilities would also become weaker and weaker. Her technique was too terrifying. Most importantly, when the huge whirlpool opened, they felt as though they had fallen into a huge net. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. One by one, the 7-star and 8-star experts were killed. The 7-star and 8-star experts who had yet to make a move in the distance broke out in a cold sweat. They stared intently at the huge blood-colored whirlpool not far away. In the whirlpool, they could vaguely see a palace. That was the famous Blood Sea Palace. If it was any other Blood Sea Palace, they naturally would not take it seriously. However, it was different for this one. It was absolutely domineering. If anyone underestimated it or fell into it, there was basically no way to save them. Looking at the current situation, they only knew that. They had never had such a huge reaction. However, this time, they met the descendant of the massacred Divine Master as promised. She was so powerful. After comprehending the Blood Sea Palace, they immediately felt what terror was. What fear and palpitations were. None of them dared to move forward. Even if they were to move a little closer, they could feel the inexplicable lethality. This is too terrifying. How can there be such a powerful person? Killing 7-star and 8-star experts is like killing ants. That's right. Even I can feel the great danger. Fortunately, I came late. It's a pity for those people. Haste makes waste. These people are courting death. They could have gone anywhere else but here. Many people lamented. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to make a move. At the very least, no 7-star or 8-star would dare to go forward. The only ones who could make a move were the 9 stars. Perhaps the 9 stars could defeat Bai Ruyu. The rest could not. Don't tell me those who are spying on us in the dark are still not planning to make a move? If you don't make your move, I'm leaving. So. Beams of cold light came from afar. It was like a meteor shower. In an instant, it enveloped the area where Bai Ruyu was. Bai Ruyu waved her hand, and streams of light flew out of the blood-colored vortex. They collided one after another. Waves of formless energy swept out and the void began to tremble. The people nearby immediately disappeared without a trace, and they all realized one thing. That was when the famous 9-star powerhouse started to make his move. Only they could cause such a huge commotion. Everything else could be put aside. What an arrogant child. I want to see just how much ability you have inherited from the Master Massacre God. An old man walked out. The scepter in his hand was extremely eye-catching. As soon as the scepter moved, it burst out with attacks. Some people recognized who this person was. The Mountain Sea Patriarch is here, a powerful late-stage 9 stars existence. If he makes a move, this Bai Ruyu definitely won't be able to hold on. That's basically the case. The possibility is still very high. Many people knew this Mountain Sea Patriarch. This Mountain Sea Patriarch was very powerful. His Tao of sorcery was very strong and ferocious. In particular, there were a few powerful techniques that ordinary people couldn't possibly defend against. The Mountain Sea Patriarch kept coming over, and his scepter kept moving. A huge black storm directly enveloped the outside of the blood-colored vortex. Then, it kept strangling and attacking. Its power was endless. Even from afar, They could feel its power. Bai Ruyu also activated the blood-colored vortex and easily blocked it. No one expected that this blood-colored vortex would be so powerful that it could even withstand the attack of the Mountain Sea Patriarch. On the contrary, streams of light flew out, and each of them turned into a powerful attack. Although it was only a one-time attack, it made the Mountain Sea Patriarch realize that this guy was a little unusual. You alone aren't enough. There are still 9 stars that haven't come. It won't be that easy to take me down like this. Bai Ruyu sneered. What an arrogant tone. The Mountain Sea Patriarch alone is enough to make you suffer. Since you still want to take me down, I'll fulfill your wish. Another 9 stars appeared. This 9 stars was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he entered the vortex. Wherever he passed, all the surrounding attacks automatically collapsed. This time, Bai Ruyu has no chance at all. That goes without saying. Even the disciple of the Master Destruction is here. I heard that this is one of the top 10 disciples of the Master Destruction. He's exceptionally strong. She can be arrogant against 1 9 stars, but against 2 9 stars, she doesn't have the capital to be arrogant. Chapter 51-22. One Mountain Sea ancestor was already very terrifying. In the end, another disciple of the God of Destruction came. One had to know that the God of Destruction was also one of the top God Masters. His strength was also exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he mainly cultivated the power of destruction. Furthermore, all of his disciples were extremely powerful. Today, one came. As soon as he attacked, he was surrounded by the power of destruction. Every beam of destructive power formed a black dragon, and wherever the black dragon passed, a hole would be torn open. Charge in. Bai Ruyu also felt the pressure at this moment. She also mobilized the power of the Blood Sea Palace. If it was just the Mountain Sea ancestor, it wouldn't be too much pressure, but this disciple of the God of Destruction was different. The power of destruction was permeable. Even the power of blood of Bai Ruyu was limited. It was hard to resist. It kept collapsing. The means that Bai Ruyu mastered were not as powerful as when she was at her peak. If she was really that powerful, these few God Masters would be able to easily suppress her. The two of them made Bai Ruyu feel the pressure. Even so, Bai Ruyu still persisted for a long time. Although she was injured, it also made the disciples of the Mountain Sea God and the God of Destruction feel a little helpless. Of course, it was mostly killing intent. Such a person must not be allowed to live. She had such combat strength at such a young age and could even fight a few rounds with the Blood Sea Palace. If she became stronger and stronger, they wouldn't be able to defeat her at all and might even end up in a draw. In the future, she would definitely overtake them. Such a person must not be allowed to live, so their killing intent was cold. What? A figure appeared behind Bai Ruyu without any warning. She didn't know when this guy would appear. He just appeared in an instant. Even Bai Ruyu didn't notice it herself. Then, the other party slapped Bai Ryu's body. The jade-white Blood Sea Palace instantly showed signs of instability. Following that, the illusory figure opened its eyes. The black figure disappeared and the attack missed. Just like that, Bai Ruyu was completely different from before. His injuries had also worsened. Bai Ruyu, I want to see how long you can last after being hit by my trick. A voice came from all directions. No one knew exactly where he was, but everyone knew that this figure was the famous Dark Shadow King. This guy was also a top-notch assassin. Not everyone could withstand his attack. This time, no one severely injured Bai Ruyu. She was only injured. This caused everyone to experience another round of surprise. 3 9 stars had made a move. Even the Dark Shadow King had used such a technique, but they had not managed to injure Bai Ruyu. It also made everyone realize what it meant by 7-star and 8-star were like ants. In front of Bai Ruyu, it was indeed powerless. In the dark, Lin Fei observed silently. There were still quite a number of 9 stars powerhouses lurking in the dark. They seemed to be observing, but they were more concerned about the mysterious expert behind Bai Ruyu. If not, they would have made a move long ago. Looking at the time, it's about time for me to make a move. If I don't, my disciple won't be able to hold on. Lin Fei moved his body. He knew that this was the time for him to make a move. If he didn't, these 9 stars would not be able to hold it in. Just like the Dark Shadow King. Lin Fei did not stop her. He just wanted to let Bai Ruyu experience the gap between them. He was indeed very strong now. It was indeed easy to kill 7-star and 8-star. However, it was difficult to meet 9 stars. He still had a long way to go from 7-star to 8-star to 9 stars. Unless he refined the Blood Sea Palace further. Otherwise, it would be difficult to improve his strength. The Dark Shadow King made a move again. This time, his attack was sharper than before. There was no trace of him. It also made Bai Ruyu feel a sense of danger. She could not sense his presence because his speed was too fast. In an instant he changed his position countless times. She could not grasp his real body. It was the same even if he controlled the surrounding blood sea. It was as if the other party could easily avoid it. Don't resist. You definitely won't be as lucky as the previous time. The Dark Shadow King admitted that he had underestimated Bai Ruyu. Swoosh! A figure was sent flying. He landed outside with a heavy thud. A large part of the void also collapsed, causing many 7-stars and 8-stars to be secretly shocked. Of course, most of them were 9 stars in the depths of the void. All of them were instantly energized. The expert behind Bai Ruyu had finally appeared. Even the Dark Shadow King did not notice him and was sent flying. This person seemed to be quite powerful. Then they saw a young figure walking out. He was dressed in a black robe. His age was really a little ridiculous. How could there be such a young guy? For a moment, they doubted their eyes. Was this the expert behind Bai Ruyu? Chapter 51-23. As soon as this black-robed man came out, Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other powerhouse stopped. Their gazes fell on this black-robed young man. Because they all knew that this was the person behind Bai Ruyu. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care much. However, this person's words were different. This person was filled with mystery from head to toe. In the void, figures instantly fell on this black-robed young man. This person is very strange. I don't know where he came from. I know some of the powerful powerhouses in our universe, and I also know the younger generation, but I really don't know this person. It doesn't matter if we know him or not. Anyway, since this guy has come out, we can catch him. Many people had been thinking about the person behind Bai Ruyu for a long time. Unfortunately, this person had never shown up. Now that he had shown up, it was different. Some methods could also be used. So you're the person behind Bai Ruyu. You really dare to show up? Mountain Sea Patriarch stared at him coldly. It's better for someone like you to report your name, lest you implicate the entire force behind you. After all, our world of bloodshed will not allow someone like you to exist. The two of them also wanted to measure how strong this black-robed young man was. My disciple said that the two of you can't do it alone. It's the same in front of me. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a powerful force directly swept over. Nothing was useful. Pure power. Violent and domineering. The expressions of Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other 9 stars powerhouse changed, and a mighty force swept over. In an instant, the two of them were in the middle of this attack. All the defensive treasures and armors were activated in an instant. In an instant, a crashing sound could be heard. The two of them directly fell into the distance, hundreds of thousands of miles away. With such strength, you can't even take down my disciple. How dare you stand in front of me? I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. One by one, the 9 stars powerhouses in the void came out. They were shocked. This black-robed young man seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. Little White can rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Anyway, they have been thinking about it for a long time. It's just as they wish. Lin Fei's voice was not very loud, but these people heard it clearly. In the blink of an eye, more than 29 stars powerhouses appeared. There were quite a few lineups like that. After all, they wouldn't allow people like Bai Ruyu to exist. Back then, the God Lord of Massacre had once unified this world. So they all came over. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people behind Bai Ruyu, they would have made their move long ago. Now they finally got their wish. You're indeed quite strong. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least a late-stage 9 stars existence, or even a peak existence. You're making a move in the world of bloodshed. Aren't you stretching your hands too far? A tall figure walked over. This figure was like the leader of the crowd, filled with an imposing aura. Bai Ruyu's eyes had also turned blood red. Xianyuan Gate. God Lord Long River. These words were uttered through gritted teeth. He stared coldly at her. His entire body was trembling quite a bit. Back then, it was the Xianyuan Gate that led everyone to attack the Bai family, causing the Bai family to be removed from this world in a short period of time. The disciples of the Bai family were either killed, injured, or captured. As for Bai Ruyu, she was lucky enough to escape. All the grudges, old and new, were added together. This naturally caused Bai Ruyu to hate them. Hating the Bai family was one thing, but the Xianyuan Gate was another. This was also the target that Bai Ruyu had to make a move on no matter what. So you know my name? That's perfect. Since the two of you have come together, come to our Xianyuan Gate as guests. Our Xianyuan Gate hasn't welcomed outsiders in a long time. God Lord Long River laughed, but his gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. Only the black-robed young man made him feel pressured. This was because he couldn't see through this guy. He could guarantee that this guy definitely came from another world, and this world was very likely a high-level world. Or perhaps a top-tier world. Only this kind of authority could make it difficult for others to see through him. Other than your Xianyuan Gate, I wonder who else participated back then? I hope that all of you can come out obediently so that I don't have to look for you one by one. That's a waste of time. Lin Fei raised his head and swept his gaze across everyone. His gaze became provocative. This caused the 9 Stars Godlords to feel a little strange. This young guy's temper was quite bad. Didn't he know that he could easily offend all of them by acting like this? The Black Mist Gate has made a move. The Big Dipper Gate. One figure after another stepped out, as if they didn't think that this black-robe guy had any tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 51-24. There were still many people who stood out. After all, they were all 9 Stars powerhouses and represented various factions behind them. Back then, they joined forces to deal with the Bai family because the Divine Lord of Massacre was not around. Since he was not around, they would definitely divide up the Bai family. Unfortunately, they did not eliminate the root of the problem. This Bai Ryu was the best proof. If they had known that this Bai Ryu had such talent, they would have done everything they could to kill Bai Ryu. Unfortunately, they could only watch first. This black-robed young man was a little mysterious. They did not know which faction he came from. Therefore, they had to test him again. But at the very least, it was impossible for this Bai Ryu to leave the bloodshed world again. They would definitely not let Bai Ryu leave. If they really let Bai Ryu leave, then their bloodshed world would welcome Bai Ryu's revenge sooner or later. This guy controlled the Blood Sea Palace. It was obvious that he would be given time and resources. The power of controlling the Blood Sea Palace would become stronger and stronger. When the time came, the power that erupted would become stronger and stronger. This was one of the reasons why they were afraid. If they could learn some experience from this, or walk this path, comprehending the Blood Sea Palace was also a way. They still valued this Bai Ryu quite a bit. But now that there was this young black-robed man, it was naturally a little different. No matter what, they had to deal with this black-robed man first. We have all stood out. I wonder how you plan to deal with us? Although you were able to severely injure the two of them just now, we are different from them. Do you want us to do it ourselves, or do you want to come with us? This is the best result. All of them burst out laughing. No one was calmer than them. No matter how powerful this young man was, could he be more powerful than them? Lin Fei raised his head and looked around. He found that almost everyone had stood up. These people were all involved in the matter back then. These people should be right? Everyone has a share. This was naturally Lin Fei asking Bai Ryu. Bai Ryu nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. None of these figures would be forgotten. Back then, some of them had participated. Now, their strength had reached the level of 9 stars. However, back then, they were not at this level of strength. They were only at the middle level of strength. It's them. Even if they turn into ashes, I will remember them clearly for the rest of my life. Lin Fei turned his gaze back. Then I'm very happy to say, welcome to my world. Clatter, clatter. One by one, the primordial spirits walked out. Even though there were only 10 primordial spirits, a massive array instantly enveloped the area as soon as they entered the void. Once the great array was activated, these 9 stars powerhouses instantly felt that something was wrong, because their strength was unknowingly being beaten down. His original realm of 9 stars instantly turned into the realm of 7 stars. The stronger ones were around 8 stars, and they had been beaten down by an entire realm. Everyone's face was filled with panic. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on here? Why did my cultivation drop by a level? Just what kind of great array is this? I've never seen my strength before, but it just knocked away a level. Even Xianyuan Gate's god Lord Long River was the same. He had also lost quite a bit of his strength, barely reaching the level of peak 8 stars. This was a huge difference from before. His pupils constricted. A primordial spirit array. This is the legendary technique of the Samsara Emperor. You are a descendant of the Samsara Emperor. God Lord Long River was more or less knowledgeable. At this moment, he realized the origin of this great array. If it were anything else, God Lord Long River would not have been able to immediately recognize it. But now, it was different. He could recognize it at a glance. This was the technique of the Samsara Emperor. It was said that when he was at his peak, not just anyone could block the Samsara array once it was activated. He would lose quite a bit of his strength. He would be like an ant that could be obliterated. These scoundrels tried to deal with you in the past, but now, I've knocked away 10% of their strength. You can attack now and properly deal with them. In any case, they won't be able to put up any resistance. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Ru. God Lord Long River and the other 9-star experts felt a chill envelop their bodies. A level of strength had been knocked away, and some had even lost more than a level. Their strength was not much higher than that of Bai Ru's. Most importantly, they could not erupt with the fighting power of 9-star experts. This was the most critical factor. And they had all witnessed Bai Ruyu's power. If they were to fight, they had no chance of winning. Thank you, Master. I will definitely kill them all. Not a single one of them will survive my hands. Bai Ruyu's hatred reached the heavens. With a whoosh, she charged in. There's no need for you to struggle. You simply can't get out. Once my Samsara Ray activates, you can properly enjoy this gift. Chapter 51-25. They, the 9 stars, had never imagined that this would happen. In the end, it would turn out like this. This black-robed young man had actually used a technique of the Samsara Emperor. This was the famous Primordial Soul Array. The moment this Primordial Soul Array was activated, it had truly stunned them. All of their strength had been suppressed. Even the strongest of the Xianyuan Gate's God Lord Long River felt helpless. More than that, he felt apprehension. Their strength had been suppressed. If they wanted to regain it, they had to break through the Primordial Soul Array. That was the only way they could recover to their previous strength. Otherwise, if Bai Ruyu attacked, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. Just as these thoughts were running through their minds, someone barged in for the kill. It was Bai Ruyu. If it was just the black-robed young man, they might not be able to resist, but if it was Bai Ruyu, they might be able to turn the tables. At the same time, their faces were filled with helplessness. Everyone, let's go all out. I don't believe that this Bai Ruyu is that strong. Take her in our hands. Let's see what else he has to say. That's right, just like that. All of them went crazy. Now that their strength had been suppressed, their only target was Bai Ruyu. Just now, they had tried to attack the Samsara Primordial Soul, but the Samsara Primordial Soul was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the void, no longer existing. They could clearly sense it, but they couldn't attack it. It was clear that this was a powerful spatial technique. They had heard that the Samsara Emperor was extremely strong in the past, but they didn't think much of it. Now they had finally seen it for themselves. Once the array was activated, it would be very difficult to deal with. Unless they were extremely strong, but they were only 9 stars. 9 stars were considered strong, but their 9 stars were somewhat weak. It was truly a tragic matter. Streaks of blood-red light instantly shot towards them. Everyone had a share of it. Of course, the focus was on God Lord Long River of the Xianyuan Gate. His gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. In the blink of an eye, his gaze landed on Bai Ruyu. Just as everyone had said, they had to take down this Bai Ruyu first. Perhaps this could even make the other party hesitate in taking action. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei just watched quietly. This was the first time he had used it after mastering the great circle of samsara. It looked like it was pretty good. At the very least, he had suppressed the strength of these 9 stars powerhouses. Now it all depended on Bai Ruyu. Whether or not they could kill Bai Ruyu, they could only kill her with their own hands to vent the anger in their hearts. This was also the reason why Lin Fei used the reincarnation primordial spirit. Lin Fei had the ability to kill all these 9 stars. After all, no matter how strong they were not as strong as him. However, it was quite boring to kill them like this. It was better to let Bai Ruyu do it herself. In a confined space, a certain amount of strength was restricted. That was quite an interesting thing. Bai Ruyu, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. You only killed a primordial spirit of mine. My main body will definitely come to take revenge. And that black-robed young man, you won't be able to escape either. None of them could stop Bai Ruyu. After all, Bai Ruyu's strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same realm, and this was also true for those of a higher realm. The Blood Sea Palace was very powerful. Such a powerful technique was not something that just anyone could withstand. In the blink of an eye, these 9 stars powerhouses were killed one by one. All the treasures fell into Bai Ruyu's hands. Her mind was completely focused on God Lord Long River. God Lord Long River, you never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to kill you here. The others were all killed. God Lord Long River knew that Bai Ruyu was very strong. If they fought to the end, the one to die would be him. What a pity for this main body. That's right, this time it was only his main body. He had never taken this Bai Ruyu seriously. But he had never imagined that there would be a black-robed young man behind her. And it was his master. He had used the Samsara Emperor's technique right from the get-go, instantly suppressing his main body. Now that he thought about it, he really did suffer a loss. Unlike some of the 9 stars, his primordial spirits weren't that damaged. Your Excellency is truly very strong, but you alone have offended all of us. There will be no place for you in the entire world of slaughter. God Lord Long River was extremely indifferent at this moment. With just a few words, the main body exploded. A torrent of energy rolled out, but as soon as it rolled out, it was compressed back by a force. It turned into a ball and landed in Lin Fei's hand. You actually decided to self-destruct, but this is only the beginning. The ball of energy in Lin Fei's hand disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. How is it? Happy now? Chapter 51-26. There were so many 9 stars experts, but only Bai Ruyu was there. Many forces had indeed sensed this. These forces had all sent out 9 stars experts. However, as the auras of these 9-star powerhouses disappeared one by one, these forces were instantly shocked. Especially after the reincarnation formation appeared, all the forces were shocked. He immediately recognized that this was the famous reincarnation formation of the Reincarnation Emperor. In this formation, one's strength could be suppressed. It was said that when one reached the peak, one reincarnation would be able to take away all the strength of one's entire life. Although this statement was ridiculous, the Samsara Emperor's means were indeed very powerful. This time, everyone wanted to take down Bai Ruyu. However, it seemed that taking down Bai Ruyu was much more difficult than they had imagined. Most importantly, the 9 stars experts had all been killed. After the forces returned, they were instantly moved. All of a sudden, everyone's thoughts became a little different. No one knew where this young man in a black robe came from. Moreover, no one knew how strong this fellow was. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. After all, such a strong existence would definitely be troublesome. If they joined forces to make a move, once the Samsara formation was activated, they would be shaken down again. By then, it would be their primordial spirits that would die. These days, it was not easy to cultivate a primordial spirit. Moreover, Some people only had one primordial spirit. If they did not have this primordial spirit, they did not dare to imagine what it would be like. Therefore, the situation became very normal. However, the bloodshed world was in a state of apprehension. These guys are not very brave. Lin Fei really hoped that all of them would make a move. Unfortunately, these guys were all afraid. After all, the 9 stars experts had been directly suppressed and their strength had been killed by Ruyu. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. Their originally united formations suddenly had many cracks. Master, what should we do now? Should I fight them one by one? If that's the case, we can annihilate all of them. Ruyu did vent a lot of anger in her heart. Even God Lord Long River's main body had died here, let alone the other 9 stars. Overall, she was very satisfied with this trip. The rest was to slowly cook the frog. Get rid of them slowly. The way Ruyu looked at her master, Lin Fei, became even more worshipful. It was a kind of fanatical worship. That's up to you. Are you really going to destroy them all? Or should we take in a portion, destroy a portion, and integrate the world of slaughter? Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't get too involved in this kind of thing. If Ruyu wanted to participate, she should be the one to do it. Whether they were all wiped out or not, it was Ruyu's own business. For a time, Ruyu was lost in thought. Indeed, he only had thoughts of revenge, but now that he heard what his master said, Ruyu was more or less confused and at a loss. She didn't know what choice she should make. Master, I really don't know how to choose. I want to destroy them, but the world of slaughter was created by our family's experts, and it has even been upgraded. Ruyu's current state was indeed quite chaotic. She really didn't know what choice to make. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh, and it wasn't easy to make a move. Lin Fei said, since you can't figure out what you should do now, there's no harm in waiting for a few days. The situation will become clear by then. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be people among them who will come to rely on you first. Rely on me? Ruyu was stunned. But I killed some of their experts, and I even killed the primordial spirits of the 9 stars, as well as their main bodies. Lin Fei shook his head. This is a world of benefits. As long as there's benefits, they will naturally make the right choice, unless there's something wrong with their brains. In the end, Ruyu still listened to his master's words and decided to observe the situation first. After more than 10 days, a figure really found their temporary cave abode. Lin Fei didn't conceal the temporary cave abode at all. All the 9 stars experts could find it. After all, Lin Fei had more or less left some clues and traces. It wasn't difficult to find this place, unless Lin Fei really didn't want others to find it. Then they really wouldn't be able to find it, but now it was easy. Someone's coming. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Ruyu's heart shook. I know him, he's from the 9 stars sect. She recognized him at a glance. The top 5 forces in the world of slaughter. Isn't that right? As long as there are benefits, they will naturally come. In the current world of slaughter, whether they can survive or not depends on your words. Of course, it also depends on Master's attitude. Chapter 51:27. What was going on with this 9 stars gate? It couldn't be clearer. They were here to curry favor. Of course, they were here to curry favor. However, they weren't so direct. They were here to seek forgiveness from Ruyu. This was a very good move. Apart from this, they also returned some of the things that the Bai family had brought out to Ruyu. The meaning behind their words was very simple. That was to rely on Ruyu and become a part of the external forces. If it was just a 9 stars gate, it wouldn't be much. After that, more forces appeared one after another. These forces were very simple. That was standing behind Ruyu. They were all smart people, so they were able to see through it. Ruyu's master was definitely a terrifying existence. She could even suppress a 9 stars expert. If they were to fight, even a few 9 stars might not be her opponent. It was highly likely that Ruyu's master was in existence at the peak of the 9th star realm. As for whether or not she was a 10 stars expert, that was another matter. No matter what, a full circle expert was definitely very terrifying. Even the strongest Xianyuan gate in this world might not be able to handle it. Bai Ruyu finally understood what her master meant by those words. There was indeed a relationship of interests in this slaughtering world. Now, the other 9 stars experts were moved. Their thinking was very simple. That was, they needed to find a new backer. In the past, they had always followed the lead of the Xianyuan school. After experiencing this commotion, he naturally had a new choice. That was to choose Bai Ruyu. As long as Bai Ruyu had such a powerful master behind her, Xianyuan Gate wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, it was obvious who would win or lose. They could also make a choice. In the end, Bai Ruyu made a very rational choice. That was to listen to his master's words and incorporate all of these forces into his organization, forming a slaughter palace. As for why it was given such a name, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his registered disciple, Bai Ruyu, was indeed quite different. She had quite a personality. From these 3 words, it could be seen that this small world had undergone a huge change. At the very least, a purge was inevitable. Lin Fei didn't say anything about it. In fact, after Bai Ruyu took control of these forces, the first thing she did was to clean them up. He swept through everything in his way. All the forces, big and small, prostrated themselves. He chose to submit to them. The number of 9 stars and 8 stars experts behind him had also started to increase. They were all convinced. After all, Bai Ruyu's methods were quite fierce. Not to mention Lin Fei behind him. Although they hadn't seen Lin Fei make a move, as long as they weren't stupid, they knew what was going on. In less than half a month, the entire slaughter world was in a mess. How could those top forces withstand his attacks? During this period, Lin Fei made a total of 3 moves. Each time he made a move, he suppressed the 9 stars experts. It was the same even if there were 3 to 5 9 stars experts. It was the same even if it was a sex array. None of them could withstand the power of Lin Fei's hands. This also made everyone more certain that the ability of this young man in a black robe had definitely reached the level of 9 stars great perfection. He pushed all the way from the south all the way to the left. Wherever they went, there was almost no one who could stop the attacks of the Massacre Palace. And Bai Ruyu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei saw everything. He also knew that Bai Ruyu seemed to have changed a lot. He felt that Bai Ruyu's path was actually quite right. Under such circumstances, Bai Ruyu's ability actually had a breakthrough and directly reached the level of 8 stars. Even Lin Fei was surprised. It seemed that this Bai Ruyu could only grow in these slaughters. Every time he attacked, he would take the lead and his ability was also the most ferocious. This kind of progress really shocked the others. Lin Fei estimated that after he left, Bai Ruyu would be able to reach the level of 9 stars. After reaching the level of 9 stars, the power of the Blood Sea Palace would be stronger and stronger. At that time, the explosive power would be enough to reach the level of 9 stars great perfection. Lin Fei still had this little bit of judgment. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least after he left, he could rest assured. With the ability of 9 stars great perfection, he could basically rest easy. As long as he fought steadily, basically no one would be able to take down Bai Ruyu. Not to mention that he was still standing behind her. Master, you will reach the territory of Xianyuan Gate tomorrow. I don't think the Xianyuan Gate would be so willing to admit defeat. I'm afraid they have invited some experts. I'll have to trouble Master to make another move. Bai Ruyu had indeed changed a lot. However, standing in front of Lin Fei, she returned to her previous appearance. She was no longer cold in front of outsiders. She looked like a female palace master. It was more appropriate to call her a female devil. This is a small matter. After settling things here, is Master going to leave? Chapter 51:28. Did Bai Ruyu really have such a feeling? How did you know that I'm leaving? You're pretty smart to have guessed it so quickly. To be honest, Lin Fei was preparing to leave, but he wasn't ready to tell Bai Ruyu yet. As long as Bai Ruyu integrated this world, Lin Fei would naturally prepare to leave. With Bai Ruyu's current strength, it shouldn't be too much trouble to improve, not to mention the strength of a 9 stars full circle. Together with the Blood Sea Palace, her combat power would be very strong. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think about it first. Would it be worth it to make a move? Doesn't Master know about a girl's sixth sense? It's very accurate. I just feel that Master is going to leave. Bai Ruyu's feelings were very complicated. If it wasn't for Master, she wouldn't have improved her strength so quickly and even comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. She would have improved her strength as well. Now, most of the Slaughterside's world was in her hands, and she even established the Slaughter Palace. Everything was all thanks to his Master. Without Master, she was nothing. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, she naturally didn't want Master to leave so soon. She hoped that she could stay here, at least for a few more days. I almost forgot, your sixth sense is indeed very strong. But don't worry, I'll only leave after you integrate this world. When Master has a place to stay, I'll definitely tell you. Lin Fei's words were true. Until now, he hadn't found a place to stay. After all, he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. Even if he brought Bai Ruyu along, it might not be a good thing. It was better to let Bai Ruyu stay here. What you need to do is to continuously improve your strength. After all, your cultivation method is different from others. The stronger you cultivate, the further you can go. Do you understand? Bai Ruyu listened to these words seriously. She knew that Master was saying it for her own good. In another place, it was the Xinyuan Gate. The Xinyuan Gate was in a state of panic. The number of people inside had also increased. These were the experts of some sections. They were either 8 stars or 9 stars. They were all gathered at the Xinyuan Gate. No one knew better than them that this battle was inevitable. The most important thing now was how to stop Bai Ruyu. Now, Bai Ruyu had already taken control of the south. It was only a day away from the Xinyuan Gate, and they had already received the news. So, whether they could hold on or not depended on the Xinyuan Gate. The head of the Xinyuan Gate was also very helpless. Back then, he had only done a small thing. He didn't expect that after so many years, Bai Ruyu would finally come back. If it was just Bai Ruyu, it wouldn't matter. However, her master was too powerful. The first move was the Reincarnation Emperor's technique, which could suppress a person's strength. It was also the technique that allowed Bai Ruyu to kill so many 9 stars, not to mention Divine Lord Long River. The news brought back by Divine Lord Long River, coupled with Bai Ruyu's subsequent actions, made them realize that this battle was indeed inevitable. The most important thing was how to win this battle. Naturally, Bai Ruyu wasn't a threat at all. Only the black-robed young man was the most terrifying. Those of the older generation had more or less heard of the Reincarnation Emperor's methods. Only the younger generation hadn't heard of it. The Reincarnation Emperor's greatest strength was his ability to suppress a person. At his peak, the moment the reincarnation array appeared, everyone's strength would be reduced to the same level. It would directly attack. Even the primordial spirit couldn't avoid it. It would directly attack the primordial spirit through the trace of connection with the original body. Back then, the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely powerful. It could be said that he was one of the top. Although he wasn't the strongest among the top, he was still in existence that others couldn't do anything about. Sect Master, that Bai Ruyu is only a day away from us. They will definitely arrive tomorrow. What should we do? Do we really have to fight? If we really fight, we don't know how we're going to get past that black-robe young man. Are we going to invite the old ancestor? Or should we invite the forces from other worlds to help us mediate? That guy is most likely a 9 stars perfected. He didn't do much from the start, but his strength is like a mountain. All of them looked at the sect master not far away. At this moment, only the sect master could make the best choice. Their Xinyuan school was indeed very strong, but this time, they had encountered an even stronger existence like Bai Ruyu, which naturally made them feel incomparable pressure. Back then, they had plundered a large number of resources and techniques from the Bai family. Now Bai Ruyu was here. It was as if the Xinyuan Gate's doomsday was coming. They didn't have a shred of confidence because they had all seen the black-robed young man's techniques with treasures. Don't worry. I've already invited someone else to hold the fort. We won't let that Bai Ruyu succeed. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 51:29. A new ray of sunlight shone over. It was not a good day. In fact, it was not a very good day. Because Bai Ruyu finally brought her men to a place not far from Xianyuan Gate. The entire mountain gate was presented in front of Bai Ruyu's eyes. Bai Ruyu looked at the huge palace and the densely packed figures. She was quite excited. He had finally brought his men back to kill his way back. Back then, it was Xianyuan Gate who led the charge. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Gate, there wouldn't be so many things happening. At that time, although Bai family didn't have old ancestor Bai, the so-called massacre god, the overall strength of Bai family was still very strong. It was because Xianyuan Gate found the collateral relatives of Bai family and used all sorts of methods to break through the Bai family. The Bai family was caught unprepared. Bai Ruyu lost her parents and everything else in that incident. If she hadn't met her master, she didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to her. Perhaps she would have died a long time ago. Now, she could finally bring her men back for revenge. Scum of Xianyuan Gate, come out and die. If you come out now, I can spare your life. If I step into Xianyuan Gate, all of you will die. No one can save you. At this moment, Bai Ruyu's voice also became incomparably loud. Just like that, it filled the sky above Xianyuan Gate. No matter who heard this voice, they would be able to feel the strong chill in it. Even the disciples of the Xianyuan sect were all cowering in fear at this moment. They didn't dare to say anything. Even the elders were the same. At this moment, they really didn't dare to make any movements. They knew that Bai Ruyu wasn't very strong, but she was known to be invincible in the same realm. She could even fight across realms. This wasn't a joke. Moreover, Bai Ruyu's strength had risen to 8-star. This way, her strength would be even stronger. It also made them realize how terrifying the Bai family's bloodline was, especially after they comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. Bai Ruyu's strength climbed layer by layer. She had really undergone a great transformation. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. After Bai Ruyu's voice spread, several figures flew out. After reaching a certain distance, he stopped. Among them was God Lord Long River, whom Bai Ruyu was most familiar with. Other than that, there was another person with the strongest aura. Bai Ruyu's pupils contracted slightly and she knew who this person was. That was the owner of the Xianyuan Gate, Lord Tran Yuan. Lord Tran Yuan was different. He was a 9-stars perfected being and was considered very strong. If it weren't for his strength, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the others. However, this time, he had encountered a powerful character. Lord Tran Yuan's gaze instantly fell on a figure. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. He could indeed sense that the other party's aura was very dangerous. However, he couldn't tell what the other party's realm was. This made him understand the severity of the situation. Bai Ruyu, you're quite bold. Do you really think that you can go against my Xianyuan Gate just because you've taken in so many people and forces? Lord Tran Yuan's gaze then fell on Bai Ruyu. Although Bai Ruyu was young, Lord Tran Yuan could tell that Bai Ruyu's physique was very strong. Especially after gaining control of the Blood Sea Palace, her strength continued to climb. Perhaps in less than a decade or two, she would truly become a perfected 9-stars perfected being. At that time, she would be invincible among those in the same realm. Perhaps only 10 stars would be able to suppress her. The number of such experts in the entire universe could be counted on one's fingers. Every one of them was cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, a perfected 9-stars perfected being was already very powerful. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll make you pay with your blood today, especially you, old thing. Bai Ruyu activated the Blood Sea Palace behind her and slashed with her blood saber. As the blood saber swept across, the entire void instantly split open. However, just as it was about to reach the Xianyuan Gate, a huge formation appeared. A huge array formation appeared, with many towering pillars supporting the heavens and the earth. There were actually 81 of these pillars that could support the heavens and the earth, reaching straight into the clouds. It withstood Bai Ruyu's saber. If our Xianyuan Gate was so easy to deal with, then it wouldn't be the Xianyuan Gate. Even though it was a simple saber, Lord Tranyuan could tell that it was very powerful. It could even absorb a certain amount of vitality. It was a very strange saber technique. This was the massacre saber technique of the Lord God of Massacre. It was said that each saber could absorb vitality. Once blood was drawn, the injuries would worsen, not to mention the Blood Sea Palace behind her. Sir, you brought Bai Ruyu to attack our Xianyuan Gate. Have you forgotten the background behind our Xianyuan Gate? Chapter 5130. The formation of the Xianyuan Gate was very powerful. At least after Bai Ruyu's attack, it was completely broken up. The head of the Xianyuan Gate also looked over. The important target was the young man in the black robe. It was said that the young man in the black robe was called Lin Fei. He was the #1 enemy. Bai Ruyu could only stand aside for now. You should have heard my disciple's words. Disband the Xianyuan Gate. If you all come out obediently, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, there is no need for the Xianyuan Gate to exist. On the other side, everyone in the Xianyuan Gate, including the senior elders, was furious. The Xianyuan Gate had dominated this world for a long time. No one had ever dared to talk to them like that. Even though Bai Ruyu made such a big noise, they only felt that Bai Ruyu was not as big of a threat as they imagined. On the contrary, the young man was the biggest threat. Now, when they heard those words, they only felt that the young man was arrogant and overbearing. They felt quite uncomfortable in their hearts. In that case, you must be the enemy of the Xianyuan Gate. You should know that there are many people behind the Xianyuan Gate. If they start a fight, I'm afraid that you will not be able to bear it. The same goes for the forces behind you. The people on Bai Ruyu's side naturally hoped to have a big fight. They had gained a lot of things along the way. Now they could finally face the Xianyuan Gate. The attitude of the Xianyuan Gate also shocked them. It seemed that the Xianyuan Gate was also very afraid. Afraid of who? Of course, they were afraid of Bai Ruyu's master, who was the young man in the black robe. Many of them had never seen such an attitude in their lives. Today they all saw it. The leader of the Xianyuan Gate also became very polite. If it was in the past, he would have already rushed out to attack. Nobody could withstand his attack. I know that Xianyuan Gate is very powerful, and you have a backer and many friends. But since I'm here, I'll definitely make Xianyuan Gate regret what you've done in the past. Lin Fei faintly smiled. If you've decided to resist to the end, then I'm going to make my move. It's a good time to see how powerful Xianyuan Gate is. Bullying my disciple is the same as bullying me. If I lose face, then don't think about having a good life. Lin Fei laughed and stretched out his hand. The hand grew bigger and bigger until it reached the sky above the entire Xianyuan Gate. The entire Xianyuan Gate suddenly felt like it was covered by dark clouds. Everyone felt a sense of danger. With a whoosh, the hand directly fell. The formation of the Xianyuan Gate was activated to its limit in an instant. Layer after layer of brilliant light was released. In this short period of time, there were more than 100 layers of defense. This was the strongest defense of the Xianyuan Gate. Even if a 9-star expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through these 100 layers of defense. The degree of defense was different. The deeper they went, the bigger and stronger the defense became. Lord Tranyuan wanted to see how powerful Lin Fei was. Could he break through the formation of the Xianyuan Gate with just this method? He was thinking too much. Layer after layer of the array formations were continuously broken. The hearts of every shattered layer were startled. The collapse of each layer made the people of the Xianyuan school suck in a cold breath. His complexion became uglier and uglier, especially Divine Lord Qinyuan's complexion. The entire formation of the Xianyuan Gate was broken, and the hand came down. Lord Tranyuan met it with his palm. This palm contained a powerful sword gleam. Each of the sword lights gathered together and transformed into 3 powerful sword lights that instantly landed on Lin Fei's palm. The power that was released at this moment was the power of a 9-star perfection expert. This place can't be opened. You'd better come out and have a good fight. Lin Fei smiled and walked out. Lord Tranyuan naturally knew that the battle between the two of them would definitely be affected. Therefore, he walked into the void as well. As soon as he entered the void, several figures walked out from the other side of the void. It was Lin Fei's reincarnation formation. The reincarnation formation instantly enveloped the entire Xianyuan gate. Everyone's strength was instantly reduced. By the time Lord Tranyuan reacted, it was already too late. Lin Fei was already standing in front of him. Leave the rest to the people below. We still have things to settle. Don't be anxious. You're too much. Chapter 5131. Lin Fei's Samsara battle was unbelievably powerful. It enveloped the entire Xianyuan gate. The experts of Xianyuan gate felt their bodies tremble and their strength weakened. This feeling was very obvious. One by one, their faces turned pale. On the other side, Bai Ruyu made her move without saying a word. A huge palace appeared behind her. The figure of the palace was also strengthened. In Bai Ruyu's hands, streaks of blood-colored light flew over. One by one, the figures fell to the ground. With their strength suppressed, they could not be compared to before. With Bai Ruyu's attack, they recovered from their panic. Many of the experts around him were killed in an instant. Bai Ruyu came to the front. There was no need to mention the 9-star powerhouses at the back. The 9 stars experts were all convinced. Of course, most of them knew that as long as Bai Ruyu's master was behind her, Xianyuan Gate would not be able to escape even if it had wings. Kill them all. As long as the people of Xianyuan Gate don't surrender, kill them all. If they don't listen to the palace master, kill them all. They were working very hard at this moment. If they did not work hard now, when would they work hard? Moreover, the experts of Xianyuan Gate had many treasures. They could more or less get some benefits. Most importantly, they were proud to be able to kill a 9 stars expert. What's more, their strength was being suppressed at this time. The experts of Xianyuan Gate were forced to retreat. They could not resist at all. Although there were more experts of Xianyuan Gate than on Bai Ruyu's side, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage when they fought. The Samsara formation was not activated for nothing. Once it was activated, their strength was suppressed. The lower their strength, the greater the suppression. Although the stronger ones were suppressed, they were unable to display their combat strength for a while. It was obvious that it was strenuous. In the void, Lord Tranyuan grew even more anxious. He couldn't break through Lin Fei's blockade at all, let alone help. The Samsara formation was like a knife that instantly tore open all the power and bottom line of the Xianyuan Gate. This is a matter between Bai Ruyu and your Xianyuan Gate. I think you'd better not go there so soon. We can fight while watching, don't you think so? Lin Fei did not make any moves from the beginning to the end. Instead, a black hole appeared behind him. Basically, all of Lord Tranyuan's attacks were absorbed by the black hole. It also made him understand one thing more clearly. It was impossible for him to suppress Lin Fei. How could there be such a terrifying fellow? Even after using several of the treasures in his possession, he was still unable to do anything to the other party. His opponent's black hole was like a peerless expert. You're going too far. Lord Tranyuan was even more furious. Seeing the experts of the Xianyuan Gate being killed one by one, some of them quickly surrendered. The entire Xianyuan Gate seemed to have collapsed at this moment. All of this was caused by this person. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden talisman appeared, it unfolded and a shadow walked out. The shadow was filled with a vast and boundless aura as soon as it walked out. You forced me to use this treasure. Let's see how you're going to struggle now. At this moment, Lord Tranyuan's eyes were filled with extreme resentment. He wanted to kill the black-robed young man in front of him more than 100 times in an instant. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he gritted his teeth and used his strongest treasure to summon a shadow. As soon as the shadow appeared, Lin Fei knew how strong it was. This is the last time. It wasn't a very loud voice, but it was filled with boundless power. Then, it slapped out with its palm. As soon as the palm was slapped out, the area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into nothingness. All that was left was a huge black hole. Everyone looked over to this side because this phantom's attack was really domineering. It pierced through the void completely and went all the way to the other side. It went all the way to the other side. It was terrifying. Most importantly, it was extremely direct. This is the consequence of going against the Xianyuan Gate. Have you people thought it through? Lord Tranyuan's voice reverberated and fell on all the attackers. Everyone looked at the unfathomable black hole and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Bai Ruyu saw it too. She could clearly feel that the aura of the people around her had changed, especially those on the side of the Xianyuan gate. Ah, Bai Ruyu, how are you going to fight us without your master? Bai Ruyu pierced through the person in an instant. Her gaze was exceptionally cold. Don't you feel that your strength is still being suppressed? Master's reincarnation primordial spirit is still there. You have no room to struggle. Chapter 5132. Bai Ruyu's words immediately moved everyone. They could indeed feel the suppression on their bodies. In other words, the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there. As long as the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there, it meant that the attack just now did not completely kill the black-robed young man. If the black-robed young man was killed, the primordial spirit would no longer exist. They even thought of a terrifying idea. It was highly possible that the attack just now did not kill the black-robed young man. Lord Tranyuan naturally heard the sound and his expression changed slightly. He could indeed feel a layer of power shrouding the sky above the Xianyuan gate, suppressing their strength. Not dead? A figure walked out of the void. Is this the strongest move of the Xianyuan gate? It's really interesting. Lin Fei walked out. There were no injuries on his body. Instead, his black hole contained an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you gave me such a gift, I should give you one too. A saber radiance instantly appeared from the black hole. The saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Tranyuan was prepared. No matter what, this guy would only be seriously injured. It should be easy for him to deal with him after he was seriously injured. However, the saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. He had completely underestimated his imagination. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Could it be that he was not a full circle of 9 stars, but an even stronger one? That was impossible. A huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield blocked the attack, all the power was dispersed to both sides. However, cracks appeared on the shield. The cracks grew and the shield shattered with a loud crash. Then, the saber radiance slashed at Lord Tranyuan's body. What? God Lord Xianyuan was heavily injured, and he was forced to retreat. Another figure walked out and blocked Lord Tranyuan. Those cold eyes also looked over. Friend, I think this matter is settled. Give my dragon tribe some face. I am Dragon Shursan of the Black Dragon tribe. This figure exuded a tyrannical aura as he walked out. He was extremely strong. Lord Tranyuan was also very powerful, but in front of this middle-aged man, he was completely different. Many people at the Xianyuan gate also heard the voice. Instantly, he was delighted. So it was an expert from the Black Dragon race. They finally heaved a long sigh of relief. It should be known that the most powerful ones were from a few powerful races, and one of them was the so-called Dragon race. Within the Dragon clan, the Black Dragon clan was one of the more warlike ones. The strength of the Black Dragon race was obtained through fighting. Therefore, no one dared to offend the members of the Dragon clan. This was because the Dragon clan's talent was too strong. In this universe, the Dragon clan was an eternal existence. That's right. The Dragon race was a powerful eternal existence. Because of this, the Dragon race could practically do whatever they wanted in this universe. Fortunately, their favorite thing to do was to conquer other worlds, and they really did not have much interest in their own universe. Many of them considered it an honor to make friends with the Dragon race. Lin Fei wasn't a newbie. When he saw this figure walk out, he knew that this fellow wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't expect this fellow to be from the Black Dragon race. This Xianyuan gate was indeed capable. It should be said that Lord Tranyuan was more capable. He could even summon someone from the Dragon race. Most importantly, he actually summoned someone from the Black Dragon race. Naturally, Lin Fei knew about the strength of some special races. Among them, there were the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. These were extremely powerful, and there were even vermilion birds. They all had older generations. For example, the Dragon race was the same. They had eternal existences. With eternal existences, no one would dare to offend them. Previously, Lin Fei was wondering why Lord Tran Yuan didn't invite help. It turned out that he had invited an expert from the Black Dragon race. This Black Dragon race expert hadn't appeared yet because it wasn't a critical moment yet. Once it was a critical moment, an expert from the Black Dragon race would naturally appear. This expert from the Black Dragon race had indeed arrived early and was standing in the void. This was because the Black Dragon race's strongest technique was the spatial hand. Once the spatial hand was activated, one wouldn't be able to detect it even if one was standing there. He thought that this person wasn't very powerful. However, when they fought, he realized that this person was truly powerful. The reincarnation array had caused the Xianyuan Gate's experts to suffer heavy losses. Even Lord Tran Yuan couldn't suppress the other party. It was the same even if he used his strongest technique. This person was truly ferocious. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. I know that the dragon race is very powerful, especially the Black Dragon race. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. It's easy to get me to give up on dealing with Xianyuan Gate. Let's fight first. If you win, I'll naturally listen to you. Chapter 5133. This expert from the Black Dragon race, Draconic Xianxia, was indeed powerful. Based on Lin Fei's perception, this guy should be a 9 stars pinnacle. He wasn't a 9 stars perfected. Of course, even if he was a 9 stars pinnacle, Lin Fei believed that he should be able to unleash the combat power of a perfected. This body was very strong. Of course, compared to Lin Fei, it should be a little weaker. Because of this, Lin Fei said such a thing. He also wanted to see for himself just how strong the legendary powerful race was. He was very strong now. If he could fight with Draconic Xianxia, he might discover something unexpected. Of course, everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's words. That was an expert from the dragon race. Moreover, he was from the Black Dragon race. If it was any other race, it would be easy. However, it was different for the Black Dragon race. Their combat power was exceptionally strong. Although their realm wasn't high, they were known to be invincible in the same realm. It was no different from having a meal to challenge someone of a higher realm. To be able to challenge someone 1 or 2 levels higher than them. This wasn't considered a secret in the entire universe. Draconic Xianxia looked over. You're quite an interesting person. No one has ever said that they want to fight with our Black Dragon tribe. Since you've said that, I'll fight with you. I'll let you know that our dragon tribe isn't a place that anyone can fight. Draconic Xianxia dashed into the depths of the void. Lin Fei followed him into the depths of the void. As for the others, they lost sight of the two instantly. Only some late-stage 9-star martial artists could barely see through the void and see what was going on inside. Lord Tran Yuan was injured, but he gritted his teeth and followed in. He wanted to know the outcome of the battle. However, as soon as he entered, a stream of light flew over and forced him out. Then, Draconic Xianxia's cold voice was heard. You can just wait outside. Since Draconic Xianxia had said so, Lord Tran Yuan didn't dare to say anything else. He could only stand there obediently. Bai Ruyu also stopped. This made the people of Xianyuan Gate heave a long sigh of relief. Bai Ruyu was simply too powerful, not to mention this reincarnated primordial spirit. The reincarnation primordial spirit instantly suppressed their strength. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. He could barely catch his breath now. They hoped that Xianxia could defeat Lin Fei so that they could rest assured. At that time, they would be able to turn the situation around. That was what everyone at the Xianyuan Gate was thinking. As for the people behind Bai Ruyu, their thinking was also very simple. Naturally, he hoped that Bai Ruyu's master could win. Even if he couldn't win, it would be good if they could tie. That was something to be proud of. At the very least, Xianxia wouldn't have any other ideas. After all, Xianxia was a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. He could kill them in an instant. This was publicly acknowledged. In the void, Xianxia instantly attacked. However, the method he used was also quite simple, and that was the close combat method. Every punch caused the void to tremble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. You came at the right time. I also want to compete with you. Let's see whose body is stronger. Is your Dragon Clan stronger or my body stronger? The two men's fists collided heavily. This collision caused Xianxia and Lin Fei to have a slight change in expression, following which, his strength exploded. A loud rumbling sound could be heard and the entire void collapsed. One must know that this was the depths of the void. It wasn't just any ordinary sturdy place. However, even in such a situation, the void here was still shattered. One could imagine how strong it was. Xianxia retreated. Lin Fei retreated as well. Xianxia laughed out loud. I didn't expect your body to be so strong. It seems like I've found the right opponent this time. Lin Fei laughed. You're also the strongest physique I've ever seen. Your dragon clan is indeed a strong race. However, this is just the beginning. Let's continue. Lin Fei and Xianxia clashed intensely once again. It could be said that both of them were purely relying on their physical strength. You punch me and I punch you. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. Even Xianxia realized that this fella was too strong after fighting for so long. He heard that this fella had even cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. He actually cultivated his primordial spirit and close combat physique. This kind of situation was really rare. Even the Dragon Clan only cultivated the Tao of physique. It was really difficult to fight against such a person. If he used the reincarnation primordial spirit, he wouldn't be an ordinary opponent. Finally, he knew why Bai Ruyu would bring people to fight against Shenyuan Gate. This time, Shenyuan Gate had really met with a formidable enemy. Even if Xianxia went all out, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against such a person. This fella would definitely have the combat strength of a full circle 9 stars. Chapter 5134. I'm done. Xianxia didn't have any advantage throughout the fight. Instead, he suffered a little. The young man on the other side was the same. He suffered more or less. This was a close combat technique. Every punch landed on the opponent's body and the power seeped in. Unless the opponent's body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was just a simple matter. The combat power of the Dragon Clan is indeed ferocious. I've experienced it myself. Lin Fei laughed. This time he had a great time. After all, it was rare to have such a powerful sandbag. In Lin Fei's opinion, Xianxia was a powerful sandbag. It wasn't easy to find such a sandbag. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that Xianxia still had powerful skills that he hadn't used yet. Even Lin Fei was the same. After all, they were just exchanging pointers. There was no need for them to fight. Lin Fei knew that Xianxia was the same when they started fighting. It was the same for Xianxia. You're quite powerful too. I know a little about the people with strong bodies in the universe, but you're the one I'm unfamiliar with. Xianxia acknowledged the strength of the black-robed young man. He was really quite strong, and he walked 2 different paths. Once he took a step forward in these 2 paths, he would become incomparably powerful, and no one would be able to stop him. Now that we're done fighting, what do you think about the Shenyuan Gate? After all, the Shenyuan Gate joined forces with other forces to attack the Bai family and exterminate the Bai family. As his master, I have to avenge my disciple. Don't you think so? Lin Fei looked over with a smile. If it was something else, it would be easy for Xianxia to make a decision. However, this matter was really difficult. He knew his limits quickly. After all, his relationship with the sect master of the Shenyuan Gate was just SOSO. This time he just came to help. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful guy like Lin Fei. Moreover, they walked 2 different paths. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. Xianxia wasn't a fool. He knew what to do. The balance gradually tilted to the other side. It's Shenyuan Gate's fault indeed. They were unlucky enough to meet you. You can deal with them however you want. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Xianxia laughed out loud. It was simple and straightforward. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, Draconic Xianxia was quite strong and he was willing to give him face. Of course, it was because he was strong. Not only was he strong in close combat, but his primordial spirit was also strong. If he used his primordial spirit to suppress Xianxia's strength, his strength would drop by at least 20% or even 20% to 30%. In this way, Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position and his opponent naturally saw through it. Thank you, fellow cultivator Long. Since the other party was so tactful, Lin Fei naturally knew what to do. Xianxia burst into laughter again. He casually tossed a token over to Xianxia. When are you free? Come to our Black Dragon Palace. I have something to discuss with you. It's definitely a good thing for you. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the token. This token was actually in the shape of a dragon. There were 2 words on it, Black Dragon. It was extraordinary. Lin Fei put it away. After I settle this matter, I'm going to travel around the universe. Naturally, I have to visit your Black Dragon Palace. Xianxia left in a flash. This guy left quite quickly and directly. Lin Fei also walked out with a smile. Outside, Lord Tran Yuan and the entire Xianyuan Gate were waiting. In the beginning, they could still see a little movement through the void. However, as the 2 of them kept fighting, the surrounding void instantly turned into a dangerous area. Their ability was directly broken. They couldn't see what was going on inside at all. They could barely hear what was going on inside, and it seemed like it had not stopped at all. This made them secretly take a deep breath. How could this black-robed young man be so strong? That was Xianxia of the Black Dragon race, a peak 9 stars existence. He could unleash the combat power of a great perfection expert. Who asked the Black Dragon race to be so strong? Fortunately, they felt that the final winner should be Lord Xianxia. As for the black-robed young man, there was no way he could win. A figure walked out of the void. As soon as this figure appeared, Bai Ruyu's side instantly cheered. That was because all of them understood what was going on. That means that the so-called Dragon Clan expert should have been defeated or tied. Why are you the one who came out? Where's Lord Long? Lord Tran Yuan almost blacked out. It's over. Chapter 5135. From the moment the black-robed young man walked out, everyone knew the final result of the battle. The Dragon Xianxia of the Black Dragon Clan had left. In other words, the Xianyuan Gate was completely out of the question. City Lord Qin Yuan's expression darkened on the spot. He almost couldn't stand still. As for the other experts of the Xianyuan Gate, it was the same. The voice of the black-robed young man spread out. I'm sorry to tell you one thing. After the battle between me and the Black Dragon Clan, he has decided not to participate in this matter. I think you should know the result by now, right? This was a result that no one had expected. Of course, it was also within the expectations of many people. Those people behind Bai Ruyu were very excited. They finally knew that they had made the right bet this time. The Xianyuan sect, the strongest sect in the world, was about to be completely annihilated and disintegrated. Lord Tran Yuan knew that the Xianyuan Gate was going to be destroyed. He didn't expect that he would find an expert of the Black Dragon Clan to negotiate with him. Lord Tran Yuan didn't know what happened during this time, but he knew that the Xianyuan Gate was completely gone. Senior, what do you want to let go of our Xianyuan Gate? I'm willing to hand over all the treasures of the Xianyuan Gate and spare the life of our Xianyuan Gate. At this moment, Lord Tran Yuan didn't care so much. He knew that even the powerful dragon Xianxia didn't want to easily offend this guy, so this guy must have a powerful background. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. I'm sorry, but you people of the Xianyuan Gate are not qualified to negotiate with me. If you had obediently allowed yourself to be captured at the beginning, maybe you could still live. But now, you don't have the qualifications to live at all. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Then he directly used his hand to block the incoming attack. This was a top-notch attack. The experts of the Xianyuan sect were severely injured in an instant. Lin Fei's attack was very powerful. Even the Lord Tran Yuan was the same. Previously, when he fought with Lin Fei, he thought that Lin Fei's strength shouldn't be much stronger than him. But now, he knew that this young black-robed man's strength was definitely more terrifying than he imagined. The moment he attacked, he was severely injured. Bai Ruyu was not idle at all. Everyone, destroy Xianyuan Gate. Today, Xianyuan Gate will be completely wiped out. What happened next was not something that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. What he had to do was to slowly observe the situation. This time, Bai Ruyu really went all out. Her first target was Lord Tran Yuan. Now that Lord Tran Yuan was injured, he was suppressing his strength more and more. He was no match for Bai Ruyu. After 20 to 30 moves, Bai Ruyu killed him. As for the remaining experts, they were even less of a match for Bai Ruyu. Her strength actually broke through again, directly reaching the level of 9 stars. It turned out that the stronger the divine master, the more one could plunder their essence. After killing many 9 stars, Bai Ruyu's strength completely reached the level of 9 stars. This time, her strength erupted. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she directly reached the level of peak 9 stars. Although she had not reached the level of great perfection. But even with the strength of great perfection, she could not do anything to Bai Ruyu for a while. Even the phantom of the Blood Sea Palace began to erupt with more strength. At this moment, Bai Ruyu was truly in control of the Blood Sea Palace. In less than 2 hours, the entire Xianyuan Gate was completely turned into ruins. Everything was put away. As for the experts of Xianyuan Gate, not a single one was left. Bai Ruyu really hated Xianyuan Gate more than Lin Fei imagined. Those experts who followed all the way here secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had made the right choice. If they had not made the right choice, they did not know if they would have been able to survive today. The dignified Xianyuan Gate was gone just like that. Then, the news quickly spread throughout the entire bloodshed world. Those forces who originally wanted Xianyuan Gate to be the vanguard were all dumbfounded. The top existence could not block it and was directly gone. Everyone panicked. The entire bloodshed world completely turned into a whale. The world had completely changed. In the next few days, many people came to visit Bai Ruyu. It could be said that they brought a lot of treasures. No one came empty-handed. They did not make the right choice before. They thought that Xianyuan Gate could hold on. In the end, Xianyuan Gate was turned into ashes. This made their scalps numb. They brought treasures to ask for forgiveness at the first moment. If he still didn't forgive them at this time, then they would have no chance at all. They would be completely finished. As long as they asked for forgiveness, their sect could still exist. Although this world had finally fallen into the hands of the Bai family again. At the very least, they would not be completely turned into ashes like Xianyuan Gate. Chapter 5136. The world of massacre had completely fallen into the hands of Bai Ruyu. The other forces all expressed their allegiance. After Bai Ruyu took control of the entire world of massacre, she immediately changed the name of the Massacre Palace to the Massacre Empire. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his in-name disciple, Bai Ruyu, had some big ideas. Thinking about it, it made sense. Bai Ruyu's strength had reached the level of 9 stars. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she could unleash the combat power of a 9 stars peak. Most importantly, she had someone like him standing behind her. That was different. It was an absolute advantage. To Lin Fei, he had finally completed one of his missions. This mission had taken up some time. Of course, this time was nothing. To Lin Fei, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It all depended on what the reward was this time. He was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, finally heard the voice that moved him the most. It was the voice of the system. Reward obtained. Ancient eternal body has leveled up. Reward obtained. Upgraded reincarnation formation. The 2 rewards finally arrived. Actually, this kind of reward, especially the first one, was within Lin Fei's expectations. However, what surprised him was that he actually got a reward. Moreover, it was the upgraded version of the reincarnation formation. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. After all, he had seen how powerful the reincarnation formation was. With a thought, his eternal infinity was leveled up. Previously, it had already reached the 4th level. Now that it had leveled up, it would reach the 5th level. At this moment, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his body seemed to have a trace of the eternal realm. This was a trace of eternity. Although it wasn't too obvious, it did indeed have a trace of eternity. This was a brand new life form. Of course, Lin Fei knew that above the 9 stars was the 10 stars realm. Above the 10 stars was the eternal realm. Eternity was extraordinarily powerful. It was said that it had already reached a new life form. This kind of life form was incomparably powerful. Just look at the dragon race, because the dragon race had eternal life forms. Naturally, no one dared to offend the Dragon Clan. An Eternal could easily destroy a minor world, a major world, or a high-level world. There was no record of what an Eternal being looked like. After all, no one would leave such a record. And now, even if no one told Lin Fei, he seemed to know how powerful an Eternal being was. He was already half a step into eternity. Right now, his immemorial Eternal realm had already reached level 5. There were only 5 levels in total. If he wanted to continue leveling it up, he would need a certain amount of opportunities or rewards from the system. Lin Fei was leaning towards the latter. The latter was naturally a little different. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not worried about this. After all, he had gained a lot. He was now half a step into the Eternal body. The strength of this body had already reached the level of 10 stars. Previously, Lin Fei was already very strong. However, he had not reached the level of 10 stars. But now he had. Previously, when he fought with Xianxia, although his body was strong, it did not feel like an eternal body. He did not even have a trace of eternal body. Lin Fei's body was different. This reward was really heaven-defying. Then, Lin Fei looked at the other reward. This reward was the upgrade of the reincarnation formation. At first, he thought that it would make the reincarnation formation even stronger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found out that he could cultivate from 10 reincarnation spirits to 99 reincarnation spirits. There was a huge change. Such a change shocked even Lin Fei. This reward was really shocking. As expected of the system, there was nothing it couldn't do. I reckon that even the Reincarnation Emperor did not expect his reincarnation formation to reach an even higher level and reach 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. 99 primordial spirits was different. 10 primordial spirits was already scary enough, let alone 99 primordial spirits. However, the system did not reward him with 99 primordial spirits at once. Instead, Lin Fei had to cultivate them slowly. This would take some time. This time was nothing to Lin Fei. 99 primordial spirits should be able to cultivate in a place where time was accelerated in less than a few decades. Ding! Triggered mission. Do you want to accept? Lin Fei did not think too much about it and chose to accept it. Ding! After inheriting the Reincarnation Emperor's legacy, you have to lead the Reincarnation Emperor's sect again. Lead the sect to become the strongest force in this universe. Reward unknown. This mission was a little too sudden. Lin Fei was a little stunned. This was thinking too highly of him. To become the strongest force in this universe. Chapter 5137. Lin Fei was surprised to receive such a mission. Of course, it was also because he had some motivation. He hadn't had any big ideas all along. For example, this time was the same. He hadn't expected to receive such a huge reward. Not to mention anything else, just helping Bai Ruyu complete the mission had given him such a huge reward. It was a double reward. One was that his divine body had reached level 5 perfection. The other was a reincarnation primordial spirit. No matter which reward it was, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Although this mission was a long-term one, there wasn't any time limit. This was still a challenge for Lin Fei. He was looking forward to what kind of reward he would receive. Perhaps after receiving this reward, he would be able to become an eternal existence. Just like now. Even Lin Fei himself had a trace of eternal aura. However, in the blink of an eye, he sealed it away. No one could sense it. Only those who had cultivated a trace of eternal aura would be able to sense it. No one else could sense it at all. What Lin Fei had to do now was very simple. He had to cultivate this reincarnation primordial spirit. It was difficult to cultivate from 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. Therefore, it would take time. Lin Fei had to find a time treasure to cultivate it. Moreover, he had taken down the Xianyuan gate this time. Naturally, he had obtained a lot of universe god stones. With these cosmos god stones, Lin Fei would be able to do many things. For example, cultivation. Half a year later, the entire massacre empire was in a stable state. Bai Ruyu's strength could finally erupt out to the level of a perfect 9-star expert. Of course, at this level, it would take a certain amount of time to increase it further. This would take a long time. Of course, it wouldn't be troublesome for Bai Ruyu. During this half a year, almost no one dared to have any ideas. Master, are you really going to leave? Don't you intend to stay a little longer? Bai Ruyu had been waiting for the day to leave. In the past 6 months, Bai Ruyu had more or less known about it. Once he was more or less stable, his master would leave. Just focus on running your empire of massacre. It doesn't matter if you do things slowly. As long as master is behind you, and as long as you don't cause too much trouble, they will naturally be afraid of you. After all, the news of my battle with Dragon Shursan of the Dragon Clan has spread, and it has some influence in this universe. The news of his battle with Draconic 13 of the Black Dragon race had indeed spread. After all, there were still some experts in the Bloodshed universe who had more or less noticed it. The collapse of the Xianyuan Gate shocked countless people. Naturally, the news spread out. More people knew of the existence of such a person. As for how much he knew, he probably didn't know much. As long as one knew of such a person, they would naturally be wary of him. Everyone knew this. Even Draconic 13 and the experts of the Black Dragon race couldn't defeat him. It was basically a draw. Otherwise, with the temper of the Dragon race, they wouldn't have left just like that. Moreover, the Black Dragon race was always belligerent. The Black Dragon race was best at war. Once a war broke out, they would be the most powerful opponent. But this time, they actually left just like that. It was either a defeat or a draw. They most likely believed that it was a draw, which was in line with the temper of the Dragon race. Master is just going out for a walk and to look at this universe. You just need to cultivate well. Don't be negligent. Who knows, one day, I might recruit a disciple faster than you. That would be a little embarrassing for you. Before Lin Fei left, he handed 3 sealed powers to Bai Ruyu. The 3 sealed powers were exceptionally strong. Once they burst out, they would reach the level of 10 stars. With these 3 powers in the hands of Bai Ruyu could naturally avoid a lot of threats. This was the only thing that Lin Fei could do. Just like that, Lin Fei left quietly. Bai Ruyu watched as he left. In the end, he completely left. I will definitely not dishonor Master's name. Bai Ruyu's thoughts became exceptionally different. Of course, it was more of a goal. The slaughtering empire was just the first step. Bai Ruyu wanted to let Master know that this nominal disciple could become a real disciple in the future. This was the only thing that Bai Ruyu wanted to do at the moment. From a nominal disciple to a real disciple and even to a big senior sister. Lin Fei left the slaughtering universe and went straight to the nearest great world. Only in the great world could one find the world building. Only in the world building could one learn some information about time treasures. Chapter 5138. The world that Lin Fei arrived at was called the Muyun world. It was considered a big world. There were many experts here, and some of them even had 1 foot in the 10-star realm, which was half a step into the 10-star realm. This kind of person was extraordinarily powerful. Not everyone could stand up to him. No wonder there was a world tower here. Once he arrived here, Lin Fei arrived at the world building. There was a lot of information in the world building. He was prepared to buy information about time treasures here. He wanted to see if there was a place that could use such time treasures. Treasures like this weren't something that just anyone could possess. Only those supreme beings who had mastered the art of time could create something like this. With such a treasure of time, he could cultivate on his own. At the very least, he had to get the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits out so that he could unleash his combat power. That would be terrifying. Even if a peak 10-star were to come, it would be useless. I want to know the whereabouts of the time treasures. Where can I cultivate and speed up time? Lin Fei came to a small private room inside. This was a more advanced place, but the cost was not low. Not everyone could afford it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had collected a lot of cosmic divine stones recently. Moreover, Bai Ruyu had sent most of the cosmic divine stones at the Xianyuan Gate. Lin Fei was quite wealthy at the moment. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I will help you check immediately. There will be news very soon. Dozens of breaths later, the man returned with a document in his hand and placed it on the table. This is the information we found. There are a total of 10 forces. You have to pay a total of 1 million cosmic divine stones. This price was within Lin Fei's expectations. He casually transferred 1 million cosmic divine stones to the man. Then he received this document. This document was very detailed. Of course, this document could only be used once. It would be destroyed after he read it. This was because the information here was like this. One would never be allowed to bring it out. Of course, it was a different matter if it was left in one's mind. If it was a copy, it would be destroyed automatically after one read it. Information became extremely valuable. After reading the message, only he would know. There were quite a few places introduced on it. Every place was very detailed. Lin Fei also knew that the 1 million cubic meters of universe god stones he had spent was worth it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading. There was only one place worth visiting, which was the so-called Sky Island. There was a time formation on this island that could accelerate time. Of course, it would cost a lot of cosmos god stones. Do you have more information about this paradise island? Lin Fei naturally wanted to learn more about this Sky Island. Although the information above seemed to be more detailed, it was far less detailed than what Lin Fei had in mind. We have news about this Sky Square Island. It's selling for 2 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones. This Sky Square Island belongs to a 10-star expert. Information was indeed more expensive. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He paid another one. 5 million cubes of universe god stones and finally obtained the information on the Sky Island. This time, the information was more detailed. It could be said that it was more valuable than before. This was the world building. As long as one had universe god stones, one would naturally be able to find out a lot of information. A lot of this information was useful and very valuable. After reading it, Lin Fei confirmed that he wanted to go to this Sky Island. Therefore he left this world. Lin Fei headed straight for the Sky Island. This place was considered a special place. Anyone could go there to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that one had enough universe god stones. Without enough universe god stones, one would not be able to cultivate. That place was considered a neutral place. After all, the owner of that place was a 10-star expert. Although he had not appeared for a long time, no one dared to doubt the combat power of a 10-star expert. Moreover, the other party had the ability to control time. One could say that such a person was very powerful. One could see a person's future. As for how far, it depended on the other party's strength. No one was willing to offend such an expert. He rushed all the way here. It had really taken a long time. He spent more than half a year to reach the Sky Island. Naturally, he spent a lot of universe god stones. He spent a total of 3 million cubic meters of universe god stones. Without money, he would not be able to reach this Sky Island even if he flew for 100 years. Therefore, even if one knew about this place but did not have money on hand, one could only look on helplessly. Naturally, it was not Lin Fei's character to spend more than 100 years to travel. Therefore, he used universe god stones and took the teleportation formation all the way here. Even so, he spent more than half a year. Chapter 5139. Naturally, he had spent a lot of money on this journey. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the Sky Island. The Sky Island was located on a boundless ocean. There were only 6 islands. The 6 islands surrounded a big island in the middle. This was the Sky Island. This place wasn't easy to come to. Only those who had a certain level of strength could come to this area. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be able to pass the small test on the outside. There was indeed a test on the outside of the island. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength could come in. This test was nothing to Lin Fei. He easily entered the Heavenly Square Island. The moment he entered, he felt that the time here was really different from the outside world. The speed was slower. No wonder everyone liked to come to the Sky Island. Of course, if one wanted to cultivate here, it would naturally be different. After staying in the inn, Lin Fei found out where the cultivation area of the Sky Island was. It was a huge mountain in the distance. There were many caves on the mountain and each of them was a special space. Once they were inside, they could start cultivating. In the early stages, one had to have enough Universe God Stones. Even if one didn't have enough Universe God Stones, it didn't matter. One just had to sign a contract with the Sky Island to help them complete a mission within a certain period of time. It was that simple. Of course, it depended on one's strength. At most, one could complete 3 missions. There were all kinds of missions. The appeal of the Sky Island was very strong. Lin Fei compressed his strength to the level of 9 stars. After all, he was already very strong. He didn't want to be too conspicuous. Therefore, he controlled his aura to the level of early 9 stars. This was also the most common level. Everyone loved to find a place where time was accelerated to cultivate. The moment Lin Fei entered, someone came over immediately. One look and he recognized that this was an early 9 stars expert. Fellow Taoist, welcome to our heavenly square island. I wonder if you're here to cultivate or refine celestial weapons. We have a secret chamber for both. Lin Fei had already understood a little when he was outside. Therefore, he was very clear about the situation here. He decided to understand more. I'm here to cultivate. I want to go into seclusion. What's the price of your secret chambers? You can go to many places. Our heavenly island is completely different from other places. If you cultivate here, as long as you have Cosmos God Stones, you can enter different times. We have 4 levels here: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The lowest level is the Yellow Secret Chamber. The time acceleration here is only 120. For the Profound Level Chamber, it's 1 to 30, for the Earth Level Chamber, it's 1 to 50, and for the Heaven Level Chamber, it's 1 to 100. There was a definite difference in the speed at which time flowed. Especially the Heaven Level Secret Chamber. 1 day inside was 100 days, and 1 month outside was nearly 8 years inside. Cultivating in seclusion here for an entire year was almost equivalent to 90 years, close to 100 years. That was pretty good. For Lin Fei, it was about enough. 10 years here would be equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. I don't know which secret chamber you'd like to cultivate in, but we only have 3 secret chambers of the Xian, Earth, and Yellow levels. As for the Heaven level, sometimes there are a lot of people, but it depends on luck. Recently, there happened to be a Heaven-level secret chamber that was vacant. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted a Heaven-level chamber. He did not think too much about it. I wonder how much it costs to cultivate a Heaven-level chamber. We charge 3 million cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones per month. If it's a year, we charge 40 million cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones. This price was indeed quite expensive. After all, it was not easy to get a cubic meter of Cosmos God Stones. Moreover, it would cost 40 million cubic meters per year. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought enough Cosmos God Stones. Then give me 5 years first. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. He decided to give it 5 years first. He should be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits in 5 years. 5 years in the outside world was equivalent to more than 400 years in the inside world. He did not believe that he would not be able to cultivate the remaining 99 primordial spirits in such a short time. If he could not cultivate them, it would be a waste of time. No problem, no problem. I will help you register now. The person in charge of reception had a smile on his face. He did not expect this initial 9 stars cultivator to be a nouveau riche. 5 years was equivalent to 200 million cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones. Not many people could afford it. Which family did this young master come from? Fortunately, he did not delay at the start. Otherwise, this big business would have slipped away from his hands. A big customer could cultivate here for 5 years. In the future, he might even stay for 10, 20, or even 50 years. He was definitely a big customer. Chapter 5140. 200 million cubic meters of Universe God Stones wasn't much. This time, Lin Fei brought more Universe God Stones with him. After all, the Xianyuan Gate was rich and almost all of its wealth was in Lin Fei's hands. He booked 5 years of time. After cultivating for 400 years, he would be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Very soon, he arrived at the secret room. This secret room was indeed different. The moment he entered, he felt that time had slowed down again. There was an obvious difference compared to the outside world. No wonder the heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow secret rooms were so different. It was really worth it. Lin Fei first checked the surroundings to make sure that there was nothing around. After confirming that it was safe, he set up an array. Then he left behind a few streaks of his power. If he left these powers here, even if he had any ideas, he wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. Lin Fei's combat power wasn't just an ordinary level of strength. Just like that, Lin Fei started to cultivate. This place was really not bad. The 11th primordial spirit took 10 years to cultivate. There was still a certain level of difficulty. The further he went, the longer the primordial spirit would take. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Time flowed by continuously every year. In Lin Fei's opinion, this 1-to-1 ratio of time wasn't that big of a deal. He immersed himself in the cultivation of the reincarnation primordial spirit. One by one, the primordial spirits were cultivated. His strength increased tremendously. From 10 primordial divinities to 20 primordial divinities, then 30 primordial divinities to 40 primordial divinities. Lin Fei cultivated all the way. The last 10 primordial spirits took the most time. After spending 200 years, Lin Fei finally reached 450 years. He successfully cultivated the 99 primordial spirits. It's not easy. It took me more than 400 years to successfully cultivate these 99 primordial spirits. And this is because the cultivation method I obtained is very detailed. If it was someone else, they might not be able to cultivate it even after spending at least 4,500 years. At the very least, it would take more than 10,000 years to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now that he had cultivated 99 primordial souls, he could feel that the samsara array was different. Furthermore, the 99 essence souls he had now surpassed the reincarnation emperor. Originally, I thought that the grand reincarnation array created by 99 primordial spirits was already terrifying enough. However, after actually cultivating it, I realized that it is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Once the 99 primordial spirits appear, they can instantly reduce the opponent's strength by 60 to 70%. The weaker opponents will have all their strength directly suppressed. Even if Lin Fei had not used the samsara ray, he could sense it immediately. When a 9 stars expert entered his reincarnation array, his strength would be suppressed instantly. At most, he would be left with 20 to 30% of his combat strength. Even if it was a 9 stars full circle expert, he would not be able to exceed 50% of his strength. He still had to use the array. If the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits were to attack at the same time, even a 9-star expert would be defeated without any ability to resist. Although the strength of the 99 reincarnation essence souls was not as strong as Lin Fei, they had inherited 60 to 70% of his combat strength. That was still very terrifying. In the remaining few decades, Lin Fei used it to consolidate the reincarnation essence souls. Their combat coordination became more tacit. When the time was up, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. The 99 primordial spirits returned to his body. As soon as he came out, the person who received him last time immediately came to greet him. When he came to greet him, he instantly felt different. The person in front of him seemed to be full of danger. In any case, he was like a terrifying demon king. Congratulations on your great improvement. Even this person had never seen such a great improvement. There were many people in seclusion here, but it was rare for them to have such great improvement. This place is not bad for cultivation. I will come again when I'm free in the future. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this sky island. Spending 200 million Cosmos God Stones was really worth it. At the very least, it allowed him to cultivate 99 essence souls. Fortunately, the system had upgraded this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. I see that your strength has improved greatly. I wonder if you are interested in accepting a mission from our sky island. I can't believe I would encounter such a thing. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Is this how the Sky Island invites people to complete missions? He was not interested in ordinary missions. Now that he had 99 essence souls, Lin Fei was naturally different. Our mission to the Sky Island this time is different. It is to kill a 9 stars full-circle sea beast in the depths of the ocean. It is the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. I heard that it was a young beast of the reincarnation emperor. Chapter 5141. If it had been something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have minded. However, when he heard about the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, he instantly changed. This person also noticed the slight change and wasn't surprised at all. This was the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, the mount of the reincarnation emperor. Naturally, it was different. You said that you're going to hunt this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Are you sure it's really a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast? Lin Fei had obtained the reincarnation emperor's cultivation method. Naturally, he knew some secrets, including his mount. It was the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. He heard that it was a special beast that was extremely powerful. His reincarnation primordial spirit was cultivated through this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was extremely powerful. It was a relatively powerful existence among the beasts. It was said that when this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast grew to a certain extent, it could also display the same strength. It could swallow a world or even a major world in one bite. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew about it. It was just a rumor. It was said that in the ancient times, there was indeed such a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. It could swallow a world in one bite. It was extremely powerful. In the end, countless experts were mobilized to gather weapons and finally killed this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Now that he heard such news, Lin Fei was naturally moved. It seemed that he still lacked a stronger mount. This reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast could be used as a divine beast to protect the sect. Fellow cultivator, you didn't hear it wrong. It's true. This is a piece of news that our Sky Island finally got. We are recruiting experts from all over the world to kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This guy has reached the full closure of 9 stars. Maybe in a few hundred or even 10,000 years, he will become a 10-star existence. At that time, it will be a disaster. If the full circle of 9 stars was terrifying, then the 10 stars would indeed become a terrifying existence. It was no wonder that Sky Island would have such thoughts. Of course, Lin Fei believed that they had other plans. In other words, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast had other uses. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei knew their purpose. He was after the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast's monster core. It was said that one would be able to grasp divine abilities by mastering this demon core. Infinite samsara. Once this technique was cultivated, it would be exceptionally powerful. Not many people knew about such a secret. Only the reincarnation emperor had such information passed down to them back then. Not everyone could see it. We've already invited quite a few big forces to come over and kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast together. There are still a lot of treasures in its lair. This person could clearly feel that the other party was a little moved, so he immediately spoke again. Of course, Lin Fei would not say that he also had feelings for this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Originally, he was prepared to leave to search for the descendants of the reincarnation emperor to see if he could rebuild this faction. Right now, he had to take down the samsara heaven-devouring beast first. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm also interested. Let's go and take a look. Although I can't do much, I still have some strength. Fellow cultivator, this is the best choice you've made, because the Sky Island is really sincere this time. As long as you join us, you'll be able to cultivate in the secret chamber for free, ranging from 1 to 10 years. Just like that. Lin Fei followed this person all the way to another palace on Sky Island. There were some people in the palace, but their strength was not very strong. After Lin Fei came over, they registered and went through the test. Only those who had reached the advanced stage of 9 stars were qualified to go. Lin Fei suppressed his strength slightly and displayed the combat power of a 9 stars peak, which was quite strong. Therefore, Lin Fei was arranged to go out of the VIP pavilion. In addition to him, there were many 9 stars experts in the VIP pavilion. Although they did not come out, Lin Fei could feel their aura. Lin Fei stayed on Sky Island for a while. As for when he would start, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. This reincarnation heaven-devouring beast could not run away. As long as it was still alive, he would subdue it. He had the means of the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation spirit really contained such information. Only those who had cultivated the reincarnation spirit could have this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This was more or less a surprise for Lin Fei. How could he reject a free gift? Wasn't it just Sky Island? It was not easy for him to cultivate the 99 reincarnation spirits. Naturally, he had to fight for it. It would be best if he could get it. Chapter 5142. This time, the Sky Island wanted to invite quite a lot of people. All of them stayed in the VIP pavilion. Lin Fei was the clearest about this. All the experts were at least in the late stage of 9 stars. Of course, some were at the peak of 9 stars. Among them, the least were at the peak of 9 stars. So far, there were only 9 perfect 9-star cultivators. Most of them were at the late stage of 9 stars. In a short time, there were at least 40 to 59 stars. There were more than 10 at the peak of 9 stars and 9 at the peak of 9,000. Such a lineup was really rare. Such a lineup was a strong deterrent against the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, the Sky Island seemed to want to continue to invite these experts at the late stage of 9 stars to join them. Gradually, more and more people came. By the time Lin Fei realized it, there were more than 100 people. He had stayed in this VIP pavilion for almost a month. During this month, Lin Fei was quite relaxed. In the Sky Island, except for some places that they couldn't go, most of the places were open to them. They were experts at the 9 stars, and they had passed a small test. The weakest was at the late stage of 9 stars. During this month, Lin Fei also got to know some experts at the late stage of 9 stars. These people all had the same idea, which was to see the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. They were really curious about this legendary mount of the reincarnation emperor. However, they didn't know much about it. Have you heard? This time, the Sky Island has really invited people from 3 big sections. I heard that each of the 3 big sects has sent an expert at the great perfection of 9-star. Moreover, all of them are at the half-step level. In a room in the VIP pavilion, a few people were sitting together and drinking tea. Among them was Lin Fei. A white-haired man suddenly said in a mysterious manner, "These 3 forces are definitely beyond your imagination. The first is the Holy Saber sect, the second is the Puppet sect, and the third is the Xianxia Empire." Sure enough, after this person finished speaking, the few people present were a little surprised. The Xianxia Empire, in particular, was definitely the rarest. This empire was a very powerful existence in the universe. They were even stronger than the puppets of the sacred Saber Gate. It was even more important to have a solid foundation. They once had an eternal-level powerhouse. Even now, they were still a top-notch force, although they had gradually moved closer to becoming a first-rate force. No one dared to question their strength. Could it be that this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is so valuable? Even the people from the Xianxia Empire have come. Who knows? Anyway, we're just going there to join in the fun. If we can get some benefits, it's fine. During this month, Lin Fei learned a lot of things. Therefore, he had some understanding of these 3 forces. The Holy Saber Gate naturally focused on the saber. As for the puppet sect, everyone cultivated some puppetry techniques. It could be said that the puppet sect was also very powerful. It would be embarrassing to go out without at least a dozen or more puppets. If these were powerful puppets, it would be even more frightening. What surprised Lin Fei the most was the Xianxia Empire. The Xianxia Empire was indeed the most famous among the 3 forces, and their influence was also great. Although they were the weakest among the top forces, no one dared to ignore their influence. It was said that the Xianxia Empire still had the means left by the eternal-level powerhouse. As for how much power this technique could display, no one dared to test it out. Not even the top powers dared to do so. After all, this generation of the Xianxia Empire had 4 10-star powerhouses. No one dared to say whether they could reach the eternal level in the future, but the Tianxing Empire had a better chance than others. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll do our best. If we can't, we'll just stand aside. Don't delay ourselves. Lin Fei said faintly. The others also agreed with Lin Fei's words. Under such circumstances, they really wouldn't rush forward stupidly. As one of the mounts recognized by the reincarnation emperor, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was naturally different. If anyone were to be stupid enough to take it seriously, they would definitely suffer. Fellow Taoists, our preparations are almost done. You can come to the palace. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. All of them were surprised by the sound. More than that, they felt an inexplicable fear. This was the means of a 10-star powerhouse. Even a 9-stars full-circle powerhouse could do this. Only a 10-star powerhouse could do it easily. Everyone stood up in an instant. They understood what was going on. It meant that they could set off. Everyone had more or less waited for half a month to a month. Lin Fei also stood up. We can finally set off.